This is a higgledy feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgledy. Baked generously. This is a higgledy feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgledy. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
is literally, as I look out from the commentary box, not a cloud in the skies. The umpires, Rob White and Martin Saggers, make their way out to the middle. There's a ripple of applause around the ground. I'm Adrian Harms, delighted to be joined by Nick Webb from BBC Wales, and our third commentator today is Beth Harvey, who plays cricket for Sussex Women, and we'll hear much more about Beth and her journey into cricket throughout the day here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Wales and BBC Radio Sussex. But it's a lovely day, Nick, and a lot of batting for Glamorgan to do today.
Yes, a question of heads down and bat for as long as they can. A formidable deficit of 240 runs still. They've knocked off almost a third of it at 118 for 1, having batted through the final session last night, just for the loss of Eddie Byram, who hit 57, including 3 sixes. And at the moment, we've got Zain Ul Hassan, a debutant 22-year-old, who'd previously been on the Worcestershire staff, and Marnus Labuschagne, the Australian star, who'll be, of course, alongside Steve Smith in the summer's tests of the Ashes, but at the moment is reined up against him, with Labuschagne 15 not out overnight. Smith made 89 yesterday, so he'll be wanting to get one over on his mate today, Labuschagne, having fallen for just a single in the first innings last night. A titanic battle between Labuschagne and Ollie Robinson, the England quick bowler, pounding in down the slope and trying to get Labuschagne out again for the second time in the match. And we expect that duel will continue within the framework of the team game this morning, Adrian.
Yeah, we certainly are. The first thing we have to do at home, though, is to make sure that the commentary is going out around
Adrian's rock star movement.
We do. So we just have to make sure that someone is listening around the ground on their headset. And there they are. They're waving. Now, I think that is John, who's waving at the back of the Spen Karma Pavilion. I've been calling him Tim for years. we found out yesterday that his name is John. So John is waving. So we know if you're in the ground, and obviously you can't hear us because you haven't got a headset on, but what you can do, and John might spread the word for us, is you can get a headset from the club shop and listen to the commentary going out on the BBC. Now, I'm just looking around the ground at the Sussex field, and I can't see Ollie Robinson out there.
That's concerning.
And he's certainly not opening the bowling. Or is that? No, he's at mid-off. He's at mid-off. I couldn't see him there. He was hidden from view, but he is out there. So, phew, forget that. Let's start again. It's going to be Tom Haynes who's running in from the Cromwell Road end, and he bowls to Al Hassan, who plays that to backward point, fielded by Ali Orr, and there is no run. So the magic number, as far as Glamorgan are concerned, is 358. Once they get there, it means that Sussex will need to bat again, and you feel an awful lot depending here on Marnus Labuschagne, who the battle last night with Ollie Robinson was terrific cricket, Nick. It really was.
Absolutely, a real intense little session last night.
Haynes, right arm medium pace around the wicket, comes in and bowls. Now Hassan cuts firmly to backward point, and a really good bit of athletic fielding by Ali Orr, low to his right hand side, prevents a run. Not a bigger crowd in here today as there have been on the first 2 days, but I'm sure people will drift in throughout the morning. We had 1,000 school children from schools around Sussex here yesterday who made a really good atmosphere. It was a terrific day's cricket. And Haynes is in and bowls. Al Hassan lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, who's standing up to the stumps. The rest of the field, Tom Alsop is at first slip, Steve Smith at second, Ali Orr is at backward point, Finn Hudson-Prentice clapping his hands in the covers, Cheteshwar Pujara vigorously shining the ball on his trousers and then his shirt at mid-off, Ollie Robinson at mid-on, James Coles at mid-wicket, and Ari Carvelos down at deep backward square. As in comes Haynes and bowls, and forward comes Al Hassan, who played very nicely yesterday. I thought he played well in the first innings as well. He played very straight. He hasn't opened for Glamorgan before. Nick was saying he's more of a middle order.
Yes, his first team debut. He's been largely operating at 5 and 6, and either as opening bowler or a change seamer.
Now, short extra cover has just come a little closer. There's a slight change in the field. As in comes Haynes round the wicket, bowls, forward comes her son, plays down the offside of the track. Tom Haynes fields, and there is no run.
The context being that Glamorgan opener and captain David Lloyd is missing this match because of a hamstring injury. Still a wait to find out whether that'll affect his participation in the T20 Blast starting on Friday for both these counties, albeit starting today at Edgbaston.
As in comes Haynes around the wicket, last ball of the over. Al-Hussain plays and misses outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. There is no run, so a maiden over to get things underway here this morning at Hove. Tom Haynes has bowled 6 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 4, and we are going to see immediately this morning Jack Carson, the off spinner, into the attack for Sussex. He bowled yesterday. He didn't quite get his line right yesterday, Jack Carson, but the feeling is, I think, that there may be a bit of wear and tear on the pitch as we go through today and possibly tomorrow as well. And maybe Jack Carson is the man to exploit it, and he's going to be bowling to Marnus Labuschagne.
Yes, Carson, who had an impressive game against Glamorgan in Cardiff a couple of seasons ago. As Adrian suggested, his figures of 6 overs, 0 for 34, suggested that he didn't quite get it right last night as he looked to add a bit of variety to Sussex's 4-man seam attack of Robinson, Carvallis, Hudson-Prentice and Haynes. Only in the 34th over of the innings, so there might be a bit of hardness with the ball at the moment as Labuschagne on the back foot defends it out into the leg side. No run yet this morning.
Who did you speak to last night, Nick, after the close?
Eddie Byram, who made the 50, said it was important for Glamorgan to be positive and try and knock off the runs rather than just purely defend. As down the wicket comes Labuschagne and drives hard to mid-off Robinson Fields, and Labuschagne, well, early to be giving it the charge, second ball.
He hit Carson for a 6 last night, didn't he? That was over long on.
Obviously fancies it, but Haynes is a very deep mid-on, halfway back at least. As Carson bowls and Labuschagne is on the defensive there, playing to cover, and there's no run. There is a slip and there is a short leg for the off-spin of Carson. Also on the leg side, a very short fine leg gully almost. Deep mid-wicket, a mid-wicket saving the single, and a deepish mid-on. Labuschagne gives it the charge again and then has to alter his shot slightly when he gets there, just squirts it through the covers for a single, and Glamorgan are up and running for the morning with the first run of the day, 119 for 1. Labuschagne on 16 in his, what is likely to be his final innings for Glamorgan this summer. Albeit he is expected to continue with Glamorgan in future. Hopefully they'll get more time out of him next summer. Carson to the left-handed debutant Zain ul Hassan, and he is forward defending past Silly Point, and there's no run. Ul Hassan on the Worcestershire Academy, born in Islamabad, Pakistan, but brought up in the Midlands, and worked hard to get a pro contract. Really went round the counties the last couple of seasons. Carson bowls, that's slightly quicker, and Ul Hassan on the back foot plays it out gently on the leg side. There is no run, so 2 overs gone and just 1 run added to the Glamorgan score. Having a look at it by and large, apart from a couple of ventures down the track by Marnus Labuschagne, who's in conversation with his young partner. Labuschagne likes a cheeky single, so I hope Ul Hassan is hot off the mark.
Yes, indeed. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales, and 5 Sports Extra. Immediately, there's a bowling change. So Tom Haynes bowled the first over of the day from the Cromwell Road end, but immediately, Ari Carvallis is coming into the attack. He'll be bowling down the hill and will be bowling to Marnus Labuschagne. I think most of us thought that Ollie Robinson would be opening the bowling today, but that's not the case. And actually more surprising, I don't think I've ever seen Ollie Robinson fielding in the slips, but he is. He's at third slip, standing alongside Steve Smith, and Marnus Labuschagne is batting. So
Might get him out that way.
He might do. Anyway, Ari Carvelos, right arm over the wicket, is coming in down the hill on the most beautiful morning here in Hove. He's over the wicket and bowls, and Labuschagne is forward and punches that out into the offside. There is no run. He's on 16. Hassan is on 40, 119 for 1. We'll keep you abreast of the scores and the other games in the county championship as we go through today. Well, that noise in the background is the big window in the press box, which they had opened, and now they've decided to shut it. I think it's too cold. It's quite a breeze, actually, here at Hove today, despite it being a lovely sunny day. As in comes Carvelos, bowls, and a ball that would have hit the top of off stump, and it draws Labuschagne forward. He plays it back down the track. Carvelos fields, there is no run.
Yes, Edward Cooper says something like a performance of 2019 would help Glamorgan's cause. Well, he's enclosed a picture of the scoreboard with Labuschagne having a big century on it on that occasion here. 3
slips in place for Carvelos, who's in down the slope, bowls to Labuschagne, who lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run.
June the tea lady says need Marnus to score very heavily today. If Glamorgan are going to get anything out of this game.
Well, talking about tea ladies and teas in general, everyone will be delighted, won't they? It's a lovely sunny day. It's the weekend across the country. So if you're on your way to a club match or maybe you're on the tea rota this week, let us know. I'll give you the email details in a moment. As it comes, Carvelos and bowls, and a bit of extra bounce there from Ari Carvelos, and taken by Ollie Carter just above his waist. There is no run.
Well, yes, there's a controversial subject, isn't it, teas? There's still a rather mixed picture post-COVID. I'm afraid our club doesn't do them anymore.
Really? Well, you have to bring your own still.
Bring your own still, yeah. There's a mixed picture. Some clubs are doing it and some are not. It's all the fault of COVID.
In comes Carvelos. Down the hill, bowls, and again let go by Labuschagne outside of the stump. There is no run.
Though I must say, it is actually better for performance if you just take a muesli bar and a banana or whatever to have at tea, rather than stuffing sandwiches, pork pies,
you've got to have
sausage rolls, etc., etc., bits of pizza, own value budget crisps, etc.
For me, that was the highlight of my cricketing career, with teas. In comes Carvelos, in and bowls, good delivery that would have hit off stump, played out cautiously by Labuschagne into the offside, and there is no run. So a cautious start here from Marnus Labuschagne. A maiden over from Ari Carvelos, 9 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 22. So please get in touch, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at Nick Webb 2017 or at BBC Sussex Sport. If you're playing cricket today, maybe you're on the tea road today. Does your club do teas? Do they not do teas? Let us know. It'd be great to hear from you throughout the morning here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Wales and BBC Radio Sussex.
Eddie Baton said, great fight back, absolutely crucial coin toss in this game. Well, yeah, Sussex did outplay Glamorgan for much of the first 5 sessions of this game. Whichever way the toss had gone, it was helpful as it happened. As back on his stumps goes Ul Hassan to Carson's first ball. Oohs and ahs from the young spinner, as if he thought he was getting one through there. Ul Hassan playing it fairly late, but got a good chunk of bat on it. Might have been toast if he hadn't. Ul Hassan gets his first run of the morning and increases his first-class best by 1. Being that it is his championship debut, as Labuschagne comes down the wicket and then plays it past short leg for a single. Now, Labuschagne's obviously keen to get on top of the young spinner very quickly in the morning, isn't he? The way he's advancing at him.
Well, that's twice he's done it, Nick.
The single, 121 for 1. Carson will be quite happy to see him coming, you would have thought. As he bowls to Ul Hassan, who props forward, plays to silly point, and there's no run. Tom Alsop is the man under the lid, and with the bulky leg pads on, more than shin pads these days. Slipping a silly point for the off spinner, the left-hander, who's watching that one go through with bat raised outside off stump through to Carter, who is standing up, of course. The outfielders, there is a sweeper on the short boundary away to our right, the cover boundary near the clock tower scoreboard, and there is a deep backward square leg as Carson is in, bowls to Ul Hassan, who meets it on the full, drives it straight to Robinson, who has a shy at the stumps in case Labuschagne was backing up too much, and it is backed up. And I just wonder whether Robinson's decision to have us throw there was influenced by the fact that it's Labuschagne who hurls in virtually everything in the field and probably has more shies at the stumps than most others. Here's Carson, bowls to Ul Hassan, short and flatter, chops it down into the ground, bounces up over slip, and they'll go through for a single. Didn't really time that, but got a safe single out of it, Ul Hassan, and in fact he has taken the strike at the end of the over. He's on 42, Labuschagne is on 17, so 4 singles have been added in the first 13 minutes of the day's play here on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sport Online. Glamorgan 122 for 1, but their first innings deficit was a massive 358.
We've had our first tea-related email of the morning.
All right.
On Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It comes from Rosalind Young, and she says, Staines and the Leyland Cricket Club in Middlesex still do cricket teas, she says, exclamation mark. I do them for the Sunday fixtures and help out on a Saturday if the regular tea team, Jill and family, can't do it. I think that the big issue is finding people who are prepared to take on the role. Please give a big shout out to those who do this great job. In comes Harry Carvelos, bowls to Ul Hassan, who plays it on the offside. There is no run. Thank you, Rosalind. I mean, I think that's a big issue. I mean, certainly around cricket clubs, getting people to do the teas is a problem. At our club, it used to be that everybody did 1 tea a season, but I think that seems to have finished a bit now. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and forward comes Ul Hassan, plays to mid off, no run.
When I was a teenager and playing for my brother's side, my elder brother, he was captain, and therefore I was designated tea maker. I was down the local supermarket every Saturday morning, and I couldn't get much with the budget I was given. There were a lot of own brand products being bought there in a bid to spread the money out. It's tough work, I tell you.
In comes Carvelos, bowls. Ul Hassan plays into the offside, followed by Robinson, who comes from the third slip. There is no run. Would you put filling in the sandwiches, though, Nick? Would you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you didn't do sort of sandwich spread or paste or something like that?
Well, yes, it was mainly sort of ham and cheese or ham or cheese.
Okay. Well, that sounds okay.
It was fairly bog standard, I can tell you. You get what you pay for.
Oh, you do. But thank you, Rosalind, for getting in touch. Good to hear from Staines and Leyland Cricket Club. As Carvelos comes in, bowls to Ul Hassan, who flirts with that outside of the off stump. The ball whistles past the outside edge through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Still the 3 slips in place. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. I remember playing in one game, and it was our secretary's turn to provide the teas, and he was fielding at mid-off. As in comes Carvelos down the hill and bowls. Now Hassan works this wide of Ollie Robinson at third slip, who looks a little stiff as he goes down to pick up that ball. In fact, the ball eludes him, and Hudson Prentice has to run back from backward point to field. And there is just the 1 run to Ul Hassan. He goes to 43, and Glamorgan to 123 for 1. It was about 4:30, and tea was always at 5 o'clock, Nick. And someone suddenly said, well, who's doing teas today then? And the secretary suddenly realised it was him, and he was fielding at mid-off, and he hadn't done anything about them. So he had to leave the field. As in comes Carvelos and bowls. Labuschagne lets the ball of good length go by outside of the off stump. There is no run. It is the end of a tidy over from Harry Carvelos, just conceding the 1 run. Sussex, Glamorgan rather, are 123 for 1. Ul Hassan is on 43. Labuschagne is on 17, and he had to disappear down to the local shop, which happened to be open.
Oh right, he hadn't bought it. I thought he meant he'd hadn't prepared it.
No,
but,
and he was lucky that there were some crisps and various other things there. It wasn't a very good tea, Nick, I have to say.
No, I can
but nonetheless, we got something. Just elsewhere around the country, a wicket has gone down at the Oval. where Kent are 83 for 5. Zach Crawley's still there, though. He's 34 not out. Sam Billings out for a duck.
Jack Carson in to bowl to Zainul Hassan, who props forward, and there's no run. Yes, we're well provided here at Sussex. They dish us up some cake at tea and sent one by Steve West's family as well, so thank you for that. Neil Thornycroft, call me a cockeyed optimist, but I think any result is still on. Woof. Ul Hassan drives into the offside, and there is no run. He's a regular Welsh listener, and that is an extremely optimistic viewpoint. Neil would require Glamorgan getting well into the 500s, I think, to get any sort of pressure on Sussex in the last innings, which is a long, long way away. As Ul Hassan defends back down the pitch, and no run, especially for a side that was all out for, in fact, this very total in the first innings. They've now matched their first innings total, 123 all out. So Carson continuing to twirl away at Ul Hassan, who's happy to be on the defensive at the moment and try and grit it out. He has faced 108 balls. It's interesting to see how Glamorgan go about their next championship match if he's made such a solid case for inclusion. As props forward again, kills any spin, getting right on top of it, and Carter wanders out from behind the stumps and picks it up. Ul Hassan playing instead of the injured David Lloyd. It is a few weeks now until the next round of championship games. There's a lot of T20 in between. As Ul Hassan defends that off the back foot, the Amdram Society of the infield pretend that it nearly crept through. Carson demonstrates some football skills in flicking the ball up to himself, and the over goes past. 123 for 1. Looking round the next round of championship cricket is Sunday the 11th to Wednesday the 14th of June, so a Sunday start, different from what we've had so far, when Glamorgan make the long trip up to Chester Street. We'll be doing that the day before, and Sussex entertain Worcestershire here on the 11th of June, if championship is your preferred drug of cricketing choice.
We've got a slight delay here because somebody's moving behind the bowl. He's got his dog. There's a chap who's got a dog up in the stand, and he's just wandering across the seats. He's going to sit down in a minute. Eric Avelis is saying, "Could you just sit down?" Marnus Labuschagne is waiting. He's settled down now. He's got his dog. He's sitting in the back row of the stand at the far end of the ground. The temporary standers. In comes Eric Avelis. Over the wicket, bowls to Marnus Labuschagne, who's 17 not out. Plays into the onside. There is no run. So far, there hasn't been a resumption of the battle between Ollie Robinson and Marnus Labuschagne that was tremendous to watch last night, with both of them going hammer and tong. But Labuschagne survived.
Zach Crawley has not survived. He has gone for 34. Kent 83 for 6.
Carvelos in, bowls to Labuschagne, bears out into the offside, fielded by Ollie Robinson. So you're going to be looking for some runs, Zach Crawley, in that game, with the Test match coming up against Ireland, and then the Ashes series in just a few weeks' time. I'm very, very surprised to see Ollie Robinson fielding at third slip. He's out on the field, which suggests he's perfectly fit to play, but I don't think I've ever seen him in the slip cordon. He's waiting now. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and forward comes Labuschagne, who's played down the onside. There is no run.
So Crawley was caught by Pope at slip off the bowling of Tom Laws for 34. Kent 83 for 6, still 1 run behind Surrey. So
it's like another win for Surrey then, Nick.
It is. They're on the charge, aren't they?
And Tom Laws, a fine young cricketer, I think that's his 4th wicket of the innings.
4 for 3 he's got at the moment.
There we go. In comes Carvelos. Over the wicket, bowls. Labuschagne to a ball of good length, pushes forward, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Northants, who are miles behind Hampshire, 56 all-out first innings, 52 for 2 in their second innings, so they've only added a couple of runs in the opening 20 minutes or so.
Carvelos Turns he's running down the hill here at Hove from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Labuschagne, wide of the off stump, and Labuschagne has nothing to do with that. Lets the ball go through to Ollie Carter, takes the ball in front of Tom Alsop at first slip, and there is no run.
At Lords, Middlesex are 92 for 1 in their second innings, but that's still 137 behind Somerset. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire moved on to 334 for 5, 36 ahead of Essex on first innings, with Montgomery 132 not out.
Carvelos in again bowls, and Labuschagne drives firmly to mid-off again. Well pitched up, and another maiden over from Ari Carvelos. Sussex are bowling very tightly here. 11 overs, 4 maidens, no hit for 23 for Ari Carvelos. Glamorgan 123 for 1 with Al Hassan on 43. Labuschagne is on 17. That's the end of the over. We're going to see some more Jack Carson.
At Bristol in Division 2, Gloucestershire are 292 for 9. That's still 153 runs behind Durham, so follow-on issue there, and possible. But Gloucestershire have been resisting with a little last wicket stand, or a decent last wicket stand between Shaw and Singh-Dale, who've already added 55, so they may well avoid the follow-on there.
He's a good cricketer, Ajit Singh-Dale. He really is. Bowled very well at Bristol a couple of weeks ago.
Carson bowls to Al Hassan, who is forward defending. And at New Roads, Worcester, low-scoring match. Leicestershire 180 all out in their second innings. Worcestershire set 271 to win, a 36 for 2. 2 early wickets there to Davey. Josh Davey of Leicestershire. As that is an attempted sweep. There's a big appeal for a caught at the wicket. Everyone's celebrating, and Al Hassan eventually has to go. Well, Al Hassan playing attacking shot, and
did he stump him, Nick?
Was that just stumping?
Were the umpires picking up?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, you're right.
Well,
umpires whipped the umpires putting bails back on. It was an appeal from the keeper, I thought initially, with a flurry of activity. Oh, that is a fine stumping from Ollie Carter, and no wonder Jack Carson is celebrating. Al Hassan learns a salutary lesson. Just raising his back heel must have been absolutely on the crease, because he didn't appear to drag forward. So an excellent piece of work from Ollie Carter. And Zain Al Hassan goes stumped off the bowling of Carson. 123 for 2 now.
Well, beginning of the season, Paul Farbrace, the Sussex coach, had said he wasn't too sure who was going to keep wicket. It was either going to be Ollie Carter or Charlie Tier, who's a good young wicket keeper who's around Sussex. He used to go to Seaford College and work there under Chris Adams. But Ollie Carter got the nod. He certainly made runs, Carter. His keeping has been under some scrutiny, there's no question about that. But that will do his confidence a world of good.
That was a fabulous piece of keeping, because, as I say, the batter didn't come down the wicket at all, just played the attempted slog sweep shot. His back foot must have been absolutely on the whitewash, and just the heel raised, and Carter saw his opportunity and pounced. And thank you for spotting the bails off, because
I didn't see. I actually didn't see the umpire raise his finger. It's just only when he wandered in, and I thought, I wonder if the bails have blown off. But clearly not.
Worcestershire now 3 down, with a third for Davey for Leicestershire. I didn't realise he was there. Must be on loan.
I think he's gone on loan from
Somerset.
From Somerset, yeah.
So, Sam Northeast comes to the wicket, and Carson bowls. Big appeal, first ball.
It's given.
And it's given. Northeast goes first ball. Carson is on a hat-trick. Glamorgan on the slide, 123 for 3. Well, what drama here at Hove. And it's the young Northern Irish spinner Jack Carson who has Sussex on the front foot and potentially heading towards an innings victory here, with Al Hassan and the experienced Northeast going in successive deliveries. Bit of turn striking northeast around about the knee. Northeast retreating towards square leg, but then trudged off in resigned fashion. Carson has 2 in 2.
Well, it was, he took his time to make up his mind, umpire Whitewood, didn't he? But he took his time. And I thought for a moment that there wasn't going to be, just seeing the replay, he took his time, and Jack Carson is imploring the umpire to give him out. Interesting, yes, actually, last night we spoke to James Coles, who made that very good 100 for Sussex yesterday, and he was saying that he felt that Jack Carson could play a key role today on this third day with a bit of wear in the pitch. But Sussex will be delighted to have picked up a couple of wickets in the first half hour, as out comes the Glamorgan skipper for this game, Kieran Carlson.
Zainul Hassan batted for 112 balls and hit 6 fours, innings of 22 and 43, which could well retain him his place for that trip to Durham. Whether Lloyd or Ul Hassan drops down the order at all remains to be seen.
Well, I think he's batted really well in this game.
And until that moment, he's looked like an opening bat, hasn't he? But he just got a little bit bogged down, I think, this morning, and probably got a little bit worried about it. Thought, where's my next run coming from? And went for the big shot against Carson. So here's Carson to Carlson. Would you like to take the hat-trick ball?
Well, that's very kind of you, Nick. Sussex with men gathered around the back, so there's a slip, a leg slip, a short leg. There's Jack Carson, who's picked up both wickets this morning, as Nick was saying. Comes into bowl to Kieran Carlson. That's a bit of a tongue twister, isn't it? Carson to Carlson. He's in bowls, and the hat-trick is avoided. Played out into the offside by Kieran Carlson. And a good round of applause here at home as the hat-trick is averted. Thank you, Nick.
So a real mountain to climb for Glamorgan now. Still 335 in arrears as Carlson steps back and cuts into the point area. They'll take 1 and they'll come back for a second as it's fielded by Coles, who had to make about 30 metres back from the inner circle of fielders, as it were. Not that there is a circle marked for these championship games, but it's always a useful point of reference, even if it's not actually there, if you see what I mean. 125 for 3. There's a slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg as Carlson watches that off the pitch, defends it down into the slip. So breakthrough over, double breakthrough over for Jack Carson, with the first wickets for Sussex with spin off this match. Carson didn't get to bowl in the first innings, so quickly did Sussex shoot Glamorgan out. But the youngster Ul Hassan and the experienced northeast going in successive deliveries to leave Glamorgan staring down the barrel as Labuschagne, as the crowd applauds Carson. Labuschagne having a mid-wicket meeting with his young acting captain, Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, Jack Carlson runs down to the boundary, signing an autograph for a young fan, just down to our left-hand side. Now, the battle will recommence, because the round of applause around the ground is because Ollie Robinson is coming back into the Sussex attack. He hasn't bowled this morning, and Marnus Labuschagne is going to be taking strike to Ollie Robinson. We're having a change in the commentary box. Nick is handing over to Beth Harvey, who's making her commentary debut. So we'll introduce Beth in just a couple of moments at a time, but this could be fascinating. Robinson down the hill to Marnus Labuschagne. He bowls, and Labuschagne lets one go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Beth, who is a Sussex women's cricketer, and Beth, a very warm welcome to the commentary box. Great to see you.
Thank you, Adrian. Pleasure to be here.
And the ground looks fantastic, doesn't it?
I mean, you couldn't have picked a better day for it. It's not a cloud in the sky.
Absolutely. We've got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex as well, so it's all go, but we will natter away to Beth throughout the morning. There are 3 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg, as in comes Robinson. Down the hill from the Cromwell Road, and bowls to Labuschagne. He very nearly breaches Labuschagne's defences, who managed to squirt the ball down to fine leg. They're coming back for a second, or needs to get a move on, but good running by Marnus Labuschagne, who put Jack Carson under a little bit of pressure down here at fine leg. The throw came in and Labuschagne was back very quickly for the second run. He goes to 19 and Glamorgan to 127 for 3. Robinson walks up to the far end of the ground. There are temporary seats at the far end of the ground with 5 grandstands up for the T20 Blast, which gets underway next Friday. In comes Robinson, running him down the hill and bowls, and Labuschagne flicks this nicely away through square leg. He's going to pick up a boundary here, Marnus Labuschagne. That's a nice shot as the ball trickles over the boundary. Clearly we're not going to an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, so hopefully they'll cut the music in our ears in a couple of moments' time, and Glamorgan go to 131 for 3. Nice shot by Labuschagne.
Beautiful, yeah. Just flicked off his legs to the leg side.
Now that's prompted possibly a change in the field. Ollie Robinson chatting away with Cheteshwar Pujara. Now what have they done here? They've moved the field slightly, so one of the slips has come out. We've got an orthodox mid-wicket and now a deep square leg as Ollie Robinson coming down the hill to bowl to Marnus Labuschagne. He's in and bowls, and Labuschagne lets that go. That was a good leave and a bit of a howl from the slip cordon as the ball passed by the off stump taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Now, Beth, I've got an apology to make to you because you turned up this morning. We hadn't met before, and as you came into the commentary box, you had sort of like an orange bib on, like you see guys on the motorway wearing those sort of health and safety bibs. And you came in and you looked at us, and I thought, you look like the car park attendant. I thought perhaps we parked our car in the wrong place or something. And then you introduced yourself. So apologies for that. In comes Robinson and bowls wide of the off-stump, bowl wide. Labuschagne lets that go through to Ollie Carter. And there is no run. So they gave you that orange bib. That wasn't yours. They gave that to you.
Yeah, I rocked up and I thought I was going to get a proper official pass and I was going to be swanning around like a superstar, but they gave me a big orange bib and said, be on your way, and then kind of got sent in here.
Be gone with you.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, you're here, which is the main thing, and it's great to see you. And this is absorbing stuff with Ollie Robinson looking for his second wicket of the innings. Has already taken 5 in the match. He's on his way down the hill and bowls to Marnus Labuschagne, who's forward, plays down to mid-on. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 131 for 3. Labuschagne on 23. Carlson is on 2. So just tell us all about yourself, Beth, about your journey to cricket and your journey into Sussex cricket.
Yeah, so I grew up playing cricket. My dad's an absolute badger. I think he's probably having a little listen today as well. So I kind of grew up playing in the garden, running around the boundary at his games, and I've been playing for Sussex now for 10 years. So I started in the under 15s and through to the first team now, so I'm still kind of plugging away when I get a chance.
Well, Jack Carson is going to be bowling the next over, having picked up 2 wickets in the previous over. He's coming running in for the C end of the ground. I promise you we'll get rid of that music in our ears shortly. I think it's Alexander O'Neill we can hear, who's singing at the moment. But hopefully that'll disappear. Hopefully that music will disappear and we'll get Jack Carson, who comes in and bowls and played onto the leg side by Kieran Carlson, fielded a short leg. And there is no runs. There's a slip, a short leg and a leg slip. Backward square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, and a deep backward square. So it's a 6-3 field with 6 men on the leg side. As in comes Carlson and bowls, and played very carefully by Kieran Carlson out to deep mid-wicket, fielded there. In the outfield by, who's that all the way out there? Finn Hudson-Prentice. Total goes to 132 for 3.
In the county championship.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Chris. A couple of wickets already this morning here for Sussex, and both of them taken by the off-spinner of Jack Carson. First of all, having Zaid Al Hassan smartly stumped by Ollie Carter for 43. Then the very next ball, Sam Northeast LBW without scoring. So Glamorgan in real trouble here. The magic number for them, they need to get to 358 if they're going to make Sussex bat again in this game. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey on course for another victory in the county championship. Championship. Kent already lost a couple of wickets this morning, including that of Zach Crawley. They're 107 for 6. They lead Surrey, but only by 23 runs.
A chance for you to
Carson? Oh, that's good. We haven't got the sound in our ears now, Beth, so we can chat away properly.
Lovely.
A slip and a short leg for Marnus Labuschagne, who takes strike to Carson, who is in, and then all of a sudden they're changing the field. There's a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm, which is pretty irritating really for the area just above us. Now they've sorted it out. We're here in the media centre looking wicket to wicket here as in comes Carson, bowls, and Labuschagne plays it onto the onside, just back of square, fielded by Ari Carvelos, and there is no run. So Jack Carson with a couple of wickets this morning. Didn't quite get his line of length right last night, but he's certainly right on the money this morning. And you can hear the breeze here. It's quite a windy day on the south coast. It's a beautiful day with wall-to-wall sunshine. Now more people moving above us. And Tom Haynes, you've probably heard, fielding at mid-on, is saying, can you please sit down, to people behind the bowler's arm. Labuschagne looked really frustrated. He sort of wandered away from the crease and back again. Now hopefully everybody is sitting down as in comes Carson, bowls and short and pulled away by Marnus Labuschagne, and well fielded. That was a ball that probably deserved to be hit before, but a good bit of fielding by Ari Carvelos at backward square leg, and there is no run. End of the over. 132 for 3. Labuschagne on 23. Carlson is on 3. So where did your love for cricket come from, Beth? And when was the first time you thought, yeah, I quite fancy playing this?
Yeah, I think it was in the garden. So I think I was just trying. I've got a big brother, and my dad was playing with him, and I was just trying to be involved, I think, and feeling a little bit left out. But started playing down at Bexhill when I was about 10 or 11. I think my third game of hardball cricket was a men's match that my dad roped me into when I was about 10.
Was that the noise? Is that because they didn't have enough? Because I've played in village cricket often. You didn't have enough players. You say, right, someone's got to play. Is that how it happened? Or?
Yeah, I think it was Bexhill 4, was a little bit short, and my dad said, you stick the whites on, you're playing.
In comes Ollie Robinson, running down the hill, comes into bowl to Kieran Carlson, and Carlson, the ball that kept very low outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So that was your introduction.
Yeah, in at the deep end, but yeah, absolutely loved it ever since.
And how easy was the journey through with Sussex cricket and girls cricket and teams, and able to get in a team and opposition and all that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think I trialled a couple of years before I actually got in. It was quite hard to break in, but when I was about 15, I think I got a bit lankier and got a bit more bounce maybe. Managed to get in the team. In comes Robinson.
Over the wicket bowls, and Carlson is forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, and we had a very strong age group. We were at the national finals 3 years in a row. So yeah, it was great fun, and nice to play a bit of girls cricket. Actually, the first girls cricket I played was with Sussex, so lots of fun. Yeah.
And as a county, it's a county that's got a great reputation for bringing talent through and nurturing talent as well. Do you think that made it a little easier, Beth?
Definitely. There's definitely some big role models in the Sussex setup.
You can tell us about some of those in a minute. In comes Ollie Robinson over the wicket bowls. And forward comes Carlson. I just hesitated because I thought he'd nick that into the slip cordon, but there is no run. Just talk about some of those role models and the way that they integrate into Sussex cricket, Beth.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some fantastic players, people like Sarah Taylor, who's one of the best players in the world. And when I was growing up, they were definitely, knowing that those names had come through the same setup as me was definitely inspiring. As well as people like Claire Connor, who's now on the administrative side of the game as well. Robinson.
Down the hill on a lovely sunny morning. Bowls to Kieran Carlson. He beats him all ends up outside of the off stump. Ollie Robinson is just getting into a nice rhythm here, Beth, down the hill.
Yeah, he's looking very good.
Were those people always approachable? So if you went to a Sarah Taylor, for example, said, oh, hi, Sarah, or introduced yourself or wanted some advice, how forthcoming was advice and trying to encourage you more and more into the game?
Yeah, there's definitely a big sense of community. In women's cricket in general, I think it's very good at that, and those superstars are very approachable just in the day-to-day, and for younger players, they love to to inspire them.
In comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and Carlson flicks this to mid-wicket. He took that off stump. It was a slightly risky shot to play, and Robinson for a moment thought that he'd breached the defences of Kieran Carlson, who remains on 3. Glamorgan 132 for 3 here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Wales, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Beth Harvey, who plays cricket for Sussex. We'll hear all about Sussex, who had a really good weekend last weekend here at Hove. We'll hear more about that from Beth in a moment. But here comes Ollie Robinson. Down the slope, he's in bowls, and Carlson defends out into the offside. There is no run. He's got the ball on a piece of string here, Ollie Robinson, this morning. I think pretty much every delivery that over, Kieran Carlson had to play. I don't think he's bowling flat out by any manner of means, Ollie Robinson, but he's putting the ball there or thereabouts on middle and off. Carlson is having to play. It's a maiden over, 11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 26. Glamorgan 132 for 3. The magic number for them, 358, a long, long way away. Before they're going to make Sussex bat again.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson looks excellent. He's moving it off the seam and he's causing all sorts of trouble.
He is. He puts his cap on and wanders away to his fielding position. Now, last Sunday down here, just tell us about what happened here last Sunday.
So last Sunday was the finals day for the Vitality Regional County T20s for the women. So we had a couple of semis and then the final.
Comes Jack Carson over the wicket, bowls, and Labuschagne just prods out into the offside, and Ollie Carter runs from behind the stumps to field, and there is no run. Just tell us about that in a minute. But Ollie Robinson is just standing with his hands on his knees, doing some sort of bending and stretching exercises. I don't think he's bowling anything like flat out this morning. He just looks a little stiff, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks like he's trying to stretch something out, or he's kind of moving a bit gingerly around the field.
He does, doesn't he? We don't want to be alarmist in any way.
Yeah.
But he doesn't seem to be moving that freely. As Carlson is in bowls to Labuschagne, keeps a little low, played out into the onside, fielded by Pujara, no run. So sorry, coming back to last Sunday.
Yeah, so we played Berkshire in our semi-final, and Hampshire won their semi-final against Buckinghamshire, so it was an El Clasico final, and we managed to come out on top. So it was a great day out. Fantastic.
In comes Carlson, bowls, forward comes Labuschagne, fields, plays to short leg, no run. That was 20 overs.
Yes, yeah, and we had the Sea Mist made an appearance as well.
I did hear about that.
Very dramatic.
You're right. So we often get these sea frets down on the Seiko, sea mist, whatever you want to call them. And I did hear that the game was sort of finished in a bit of a fog. As in comes Carlson, bowls, Labuschagne forward, plays out into the offside, no run.
Yeah, you kind of turn around and mid-off's disappeared, and you don't know if they're still there.
Really?
With the I360, which if you haven't been to Hove, is a big towering building on the Brighton seafront that you can see clear as day. We couldn't see the I360 at all. The visibility was that bad.
Wow.
So, yeah, very interesting. I've never seen it before.
Carlson, just the one slip and a short leg, comes into bowl to Marnus Labuschagne. He's in and bowls. Labuschagne drives handsomely. That's a quality shot. Beautifully played. Jack Carlson just giving that a little bit of air, and Marnus Labuschagne wasn't going to miss out. He drove what he made into a half volley, drilled it through extra cover. Beautiful shot, Beth.
Yeah, lovely. I think he fancies a little bit of Carson here. I think he wants to get on top of him.
Beautifully played, and we watched Cheteshwar Pujara a lot here, Beth, and Steve Smith the last few weeks, and the quality players, when the loose ball comes or they make it into a loose ball, they make it count, and that's exactly what Marnus Labuschagne did there. He goes to 27. Jack Carlson in again, bowls, and that comes a little low, and Labuschagne has to dig that one out, plays it to backward point, and there is no run. End of the over, 136 for 3. Kieran Carlson is on 3, Marnus Labuschagne is on 27. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales, 5 Sports Extra, every ball of every game, every county plays throughout the summer here on the BBC. Delighted to be joined by Beth Harvey today. If you want to get in touch and join our conversation, maybe a question for Beth, you can email us sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. It'd be lovely to hear from you. Whatever you're doing, whether you're maybe in the car, going away for the weekend, sitting in the back garden, maybe making the teas for cricket, Beth? Who
Yeah,
knows?
maybe.
Did you get rowed into that? I mean, your dad was playing. Did he ever say, come on, we need a hand? Or
I've only ever done teas at university, and I think we only got about £25 to do them, so I can't imagine they were very good quality.
Ollie Robinson is on his way down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Kieran Carlson, who plays out into the offside, fielded by Cheteshwar Pujara, and there is no run. So university, tell us all about that, where you went and what you studied.
So I went to the University of Sussex, and I studied psychology.
Right.
Sussex don't have a women's team at the university, so I was in with the boys.
Were
But
you?
that was good fun. I was the second team captain in my third year. So bossing the boys around.
Brilliant.
All a bit of fun.
Robinson wheels around at the far end of the ground. For those of you who don't know Hove, why should you know Hove? It's a cricket ground that slopes from the top end of the Cromwell Road end down to the sea. Robinson bowling down the hill, bowls to Kieran Carlson, plays it down to mid-on, and there is no run. Without being disparaging in any way, because I've got daughters who played rugby, and for a while I found that the boys would maybe take it easy, but actually after a while they decided they wanted to get stuck in. Is it the same with cricket?
I think you get a bit of both, actually. You get sometimes people, they try and be nice to you and they say, I'm going to bowl slowly at you, and that's quite nice. And sometimes it goes the other way and they think, oh, I'm going to hit the girl for a big six.
Here comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Carlson, plays into the onside, and there is no run. Fielded there by, who's that who comes trotting in? Finn Hudson-Prentice, and there is no run. What was that like, university cricket? Was it competitive?
Yeah, so at Sussex we had 2 teams and a third team that would play some kind of friendlies. Most of our games were kind of in London, so you're getting the train up with all your bags, and it's a bit of a logistical challenge. But no, it was great fun and great community. Made some very good friends there.
Did other girls play in the team as well, or were you the only one?
There was 2 other girls that played with me there.
In comes Robinson, bowls short. Carlson looks to pull that away on the leg side. He top-edged it through to Ollie Carter, the wicket-keeper, but he didn't get a nick on that, and there is no run.
Yeah, did well to get out of the way of that one, actually. So I played with Anna Squire, who plays down at Devon still, and Emma Edwards. So, yeah, a couple more girls in the team, because there was, of course, no women's team.
Yeah,
so
absolutely, yeah.
For those girls who wanted to play cricket, it was kind of the only option.
Ollie Robinson turns. Cheteshwar Pujara is just making a signal down. I don't know if there's a change in the field, but we're retaining the field as it is for the time being. 4 slip to go down. Ollie Robinson comes racing and bowls another short delivery, which Carlson ducks underneath. The ball goes through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Just tell us here, Beth, because you bowl, when you're bowling down the hill here at Hove, what challenges does that bring?
Well, I actually prefer bowling down the hill.
Right, that's interesting.
I find I can get in a better position on the crease, actually. But I mean, with all these grounds, I think there's a bit of camber that you've got to allow for.
Because there are bowlers who come and play at Hove for the first time who say they find it quite difficult. I'll just break off because there's a change in the field. I thought that Pujara was considering something, and he's moved 4th slip, who is Alior, is now into short leg, so he's just getting his headgear sorted out. So now 3 slips and a short leg, as in comes Kieran Carlson. He comes Ollie Robinson to bowl to Carlson, who's forward, plays out into the offside. It's another maiden over from Ollie Robinson, who's now got the figures of 12 overs, 6 maidens. He's taken 1 for 26. 136 for 3 are Glamorgan. Marnus Labuschagne is on 27. Kieran Carlson is on 3. Beth Harvey is the voice you can hear next to me. Sussex women's cricketer. We're talking about her cricketing days at university. Now her cricketing days bowling here at Hove, and the difficulties or otherwise that maybe the slope on the ground here presents.
Yeah, I find it tough up the hill. I'm an easygoing, down the hill, kind of lazy bowler, I think. Yeah, that's me.
So do you sort of say to the skipper, I'll take the new ball and I'll bowl down the hill, is what you say?
Well, I bowl gentle little offies,
Okay.
so I'm all right.
Okay. Jack Carson is going to come in up the hill. So Jack Carson, who also bowls off breaks, is coming up the hill as opposed to down. There's a slip and a short leg as in comes Carson and bowls, and forward comes Marnus. Labuschagne plays to backward point, and there is no run. So a slip and a short leg, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a square leg and a deep mid-wicket. Ollie Robinson standing with hands on hips. I'm just keeping a bit of an eye on Ollie because he just looked to be moving a little stiffly in the field this morning, but he's still out there, so I'm assuming that everything is okay. Fingers crossed. In comes Carson and bowls and played down the offside by Marnus Labuschagne, who's been very watchful here this morning. Beth 27 of 76 deliveries. He's certainly setting his stall out to play a big long innings here.
Yeah, he's shown a little bit of intent against the off spinner, but for the most part he stayed pretty quiet.
Carson, and he's quite breezy. You can see the wind rustling the players' trousers as Carson's in bowls, and Labuschagne turns that onto the onside, fielded by Tom Alsop, who's very close in there at short leg. Carson wanders back to his mark. He's clearing the ball on his shirt. He's got number 16 on his back, and he's already got a couple of wickets this morning. Figures of 2 for 45, Jack Carson. He's in again, bowls and driven by Labuschagne into the offside, but straight to James Coles. It fields at cover, and there is no run. He's just building a bit of pressure here, Jack Carson. I just noticed there, Labuschagne, after he played that shot, he was annoyed with himself and repeated the shot as he wanted to do. So pressure is building here on the Australian. He just waits, adjusts his pads. You can hear the wind actually in our effects microphone. Quite a breezy day along the coast. In comes Carson, a couple of steps down the wicket for Marnus Labuschagne. Plays to mid-wicket and there is no run. What do you make of that, Beth? These clever bowling by Jack Carson.
Yeah, he's doing well here. I think, Labuschagne's a world-class player, obviously, so to keep him quiet, I think he's doing pretty well, and I think Labuschagne maybe, as you say, getting a little bit frustrated.
Mid-on and mid-off are up, so he could come down the wicket and hit the ball over the top as in comes Carson bowls, driven into the offside. Again, he misses out Marnus. Labuschagne picks up James Coles in the covers. It's another maiden over, and Sussex are building the pressure here this morning. 136 for 3 are Glamorgan. Labuschagne is on 27. Kieran Carlson is on 3. And Glamorgan, who began the day on 118 for 1, have only added 18 runs this morning. Elsewhere around the country, just to bring you right up to date with other games, Northamptonshire faring slightly better in their second innings down the, well, not down the road, but along the coast at Southampton, are 77 for 2, but still trailing Hampshire by 234. Middlesex 102 for 2, still trailing Somerset by 127. Middlesex in their second innings. At Trentbridge, Nottinghamshire 355 for 6, leading Essex by 57. Kent are tumbling, it would seem, to defeat at the Oval. They're 127 for 7. They do lead Surrey by 43, but you wouldn't have thought that's anything like enough as Ollie Robinson begins another over, running down from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Kieran Carson, who's forward solidly, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. In the second division, Durham have not enforced the follow-on against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire bowled out for 292. Durham batting again are 15 without loss, the leaders of the second division. And down at New Road, Worcestershire now 56 for 3 in their second innings, needing another 215 to beat Leicestershire in the final innings of that match. Here at Hove on a glorious sunny day with a few cotton wool clouds over the South Downs away in the distance. The ground bathed in sunshine, and Robinson is in. Over the wicket, bowls, lovely delivery, and Kieran Carlson was beaten outside the off stump. He just moved away at the last minute, Beth.
Yeah, he did well not to nick that, actually. I thought that might be it for him.
Cracking delivery from Robinson. There are 3 slips waiting in case he does get an edge. Tom Alsop, Steve Smith and James Coles in there. Backward point is Finn Hudson-Prentice. Cheteshwar Pujara is at extra cover. Now, Pujara is considering another field change here, and the change is going to be that the point fielder is going to go into 4th slip. So Tom Haynes going into 4th slip, Pujara coming to point, the mid-on has come across to extra cover. So 4 slips in position as Robinson is in again, bowls to Kieran Carlson, who plays down the ground to mid-on, and Hudson-Prentice runs across from mid-on to field. And there is no run. Good, tight, competitive county cricket here. Robinson makes his way back to his mark. Why do you think that is, Beth? Why has he just decided to bring that fourth slip in? Do you think it was that previous delivery, perhaps?
I think it might have been. He played and missed outside off, and that looked a dangerous ball, so you definitely want to take your chance if it comes.
Haynes up fourth as Robinson is in down the hill. In and bowls. And Carlson plays it into the slip corner and the chance goes down. It was a sharp chance, but it's a chance nonetheless. It's gone low to James Coles, down by his right boot. He gets a consoling pat on the back from Steve Smith, but that was definitely a chance. It went very quickly, Beth.
It did go very quickly, and where we're sitting here, wicket to wicket, I don't think you realise actually how little time they have to react to that. It was very low, just in front of his right boot, I think.
Kieran Carlson is put down on 3 with the total on 136 for 3. Ollie Robinson just turned on his heels and wandered back to his mark. He's in again, bowls to Kieran Carlson. Oh, it's right up in the block hole. He beats Carlson again, all ends up. Very nearly took his off stump out as well. It did keep that. Now, Kieran Carlson is not happy. I think there's more movement behind the bowler's arm. And he's just looking up to that stand. There's some temporary seating. The temporary seats aren't normally here at Hove, but they built up for the T20, which gets underway here on Friday with the game against Somerset. Normally, at that end of the ground, there would just be deck chairs, but clearly there's some movement in that stand, which is distracting Kieran Carlson, who's the Glamorgan skipper. In comes Robinson, bowls, and Carlson in behind that, plays it out to the offside. They take a slightly chancy single, but Carvelos comes quickly in from mid-off. He can't prevent the single, and Ollie Robinson concedes a run. He's bowled 13 overs, 6 maidens, has taken 1 for 37. Glamorgan are 137 for 3. Kieran Carlson is on 4. Marnus Labuschagne is on 27. And a healthy round of applause for Ollie Robinson, who might on another day have picked up a wicket in that over.
Yeah, it looks like there were a couple of chances there, and he's definitely looking dangerous.
Is Ollie Robinson. He's bowled a little spurts in this game. He's bowled a 6 over. In the first innings, he bowled it when he took 4 for 29. He bowled a 6 over spell, then a 4 over spell, then a 2 over spell. And in this innings, he bowled 4 or 5 overs, then he's taken a breather. He's bowled in this spell 4 overs. So I just wonder whether might see a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end of the ground here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Wales and BBC Sussex, as in comes Jack Carson bowls. That's a lovely looking shot by Marnus, by Kieran Carlson actually, I apologise, down towards third man. Just leant back and cut the ball away with soft hands down to third man and picks up 3 runs as he comes back. It's a difficult shot to play, Beth, he played that really nicely. Especially
with the off-spinner bringing the ball into him. It's, definitely not easy.
And a slightly risky shot?
I would say so, yeah. I think we're not seeing a huge amount of turn, but I think from the off-spinner it's not easy.
And against the spin, now there's a change in the field. There is still the slip. There's a short leg, but 3 men now saving 1 on the offside. There's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, a short leg and a deep mid-wicket. As in comes Jack Carson, bowls to Marnus Labuschagne, who is trying to use his feet here. I think, and you must find this a lot when you're bowling, do you find, what's the tactic here when you get someone like Labuschagne who's thinking, right, I'm going to track you here? What are you thinking as a bowler?
Well, I'm thinking try and mix it up as much as I can so they can't get comfortable. Maybe fizz one down outside off stump, let them know I'm thinking about it.
Here comes Carlson and bowls, and this time Labuschagne is very correctly forward, bat and pad closely together, plays it down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And with the mid-on and the mid-off up the encouragement is there for Labuschagne if he wants to hit the ball over the top.
Carson's saying, have a go.
Yeah. Do you like doing that?
Yeah. I love having mid-on, mid-off up.
In comes Carson, bowls, and Labuschagne again uses his feet, but plays the ball to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's looking like he's getting a little bit tied up here. A few dots in a row against Carson, and he looks like he's just trying to make something happen, but it's not quite happening yet.
Carson again. I'm with you completely in terms of mid-on and mid-off not being on the boundary rope. In comes Carson Bowles. Labuschagne is forward, plays down the onside. And there is no run. A lot of the cricket that you play will be limited overs cricket, so I guess you're under a little bit more pressure. But would that be right, Beth, to get your fielders back on the rope?
Yeah, I think especially in T20, it's kind of an expectation as an offie that you're going to have long on at least, if not long off as well.
Carson in again, bowls and played into the offside by Marnus Labuschagne. It's a really good contest between Jack Carson and Marnus Labuschagne. Carson will be relishing this. You're bowling to one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, it's always a nice challenge when you're playing against a really excellent batter. So for him to be bowling maidens, and it seems like at the moment he's on top of that batter, it must be a great feeling. 140
for 3 are Glamorgan. Marnus Labuschagne is on 27. He's faced 85 balls. You can say he's really setting out his stall. Kieran Carlson is on 7. Glamorgan have lost 2 wickets here this morning, both to Jack Carson. Zain Al Hassan was smartly stumped by Ollie Carter for 43, and the very next ball, Sam Northeast LBW. 2 wickets in 2 balls, no wickets since then, but it's Ollie Robinson who's coming in to bowl the next over from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, bowling down the slope, bowls to Kieran Carlson, who plays into the offside, and there is no run.
Solidly behind that one, actually.
He was, wasn't he? And when you're bowling your offies, particularly in T20, how frequent is it that you open the bowling, Beth, or does that not happen too much?
It happens on occasion, actually.
I like it. I wonder if it surprises the batter.
Yeah, and I think I'll tend to bowl it a bit flatter if I'm bowling in the power play. You don't want to chuck it up too much, not taking the pin out, but might try and fizz it through as much as I can.
Say that again, not taking the pin out.
Not taking the pin out, no grenades, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. In comes Robinson, 5 slips in place now. Bright sunshine, Robinson down the hill, bowls across, who drives firmly through the covers. Pujara's in hot pursuit. He didn't get all of that, did Kieran Carlson, but I think it's going to run away for 4 runs through extra cover. He's got his 5 slips in place. He's pitching the ball, Ollie Robinson, pitching it up. And I guess when you're driven through the covers in that sort of situation, you think, well, okay, at least...
have another go, why don't you?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
I think he just towed that one a little bit. It didn't look like he timed it very well.
No, and it sounded horrible as well.
Yeah, it did.
It didn't sound as if it come right at the meat of the bat. Robinson, back to his mark. Just the one man in front of square on the offside, who is Cheteshwar Pujara. Carlson goes to 11. Robinson in again bowls, and Carlson covers up, plays into the offside. And Pujara's been kept busy in that offside, but on this occasion, he does prevent the single. 144 for 3. Have a change around in the commentary box in a moment, and Nick Webb will be back with us from BBC Radio Wales. A very good morning wherever you're listening, whether you're in your car driving somewhere or sitting in the garden, wherever you're up to today. It'd be lovely to hear from you. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Lots of club cricketers will be very excited today. We've had such awful weather that people would just be glad to get the pads on and get down to the club and meet their friends. We've got a break in play. You aren't missing anything because the umpires are looking at the ball, not for the first time in that match. And there will be excitement around, Beth. People would just be glad to get a nice sunny Saturday and get some cricket played.
Definitely. I've played on a couple of very soft wickets this year. I've also played a game where it rained from beginning to end.
That is horrible.
Which is pretty miserable, yeah. So I think the sun's out.
What game was that?
That was up at Great Totham, which is the club I've joined for this year. In Essex. Right.
And we'll explain that in a minute as in comes Ollie Robinson over the wicket. They didn't change the ball, by the way, and Carlson plays the ball to mid-on. They think about a single, but it isn't there. And that's because, you're a Sussex girl, you lived in Brighton, you're now living up in London, so it's easier to play a bit of cricket in that neck of the woods.
Yes, yeah, I'm living in East London, so it's actually a quick half-an-hour train journey over for a home game.
Tell us a bit about Great Totham Cricket Club.
So actually the president of my university cricket society is from over that way, and he plays there.
Right.
One of my good friends. So went over and joined him and the boys, and they've all been absolutely lovely. So I'm looking forward to getting into the season with them.
In comes Ollie Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and Carlson plays rather uncertainly past the fielder at short leg, who's Alior, and picks up a single. He's battling away here, is the Glamorgan skipper, and Ollie Robinson stands and sort of ruefully with his hand on his chin as if to say, how on earth did that ball end up there? Nonetheless, Carlson picks up a single. He goes to 12, 145 for 3. So everybody at Great Tottenham Cricket Club, if you're playing today, indeed wherever you're playing today around the country on a lovely sunny day, hope you have a terrific game. Rosalind was in touch from Staines and Leyland Cricket Club. She was was involved with the teas and saying how difficult it is to get people to do teas these days. And Nick was saying about at his club, people bring their own tea still, which is very much a COVID thing. Another change in the field. The 4 slip has now come to a very straight mid-wicket as Robinson pounds in again and bowls to Marnus Labuschagne, a ball that would have knocked out the off-stump of Labuschagne had he not played it. He did play it, played it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It is the end of the over, 145 for 3. Marnus Labuschagne is on 27. Kieran Carlson is on 12. We're going to do some changing around of headphones here, so you won't hear anything for a minute, but for the sound of Hove, and I'm going to leave you with Beth Harvey and with Nick Webb.
Thank you very much indeed, Adrian. I think we'll just change you to Bethan for the next half hour, shall we?
Yeah, get the Welsh roots out.
Get the Welsh roots out, indeed. Where's the Welsh part of your family from?
My dad was born in Cwmbran. My grandma's from Bridgend and my granddad's from Penarth. So we've got some strong Welsh roots.
Good stuff. I have fond memories of Cwmbran and the grounds I passed my driving test there. It was in the days, believe it or not, when you had half-day closing in mid-week, and I managed to get my driving test on a Wednesday afternoon when the shops weren't open. It was the only way I was going to pass. 145 for 3 are Glamorgan, and still 213 runs in arrears. It's a horrible sort of figure, isn't it? As Carson bowls to Carlson, which is one of the more complicated bits of commentary on the circuit. First ball is defended back to the bowler. Carson 2 for 48, having bowled very tightly this morning in contrast to getting a bit of tap last night, as Carlson defends back to the bowler again, looking to get on the front foot and play on the offside. Carson working away on the ball. Got his shades. There's a rare chance where a cricketer can have his shades on and need them. See so many being worn when they're not needed. Next delivery, Carlson on the back foot defends back to the bowler. It's just a 2-man game at the moment, as the forward short leg and backward short leg lurk just in case something turns a little bit and pops up off bat and pad. Slip in as well. Carson in. Carlson on the back foot tries to force, but picks out mid-off. And there's no run. Someone else getting in the game for a change. 145 for 3. If you're just joining us, Glamorgan losing the wickets this morning of Ul Hassan for 43 and North East first ball, both to Carson, who's in to bowl, and Carlson gets a little bit tangled up, but manages to play it away on the offside, and there is no run. He's just enjoying a bit of fresh air from up top on the Sussex members' balcony. It's a magnificent view down the wicket for this particular strip. But woe betide anyone who stands up, even when the stewards got on the wrong side of Marnus. Little yell as Carlson defends the last ball of a maiden over. And the spinner really doing a fine job here at the moment, Beth.
Yeah, he's dotted him up lovely. I think, is that 3 maidens in a row, maybe? Oh no, we had a couple of runs from Carlson, but yeah, he's bowling a lot of dots and putting a lot of pressure on.
With this sort of deficit, difficult for Glamorgan to know whether to stick or twist, to go after the bowling and try and run down that deficit, or just try to survive and see what comes.
Yeah, these two seem to have steadied the ship a little bit. I think 2 wickets and 2 balls. There's probably some scrambling going on in the Glamorgan dressing room. So I think they're probably a little bit more relaxed now with these two.
Oh yes, in comes Robinson then, down the slope. 1 for 32 so far. He bowls to Labuschagne, who drives out into the covers. Intercepted by the skipper, Pujara, and there's no run. How much longer are we going to get of Robinson, do you think? Is he on his last over or 1 or 2 more?
Well, he did look like he was moving around quite gingerly in the field, and I thought he might be yanked off a little bit earlier than he was in the end, actually. But he's bowling very well, looking to challenge the outside edge.
Should have had the wicket of Carlson. Cole's just about in credit, though. He put down that catch at third slip, but on the back of 138. As Labuschagne plays bat and pad together out on the leg side, and there's no run. Not quite as manic between deliveries as Steve Smith, but still a lot of movement and fidgeting from Labuschagne. Little scratch of the crease. Doesn't have to worry about batting a little bit out of the crease, of course, against the quicker guys. That does cut down his reaction time, but likes to bat a little bit outside. As in comes Robinson towards us and bowls to Labuschagne, gets a thick inside edge down towards fine leg. He wasn't in control of that one, but he'll get a single for it. 146 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online and on 5 Sports Extra. Pleasure to have radio listeners with us for the first half of the day. Don't forget there is ball-by-ball commentary on the website and app of every county game, including this afternoon the Blast-Off, new event with a double header at Edgbaston, Derbyshire, having that as their home, in inverted commas, venue for one afternoon. Now there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips for Kieran Carlson on strike, with Robinson plus a short leg. As Robinson is into Carlson, who drives him through the covers. Pujara is off in pursuit, but on that short side of the ground he won't catch it, and Carlson moves up to 16 not out.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot, timed very nicely, just kind of leant on it through the covers. But I reckon Ollie Robinson thinks he's got Carson's number here. I think, you know, he's got 5 slips in, he's got short leg, and he's looking very attacking.
Yeah, it's certainly committing himself. Ollie Robinson and Pujara, only 3 fielders saving runs in effect. As Robinson is into Carlson, bowls a short ball that Carlson is able to duck underneath. Scoreboard seems to have missed that boundary. I think it's 150 for 3. On it goes, eventually. 150 for 3, Carlson on to 16. Labuschagne 28 not out, but low strike rate. He's faced 89 balls so far. Robinson to Carlson, who plays it out through mid-wicket or past mid-wicket, and there's a comfortable single. Oh, they thought Labuschagne wanted 2. There wasn't 2 there, as Cole's got his throw in on the turn, and Carlson was quite rightly not interested there, but Labuschagne is always interested in looking for a run. 151 for 3 then at the end of the over, with Labuschagne on 28 and Carlson on 17. And, well, Labuschagne's sort of been itching to get after the bowling, hasn't he? But hasn't quite committed himself.
Yeah, he's been moving around the crease a lot, especially to Carson, but hasn't managed to really get one away. So this is an interesting battle here.
It is Carlson on strike, who, not wishing to curse him, but is usually quite tidy against the spinners, Kieran Carlson. But he's got Field is virtually all round the bat. Leg slip has now gone into silly mid-off as Carlson comes down the pitch, uses his feet and answers in the best possible style to the pressure being put on him by straight driving through mid-on for 4. You heard the crash of the ball against the advertising hoardings in front of the media boxes. Tom Haynes could only go fetch.
Yeah, he's quite wide there at mid-on, is Tom Haynes. So he's played nicely through that gap.
Carlson to 21 as he's forward defensively, playing back to the bowler. 155 for 3 Glamorgan. The deficit is 203 runs as they look to battle through the second part of this morning session. Carlson turns one wide of short leg. I think I'd be a little insulted if I were Kieran Carlson. He's a fairly experienced county player despite his relatively young age. And to have only 3 players saving runs from Robinson's bowling. As Carlson bowls, Carlson drives to mid-off, no run. And the man threatening to throw at the stumps there was Ari Cavelas, the tall medium pace bowler. Just saw a little bit of him this morning, a little bit of Haynes before Robinson was brought on. And Carson has bowled at this sea end as he drives straight to Cavelas again. It's a fascinating battle, this.
Yeah, it's brilliant to watch, and as an off-spinner myself, I'd like to see the off-spinner doing well.
In comes Carson again, and that one is clipped straight at short leg. I think it was on the bounce, but it cannoned into Tom Alsop's pads there at short leg. Prevented any run being taken. 155 for 3 at the end of the over, and this is just such a testing combination, isn't it, of the quick and the spinner.
Yeah, and obviously Robinson, a world-class bowler, and Carson doing really well too, up the hill. They seem to be tying them down quite nicely.
Yeah, Carson been in and out of the team a little bit, but certainly a player that has performed well against Glamorgan in the past. As Robinson is going to have yet another over by the look of it. Big man running down the hill. Just the 3 slips for Labuschagne. And a shortish mid-wicket on the drive as a short ball goes down leg side, and Labuschagne just moves inside it and has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Yeah, slightly more defensive field against Labuschagne, which obviously he's a world-class batter, so it makes sense. But yeah, the 5 slips in last over against Carlson.
Yeah, just the 5 first-class wickets last season. I'm surprised to see for Carson, who didn't play that much. As Sussex got through a cast of thousands in the 4-day stuff. As Robinson bowls, keeps a little bit low. Labuschagne plays it well defensively out on the onside, and there is no run. Sussex bringing so many young players through, partly force of circumstance in the last couple of years, but once they get a settled side, it's really going to do the county good to have players in their early 20s with decent amounts of county experience behind them. Robinson to Labuschagne, who's forward defensively, playing it out on the offside, and there is no run. Well, from Smith's quite patient innings, partly on day 1, partly on day 2, and Labuschagne's patience today, there's absolutely no sign that the Australians are going to try and counter Bazball when they get to the Ashes series. They're just going to play traditional red ball cricket by the look of it. As Robinson bowls and Labuschagne flicks it off his legs, but a good tumbling stop at backward square by Ali, and there is no run. England warming up in inverted commas against Ireland, with all due respect to the Irish. It's expected to be a less demanding test than what follows. Australia, of course, goes straight into it against India in the World Test Championship final. As Labuschagne turns another one on the leg side off Robinson. He's run the first one hard with a view to a second, but it really isn't there as the throw comes in from fine leg. Have to settle for the single. 156 for 3. Last ball coming up of Robinson's over. If you want to get in touch with us on Twitter, at Adrian Harms, at NickWebb2017. Tweeted a picture earlier of the view from the balcony. Pete Fox says, bank that scene from the winter, for the winter, yes. Long winter months when they're shivering at other sporting grounds, rugby union in my case. Go on, Marnus, says Neil G. As Robinson is in to bowl through low outside off stump, and there is no run as Carlson leaves it. Finn McCool suggesting when those 2 wickets fell quickly that I might get back in time for a match this afternoon. I don't think so. Indeed, the South East Wales League match is about to start in around about 10 minutes' time. And best wishes to everyone involved. As Sussex have a little committee meeting. Wonder how long we're going to see Carson plying his stuff for.
Well, that's it. I think it might be the end of Robinson's spell. And I think Carson, he's bowled all morning so far, so I'm intrigued to see how much longer he goes on for.
Yes. The spinners, well, sometimes get the chance for very long sessions, but be remarkable if he were to stay on for the whole session at this stage of the game on day 3. It's usually day 4 where you get the marathon efforts from the spinners, as Glamorgan found here in a board draw last season as Sussex batted out the last day, and Salter and Patel whirled away virtually all day as Carson will come around the wicket to Labuschagne, who forces it through the offside, steps back and just spots the gap, really works it away, and didn't seem to put that much force into that one, but it's run down towards the pavilion side of the ground and run away for 4.
Kept the fielder interested most of the way to the boundary. It wasn't wasn't flying, but made it there in the end.
What would be the longest spell you'd bowl in your forms of cricket as a spinner?
It would be 10 overs in a 50-over game, and that's hard work. So I certainly don't envy Jack Carson up the hill here.
He's into his, I think he had 6 on the board last night, or was it 5? He's into his 11th or 12th over of the day. Keeping Sussex's over 8 looking healthy anyway. There's been overs where it's just him and Carson playing the ball from one to the other as Labuschagne nurdles one past short leg. It's into a little gap in the leg side. You wouldn't think there was a gap there because there's a short leg and Pujara's in at mid-wicket, but there's just enough on the ball for Labuschagne to take a single. 163 for 3, so Glamorgan working hard, but still fewer than 50 scored this morning for the loss of those 2 wickets. Carson to Carlson, turns one on the leg side, again in that similar position, but this time I think Pujara was particularly alert to the danger and managed to cut off the single. You're listening to 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sport Online live from Hove with Beth and Harvey, myself, Nick Webb, as there's a return chance. I think it's flying down to the boundary in front of us, and Carson looks disappointed as Carlson gave him the charge, drilled it back at him, got a hand to it, but it still went for 4.
Yeah, it looks like he's just kind of looking at his hand and shaking it. I think his fingertips maybe got on it, but that's tantalisingly close to a caught and bowled for him.
So Carlson moves on to 25. Next delivery is turned down to fine leg, or there's a slight misfield from Robinson, and they're able to jog through for a single. 1-6-8 for 3. Labuschagne on strike on 34 not out. His final innings for Glamorgan this season, and how he'd like to go out with a bang. The Australians start a training camp at the end of the week, which will take him and Michael Neser away. Carson bowls flat and Labuschagne deflects it away on the leg side. Glamorgan hope that they'll get Neser back for much of the blast in June, maybe a championship match or two, depending on orders from above in the Australian setup. Carson into bowl, and again Carson is given the charge, and this time Labuschagne has got everything on it and sends it soaring away over long on for maximum. Really got hold of that one. It's a 50 partnership between these two off 88 balls, so they've taken a fair degree of patience, but quite a way to bring up any sort of landmark, as Labuschagne really got a perfect pick up there and smashed it away. 174 for 3.
Yeah, that partnership's been just what Glamorgan needed after those 2 quick wickets this morning.
At the Oval, it looks as though Surrey are very much on their way to another victory. Kent 148 all out, and Surrey needs just 58 to win. They are 10 without loss. So it looks like, 2.5 days work max for the Surrey boys there. Adrian Harm's back with us.
They are looking very ominous, Surrey, Nick, aren't they, in terms of the county championship? They are such a strong side. Ollie Robinson is going to carry on. He's on a long spell here today. He's coming running into bowl to Kieran Carlson, and Carlson is forward, plays into the offside, and Robinson will be annoyed about that. It's played into the offside between Tom Haynes and Cheteshwar Pujara, and Carlson picks up a single. He goes to 27. I think Jack Carlson will put that down as a drop, that corner bowl. He got his hands to it, and I think he'll be disappointed that he didn't cling on. So you could say that Kieran Carlson has had 2 lives here, 1 on 3 and now 1 on 21. It brings Marnus Labuschagne back into strike. A long discussion about where the field is going to be. They've changed their minds. So I think Pujara wanted a change in their field. I'm not sure that Ollie Robinson did. So just to tell you where the field is, there are 3 slips, a point mid-off, mid-on, there's a leg slip, a deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As in comes Robinson down the hill, bowls to Marnus Labuschagne, who clips this one back of square on the onside and picks up a single, does Ollie Robinson. No, he doesn't, does Marnus Labuschagne. He goes to 41, the total to 176 for 3. Here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Wales, BBC Radio Sussex. A bit more cloud around now. This morning, when we took a photograph out of the commentary box, there was not a cloud in the sky. The sky was deep blue, whereas now it's more sort of Manchester City blue, really.
Matthew Maynard, the Glamorgan coach, will be pleased with that one.
I'm sure.
Big Man City fan.
Is he? Okay, in comes Robinson over the wicket bowl. Short pulled away by Carlson, and he's going to get a boundary. No, here's a brilliant bit of fielding. That's brilliant work by Jack Carlson. Down at fine leg, he chased the ball round, he pulled the ball back in with one hand, rolled over the boundary, raced back onto the field and got the throw in. Brilliant stuff. Saves a couple of runs, and that would have endeared himself to Ollie Robinson, who doesn't like getting hit for boundaries. Carlson to 29. Good bit of cricket, 176 for 3.
I should add in Matt Maynard's defence that he's been a Man City supporter for years, rather than just a glory hunter.
Right, he's not a Johnny-come-lately.
No, he was actually born in Lancashire, so I presume it's a family thing.
Right, okay, yeah. Well, they were pretty impressive in the week, and they're playing at the Amex next week. He should have come down here next week because he'd have seen them in action on Wednesday night down at the Amex Stadium. Update to come to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex as in comes Robinson, racing in now down the hill, bowls to Kieran Carlson, and Carlson covers up and plays that again through the leg side. More runs here for Kieran Carlson, at least a couple, as Finn Hudson-Prentice chases back. Carlson goes into the 30s, he's on to 31, and Glamorgan to 180 for 3.
So all good news.
Still the 3 slips in place.
Happening at the cricket. Over to Adrian Hart. Hi there, Adrian.
Yes, thank you, Chris. No more wickets here for Sussex this morning. They have picked up 2, both of those to the off-spin of Jack Carson, but Glamorgan now 180 for 3 in the rebuild, a 50 partnership between the Australian test batsman Marnus Labuschagne. He's on 41. He's had a fascinating duel with Ollie Robinson this morning, who'll probably be bowling in the Ashes in just a few weeks' time. It looks like Robinson might have got a wicket. No, he hasn't. It was down the leg side, taken by Ollie Carter. Kieran Carlson is the bat for Glamorgan and the skipper. He wasn't moved by that, so he remains unbeaten on 31. Glamorgan 180 for 3. The magic figure, Chris, for Glamorgan is to get to 358. Then Sussex will have to bat again. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey are cantering to yet another win in the county championship. It will be their 5th of the season. Kent bowled out for just 141 today. Surrey 13 without loss in their second innings. They need a further 45 to win that match.
Very much.
As Robinson turns at the far end of the ground and runs in towards us. He's in and bowls, and Carlson is forward, plays onto the onside and picks up a single. It is Kieran Carlson. He doesn't look totally happy with life this morning, Ollie Robinson. Perhaps that's a bit of frustration. He takes his cap and his jumper and he's leaving the field. Now, that's nothing to be alarmed about, because over the past couple of days, after a few overs, Ollie has gone off the field, maybe to change his boots or whatever. He hasn't picked up a wicket this one. That didn't quite look to be bowling with the same zip as yesterday, but this is a pitch that's not really favouring the seamers in all honesty, Nick.
No, he still gave Kieran Carlson a good test early on, didn't he?
Yeah.
Should have had his wicket really with the drop slip chance when Carlson was on 3 not out, and that's a long spell from. I make that 8 overs from Ollie Robinson in that spell.
Yeah, that's the longest spell that he's bowled in the match, and we're also going to get a change. I wonder if we can get spin from both ends, because James Coles is replacing Jack Carson at the C end of the gun. I wonder whether we see Carson bowl down the hill from the top end. But we certainly get a change of bowling because Ollie Robinson is making his way off the ground.
And one of the useful things about papers having overnight scoreboards is that you can, because of course the internet, the online stats update constantly, but if you want to check what player's spell has been this morning or today, then one of the quickest way, looking in the paper to see what he was on overnight in terms of the bowling figures, as the first ball of an over from Coles is defended by Carlson. So a change of spinner as the batting hero James Coles is brought into action with his left arm spin, and Carlson tries to work one on the leg side, and Carter whips off the bails, hoping to get a repeat of his superb bit of glove work to get rid of Zain ul Hassan for 43 early this morning. Coles in to bowl. Oh, that's a full toss and swept away by Carlson off something of a bottom edge. It may just reach the boundary. No, it's picked up inside the ropes at the top end of the ground, and they have to settle for 2 runs. Has Coles bowled much recently?
He has. Jack Carlson's missed the last couple of games, so he has been sort of the main spinner for Sussex in the last couple of games.
As that one goes down leg side. I think this might be byes, actually. Carlson didn't appear to play a shot, And it is 4 byes, so didn't hit Carlson on the way through, otherwise the runs would have been disallowed. You can't have leg byes when you don't play a shot, but I went straight through Carter, and he'll be a bit disappointed, as will Coles, to be honest. 187 for 3.
Only 5 overs at Leicester last week, the week before at Worcester. He bowled just the 8 overs.
And he comes, bowls, pitched up, driven by Carlson. Wants a quick single shy at the stumps. Well judged, Carlson home, despite the shy from mid-off.
He did bowl quite a bit down at Bristol. The game before that was his first game of the season, when he bowled 16 overs, no wicket for 39.
Carlson himself, a couple of wickets last night to help wrap up the Sussex innings eventually. Coles is in to bowl to Labuschagne, forces off the back foot but straight to point, and there's no run. 188 for 3 are Glamorgan. Deficit 170.
Sounds about right to me. Yeah.
Have they put it on the board anyway yet?
It's a really awkward number, isn't it? I'm going to suggest to the scorers that they ought to put up there how many more runs Glamorgan need to make Sussex bad again. But you're right, 358 is the magic number.
That would have been a bit of a mouthful for De La Salle, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he certainly set his stall out here, Marnus Labuschagne. In fact, there is going to be a change. We knew Ollie Robinson had left the field. I was speculating as to who might bowl from the Cromwell Road end, and it is going to be Ari Carvelos. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen anything from Finn Hudson-Prentice so far today.
Got a bit of tap last night. There's 4 overs going for 30 runs.
But they've turned to Ari Carvelos, who's bowled very economically, 11 overs, 4 maids, no wicket for 23. His first match of the season last week at Leicester. He had a winter recovering from a knee injury, but he's back to full fitness, picked up a 5 for last week in the match, and he's coming in down the hill now. From the Cromwell Road end to bowl to the Glamorgan skipper, Kieran Carlson, who's on 35, and Carlson drives a ball of full length away through wideish mid-on. He's going to pick up at least a couple, and probably 3, as Hudson-Prentice chases back towards the temporary seating at the far end of the ground over by the players' pavilion, gets in the throw, but Carlson moves on to 38 and Glamorgan to 191 for 3. Adrian Harms and Nick Webb here with you on commentary on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Wales and BBC Sussex, in the sunshine at Hove. For the most glorious day, just a few cotton wool clouds drifting across the ground. A decent crowd in, not as big as it was on the first 2 days, I have to say, but still very good for a Saturday in the County Championship, as Ari Carvelos is in again. Bowls to Marnus Labuschagne. He lets that go outside the off stump. Now, that was a good leave, and it kept a little low, and Labuschagne stares long and hard at the pitch as if to say, that didn't really get up, which it didn't.
No, that's been consistently inconsistent bounce from that far end, hasn't there?
Yes.
At points during this match.
You're right. 3 slips in place. James Coles' trousers rustling away in the wind at 3rd slip, and you could probably hear that wind in our effects microphone as Carvelos is in bowls to Marnus Labuschagne, who turns that onto the onside, fielded by Adior at mid-wicket, and there is no run. There are 3 slips in place, a backward point, cover and a mid-off. I can see Tom Clark is on the field for Ollie Robinson. Looks like Tom is on 12th man duties. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Jack Carlson in between deliveries, just signing autographs for young boys who are leaning over the advertising awnings. In comes Carvelos, bowls to Labuschagne, who plays it slightly uppishly through the gully region, and Haynes fields a backward point, and again there is no run. We'll run through the scores in the other games a little later on. Just to let, if you are listening on the headsets around the ground and you're looking for something to do over the lunch period, I can tell you that the excellent Sussex Museum is open for visitors today, both at lunchtime and tea. As in comes Carvelos, bowls to Labuschagne outside the off stump. There is no run. I think I mentioned this last week, Nick, that I never have been, even from school days. We'll ask Beth this a bit later. I've never been a great one for museums. I remember being at school and they would say, we're going to the Natural History Museum, and, you know, it's whatever floats your boat, and museums never really float my boat, to be honest. However, That all changed when I went for a trip round the Sussex Cricket Museum recently. But I guess that's because I like cricket. In comes Carvelos at bowls. Oh, and he's surprised by one. Now, that really spat at Marnus Labuschagne, who was immediately calling to the dressing room, and he's taking off his right glove. So that ball rather spat at Labuschagne. It's taken him on the right glove. He's dropped his bat, and immediately he waved to the balcony. Now, the physio is coming on with his bag of tricks and magic sprays. Now, I think Labuschagne is saying, I'm okay now. So he dropped his bat. Oh, now, well, I don't know what he's doing. First of all, I thought he wanted some attention because he'd hurt his hand. The physio has come running on.
Yep, Georgina, you up?
So Georgina's running on in her lime green trainers, they look like. They look very, very snazzy. But now Labuschagne is saying, I want a new bat as well. So I think he wants a bit of attention to his hand.
Oh, a bit of love and care.
Yeah, and a bit of... and a change of bat, so we've got a break in play. It gives me more time to talk about the Sussex Museum. As I say, it's open today, so if you're looking for something to do at lunchtime, go and have a wander around, because there's a lot of history from the oldest club, the oldest county club in the country. All sorts of memorabilia, and not just old memorabilia. You might think, oh, that's all a bit fuddy-duddy, but there's pictures of Luke Wright and Cheteshwar Pujara, all sorts of books and almanacs, you name it, it's in there. And it's worth having a little look around the museum. And it's open, and the best thing is, it's free.
Marvellous.
And run completely by volunteers, and a shout out to all those volunteers who do work so hard on the Sussex Museum, not just on days like today, but throughout the winter months when they compile all the jackets and the blazers of old players. There's stuff in there from Jim Parks and all sorts of Sussex players from yesteryear. Big picture of Luke Wright as you go into the museum as well. So if you've got nothing to do, no, that sounds wrong. If you want to go to the museum and have a look around, because it's a really good look, and it's sort of changed my feeling on museums. Now, Marnus Labuschagne looks like he's going to be okay, and Georgina, I didn't catch her surname,
Ewer,
who's the physio, is now running off the field. So Labuschagne looks like he's okay. And he's going to carry on. So it looks like his right hand is all right. He's chattering away to umpire White. When you're wrapped on the fingers this close to the ashes, I mean, the thing that must go straight through your mind is, I've broken a finger.
Absolutely.
So you can't blame him for being a little edgy. Nonetheless, end of the over, 191 for 3, and it's James Coles.
Here's Coles then to bowl to Carlson, who tries to sweep and misses, and Carter blocks it with his pads as it goes down the leg side. So still a couple of infielders. The silly mid-on has gone now. But there is still a silly point, and Carlson cuts it away hard past backward point, and will get a couple of runs. There's a good sliding stop by Orr as he headed back towards the dressing rooms in that area of the ground, and Carlson will pick up a couple of runs to move to 40 of 61 deliveries, but he has been dropped twice. Can he make Sussex live to regret it? 193 for 3. Coles to Carlson, who's hit on the pad. That'll be close. It'll be not out.
That's it must be some Glamorgan supporters.
Some Glamorgan supporters. I thought I might have heard an Aussie accent or two, so they might be Marnus Labuschagne supporters in particular, but supporting his teammates as well. As Coles bowls, and that was a quicker one, well played at the last moment by Carlson. They sound a little raucous to be on the St Helens Balconeers party, who are here supporting Glamorgan.
Well, there was an Aussie flag that was...
Perhaps they're the remnants of the Michael Hogan fan club, which was big down here for a few years.
Yes.
As forward props, Carlson, if you're wondering, the veteran Glamorgan seam bowler had his own personal fan club in the Hove area. I think due to the way he interacted with the home crowd down here, and they really got to love him. Sweep shot from Carlson, appeal for LBW, look to be drifting down leg, and they'll run through for a leg by 194 for 3. And last time Hogan played here, they all turned up in their bright gold T-shirts with the green writing, and cartoon or something on them, and the Hogan fan club, and gave him a right rousing reception after the match.
Yeah, they did. Let's bring you up to date with everything else that's going on around the country in terms of the cricket today. So, Surrey, the leaders of the county championship, are cantering towards their 4th win of the season. They're 38 without loss, needing another 20 to beat Kent at the Oval. As I say, that will be their 4th win of the season. They've rolled Kent over for just 141 today. Tom Laws, who's another of the production line of very good young cricketers at the Oval, taking 5 for 22. So they've certainly got everything right at the Oval at the moment. As in comes Harry Carvelos down the hill, bowls to Kieran Carlson, and he's clipped that one away down the leg side. Jack Carlson comes racing around the boundary. They're coming back for the second. Carlson's throw comes about. Good running by Kieran Carlson. He ran the first run really quickly, as I say, you should do. And in the end, he came back for a comfortable second. 2 more to the total. I didn't see the umpire signal there, but they must have been leg byes because Carlson is still on 40. Total goes to 194 for 3. Elsewhere in the championship, looks like they could be finished today in the game down at Southampton unless there's some late order resistance from Northamptonshire. More of that in a moment as the sun disappears for the first time today. Carvelos to Carlson, who plays on the leg side, and there is no run. So Northamptonshire are 114 for 4, still trailing Hampshire by 197. They were bowled out for just 56 in their first innings. A couple of wickets there for Liam Dawson. So looks like Hampshire are going to win fairly comfortably. Middlesex in real trouble at Lords. They're 127 for 5 in their second innings as Carvelos is in again, bowls, and Carlson with a flick of the wrists plays the ball down to fine leg. It's fielded by Jack Carlson, who gets an ironic cheer as he misfields the ball. And so he's getting a bit of stick down there, is Jack. There's some fellows about 4 rows back in the very well populated southwest corner. 1 more to Carlson. He goes to 41. Concentrate on the cricket, Adrian. 197 for 3 as the sun remains in. 3 wickets there for Peter Siddle at Lords. So Middlesex in real trouble. At one stage, 99 for 1. Now 127 for 5. Carvelos in bowls and Labuschagne is forward. Plays to mid-on and there is no run. So Middlesex still trailing Somerset by 102. At Trentbridge, Nottinghamshire piling on the runs against Essex. They're 428 for 8, leading by 130. And a tremendous effort by Matthew Montgomery, who's still there. He's 177 not out. Carvelos in again, bowls, and Labuschagne covers up to a ball of good length, plays it to mid-on, and there is no run. Now we're interested in the second division of the county championship here at Hove this season, so let's see how those games are going at the moment. Here we go. Durham are 67 without loss, having not enforced the follow-on at Bristol against Gloucestershire, but leading by 220. Carvelos in and bowls, let go by Labuschagne through to Carter, who momentarily I think thought about shying at the stumps, but Labuschagne had got his back foot down and there is no run. And another very tidy over from Harry Carvelos. He's bowled 13 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 27 here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Wales and BBC Radio Sussex. And the final game today being played down at New Road, where Worcestershire are making a slightly better hash of things in their second innings, having been bowled out for 83 first time around. They're 100 for 3, but still needing another 171 runs to win.
Sounds like game on there, just about at New Road. I'm not sure if I can read out Steve West's tweet on the ground. It probably jinx these 2 batters, who he thinks look pretty secure. Here is Coles into bowl, and Carlson works one into the offside, but not quite enough of a gap. Neil G's listening in the garden. Enjoy yourself. Hope you're enjoying the commentary, Neil. 197 for 3. Morgan recovering somewhat as down the wickets comes Carlson. Over, long off it goes, and it's gone all the way for 6, thudding into the advertising hoardings. There were shouts of catch it. It seemed to be skimming quite low to start with, but easily cleared Tom Haynes in the end. And into the boundary boards. So Carlson to 47, and the next ball he defends. We saw Labuschagne attack Carson earlier on and hit a straight 6. So Ed Byram hit 3 6s last night as he went on the attack. As down the wicket again comes Carlson, this time takes a single to mid-on.
Good cricket that,
Hudson Prentice, yeah. Just saw the fielder was, as you suggest, dropped back a little bit. 204 for 3, Glamorgan. As Labuschagne drives gently on the onside at mid-wicket. Clark runs across the ball to deter the single. Cole's in. Labuschagne will take a single here because he's just nudged it into a gap on the leg side to keep the scoreboard ticking. 205 for 3. Carlson has 48. Labuschagne has 42. Ul Hassan made 43. Byram 57. Northeast no score. 2 wickets to Carson, 1 to Robinson, and Glamorgan. Well, they're not just trying to survive, they're looking to try and tuck into anything that's remotely offline or hittable, because you can't really bat to try and survive 5 sessions with 7 wickets. You've got to try and bat to get into a lead and put some pressure back on the opposition, improbable though it may seem.
But they are edging their way there. 42 to Marnus Labuschagne as he faces Ari Carvelos, who comes down the hill from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, and Labuschagne clips that to mid-on. There is no run. Adrian Harms and Nick Webb here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio Sussex. Much more to come on Sports Extra at lunchtime, so please make sure you keep listening. More live cricket and hearing from Surrey as they look like wrapping up another win. It'll be 4 wins for Surrey in the county championship this year as they defend their title.
7th win for Surrey.
Yeah, so that's going to be wrapped up. Plus we're going to hear from the Sunday Times cricket correspondent Simon Wilde. More of that in a moment as here comes Ari Carvelos over the wicket, bowls to Marnus Labuschagne, who covers up, plays onto the onside. I just hesitated slightly because had he not a good bowler bat on that Marnus Labuschagne, he would have been absolutely plumb LBW, but he did, so crisis averted. Yeah, Simon Wilde's going to be talking to Kevin Howells about all things county cricket, plus England, and Simon's new book called The Tour, which sounds like it should be a good listen at lunchtime, so make sure you stay tuned for that. As in comes Ari Carvelos and bowls, and Carvelos is forward, plays down the offside, no run. Did you go touring in your days of club cricket, Nick?
I had a university tour to Cornwall. That was as far as it went. And I had the indignity of being felled by a rogue Cornish pasty.
Oh, that's not good.
No, it wasn't good.
Oh, not good for a few days? In comes Carvelos and bowls, and forward comes Labuschagne, plays to middle, bowling a good length there, Ari Carvelos.
It wasn't good when I was trying to fill the next afternoon. I think the 12th man was called into repeated service as I yeah, so I won't go into detail about what was happening, but it wasn't pleasant. And I'd actually drunk a bit less than some of my colleagues who had a few. I'd had a moderate amount, but it was the pasty that got me.
In comes Carvelos and bowls, and Labuschagne works his back. Just on the leg side. Kieran Carlson's a little slow setting off, but Ali had to move a long way to his right to field, and in the end it was a comfortable single. Labuschagne to 43, the total 206 for 3.
Interesting to see that Durham didn't enforce the follow-on against Gloucestershire, yes, despite having the option of doing so. They're batting again, 153 ahead on first innings, 74 for naught second time round at Bristol.
2 slips go down. Carvelos on his way, bowls, and Carlson plays that firmly into the covers, fielded though by Hudson Prentice. There is no run. In fact, by Tom Clark, I apologise, he's the Sussex 12th man. Ollie Robinson off the field. Don't be alarmed, he's gone off quite a bit during this match when he hasn't been bowling. 206 for 3, Carlson on 48, Labuschagne on 43. I had the pleasure of being on tour. Right. We did a cricket tour down to Somerset on one occasion, and I was sharing a room with a chap who wasn't playing on the Friday of the tour, So that meant that the guys who weren't playing could stay in the pub and have a couple more drinks. But they were drinking cider, and one of the locals in the pub had advised him not to drink too much of the scrumpy cider.
Right.
And he ignored the advice and was very ill for the rest of the tour. If you're not used to it, he was warned. They said don't have more than a couple of pints, and it was proper stuff.
Well, it can be potent, can't it?
He was extremely ill.
Locally manufactured.
Yeah.
Here comes Coles then, running in from the C end, the left arm spinner, bowls to Labuschagne, who hammers one at Allsop at short leg, and the ball bounces back down to the bowler.
It's been an innings full of determination, Marnus Labuschagne. He's faced 116 balls for his 43.
As that is driven slightly uppishly by Labuschagne, shouts of catch. But
Yeah, it wasn't far away.
if it had been directed at or at cover, it might have carried, but it was more towards mid-off, so bounced halfway. False shot from Labuschagne. He looks to battle through till the lunch interval, defending to short leg. If you want to hear those Kevin Howell's conversations, those of course on digital radio on 5 Sports Extra and also on BBC Sounds. That sees Labuschagne trying to turn one on the leg side, and it's called a wide.
I'm amazed at that. Now, why has that been called a wide?
That's, I think, in the line of negative leg side bowling. It's the sort that you routinely see wide, called wide in limited overs cricket, but not in the championship. But the umpire not approving of Coles's line of attack. There's a big appeal for leg before, and it's not given. I think he must have pitched outside leg.
Yeah, he just looks irritated here to me, Marnus Labuschagne. He was talking there to Steve Smith, who's fielding at slip, and he just turned his back, didn't he, on James Coles? He just looks like he's...
Yeah, needs to get his head together.
Yeah.
His next ball steps back, slashes it through the offside dismissively for 4 runs down to extra cover, racing away down the slope to our left. And that's the right sort of response from Marnus Labuschagne, who might have been getting a little hot under the collar for a moment or two there.
Yeah, I agree. I thought a couple of times this morning, actually, when he was at the non-striker's end and he was sort of looking at holes and things, it just looked a little edgy.
He's always on it to some degree, Marnus Labuschagne. Coles bowls and he tries to slam that through the leg side. He has. He's got a good pickup. It's gone away for 6. Marnus Labuschagne reaches his half century with a maximum. It's taken 121 balls. And after being discomforted for a couple of moments, Marnus Labuschagne gets to his 50. He's hit 6 4s and 3 6s. That's quite an in-out innings, really. A lot of deliveries, 121, but plenty of boundaries in the course of it.
Yes, indeed. And the Marnus Labuschagne fan club, there's probably about 6 or 7 guys sitting in the southwest corner, standing and applauding Marnus Labuschagne. They're having an enjoyable day, and it's a lovely day to be watching cricket. It's quite breezy. Plenty of sunshine, although there's a lot more cloud than there was earlier on today. Ari Cavalos is going to carry us. So James Coles, 4 overs, have gone for 24. In comes Ari Cavalos down the hill, bowls to Kieran Carlson, who drives firmly to mid-on. Good partnership between these two, coming together when Glamorgan had lost 2 wickets in 2 balls this morning. Both of those wickets taken by Jack Carson. At that stage, when Sam North East were out, 123 for 3. So these two have added 94 for this wicket, of which Kieran Carlson has made 48 of them. In comes Ari Cavalos over the wicket, bowls. Carlson is forward to a ball that gets slightly low. Ball back to Ari Cavalos, who shied as if to throw at the stumps and then decided not to. This will be the last over of the morning. The Sussex over 80 is showing as +1, so that will certainly please the Sussex coaching staff. Sussex having been deducted 4 points here in the game against Yorkshire for a slow over rate, which is almost unforgivable, really. I don't think they'll be doing that again. Judging by the coach's reaction, as in comes Carvelos down the hill. Bowl shot pulled away by Carlson. It was in the air momentarily, but perfectly safe. And Jack Carlson comes racing round, getting a bit of stick, is Jack, from the supporters in the southwest stand, but fields the ball cleanly and gets in a good flat throw to keeper Ollie Carter. And there is no run. There is one run. What am I talking about? I'm sorry. Carlson goes to 49.
Yeah, it's a controlled hook shot, that wasn't it? Obviously hoping to induce the top edge, but Carlson really didn't go through with it to any great degree.
Carvelos again. Comes in and bowls, and forward comes Labuschagne with a model for defensive shot. He's set his stall out here, Marnus Labuschagne. There was a wonderful battle last night between Ollie Robinson and Marnus Labuschagne. Labuschagne got through to the close of play last night on 15. Another 38 runs to his overnight
It's
total.
not much in the session, is it?
No.
Especially when there's a couple of sixes in there.
Carvelos again bowls, and Labuschagne just runs this one down to third man. It's going to go all the way for 4 runs. Tom Haynes is in hot pursuit, but once the ball gets past the infield here at Hove and rolls down the slope towards the sea, the ball gathering pace. Tom Haynes with no chance to cut that one off. 4 more to Marnus Labuschagne, who goes to 57. There's actually a lot more cloud now around Hove. There's more cloud than blue sky, but a fairly brisk breeze. Hopefully that's all going to blow away, and certainly the forecast suggested we were going to have a dry day today, both today and tomorrow. But at the moment the ground completely in shade. There's Carvelos running, and this is going to be the last ball before lunch. He's in and bowls, and Labuschagne takes a comfortable single back to the square on the onside. Alior fields, and that is the end of the session. And I think Glamorgan will be pretty pleased with the way they batted this morning, because they lost those 2 wickets with Zain El Hassan out for 43, smartly stumped by Ollie Carter off the bowling of Jack Carson, and then very next ball having Sam North East LBW without scoring. However, the 100 part
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Good afternoon and welcome back for the afternoon session here at Hove on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sport Online. Glamorgan against Sussex. Sussex very much in the ascendancy with that massive first innings lead of 358. Glamorgan in their second innings have reached 223 for 3. That is still, though, a deficit of 135 runs with just 7 second innings wickets standing. The story of the morning, we saw 2 wickets for the young Irish spinner Jack Carson, who dismissed Zain ul Hassan, smartly stumped by Ollie Carter for 43, and Sam Northeast leg before first ball. And then Marnus, Labuschagne and the Glamorgan acting captain Kieran Carlson taking the fight back to Sussex. Their stand reached 100 just before lunch, and they are looking to continue with that. It is exactly 100, and it is Coles to continue. James Coles, the left arm spinner, who scored a career best 138, and he's bowling to Marnus Labuschagne to start the afternoon session, and the reverse sweep comes out, first ball of the afternoon, and it is just a single down to deep point, 224 for 3. Carlson on strike on 49. He started the season with 2 centuries in his first 2 games, the first innings against Gloucestershire and Durham, but has not really been in the runs since. So he'll be welcoming the chance to get to another half century at least. He's on 49 not out of 76 deliveries as Coles makes him way to touch by bringing in square leg off the boundary and moving mid-wicket round a bit squarer to make Carlson wait, and he drifts one down the leg side, and that's a poor delivery. It's a wide, and it's running away up the hill to the boundary for 4, so that's 5 onto the total. 5 wides, 229 for 3. A little post-lunch gift for Glamorgan. And Coles was wided before lunch for negative leg side bowling by umpire White, who's been in the thick of the action because yesterday he moved to intervene and disallow a catch behind when Byram was on 37, ruling that it hadn't been held long enough before Carter celebrated, as Sussex bring in a backward short leg, and Carlson reverse sweeps, and he gets the single that will bring up his half century of 77 deliveries, and the board kindly tells us that it has included 4 fours and 1 6, albeit a couple of chances along the way. Marnus Labuschagne is back on the strike as the Labuschagne fan club get into full volume, and Glamorgan pick up another couple of runs here because that's floated down the leg side again. The keeper couldn't take it, and umpire White has had enough of Coles' leg side bowling. He's given a wide, so that's another 2 to the Glamorgan total. 232 for 3, sorry. As Coles in to bowl, reverse sweep again from Carlson down to backward point, a single taken, unusual over this. 10 runs coming off it already, and we're still not at the end of it, as backward short leg is taken away for Labuschagne on strike and moved back to leg gully or similar. Pujara wanders across to have a word with Coles. Labuschagne will make him wait until he's ready as well, and Coles will come in and bowl at shorter and flatter and hit hard straight to cover by Labuschagne, and there's no run. Bit breezy this afternoon, bit of blue sky overhead, but quite a lot of cloud as well. The sun's in at the moment as Coles bowls. That's down leg side, and that'll be a wide it again, and you'd have thought that Coles would have learned his lesson by now. This is a problematic over for the teenager who did so well with the bat. As Coles bowls, that's on leg stump and defended by Labuschagne. We still haven't got the end of this marathon over for a spinner. It's taken the length of a seamer to bowl this one. 3 lots of wides. That's outside off stump and played away comfortably by Labuschagne for another single. So 11 runs, 12 runs off the over, 235 for 3. Bethan Harvey is watching alongside me, member of the Sussex women's side. Extraordinary stuff.
Yeah, that was probably not what he wanted coming back after lunch. A few wide. The umpire seems to think that that's what he's aiming for there. Bit of negative leg side bowling.
There's a little committee meeting of bowlers and fielders, committee meeting of umpires as well. Umpires White and Saggers coming together. And we're going to see double spin for a while. Oh, gosh. I haven't seen 2 spinners in operation very often this season.
No, and Jack Carson's switching ends actually and coming down the hill this time. So we'll see how he gets on with a bit of extra momentum.
Yes, I guess it's something the home players are used to. It's just a little advantage for them every game from playing here at Hove, isn't it? With the slope. Not sure how difficult it is to deal with as a bowler.
I think everyone's got their preferences. Yeah, personally, I like coming down the hill because I'm a bit lazy.
Do you usually get the option?
It depends. It depends if I'm the senior spinner. Sometimes not. Sometimes I've got to be the workhorse and come up the hill. Carter
now is helping to set the field as backward point is moved a bit finer in front of the few remaining corporate diners on a Saturday and Cow Corner. As Carson bowls and Labuschagne noodles one through the leg side for a single. I hasten to add that Cow Corner is the name of the establishment at this end of the ground rather than particularly the position. It is also the position when the bowling is from the sea end, but not quite at the moment. Just to clear that one up. 236 for 3 as Carter's fiddling with the field as well now. Not sure that I'd take that on with captain of the seniority of Pujara and the covers. Carlson is forward, defending. No run. Ball trickles to short mid-wicket. So double spin for the time being. Not sure whether Coles will last long if his first over is repeated as Carlson drives, but back to the bowler. And there's no run. Picked up by Clark, is that the sub-fielder? He's on. Carson bowls and Carlson works it away, backward of square. Nice little wristy flick from the Glamorgan captain and approval from the visitors' supporters away to our left. 240 for 3.
I think they sound like they're having a good time down there in the Shark stand.
I wonder if they've been well lubricated in the lunch interval.
Yeah, a few refreshments on the go, I think.
In comes Carson, bowls to Carlson, who again deflected on the leg side. This time it is straight to the fielder at... I'm struggling to define that position. It's sort of leg gully come short fine leg. Meant to be saving the single. Tom Haynes. As Carson bowls, Carlson gives him the charge, drives into the covers. Good tumbling stop from the skipper to prevent the Glamorgan captain adding to his 55 not out. Labuschagne has 61 and the total is 240 for 3 and the deficit is 118 runs. So if all goes well for Glamorgan, they may just about get level by tea time. All a matter of how many wickets they've got left at the time.
Looks like Cole's expensive over has been the end of his spell. Looks like Finn Hudson-Prentice is coming on from the sea end.
Medium pacer. And got a bit of tap in his first spell last night, 4 overs. 0 for 30. So Labuschagne might try and decide to get after him again. On this cloudy afternoon, now here in Hove. The crowd is not as big as it was for the first couple of days. It was particularly healthy yesterday with 1,000 school children in, and the Steve Smith factor obviously attracting an extra audience. Well, we thought Hudson-Prentice was going to bowl. He took off his cap and sweater, and there's been a rethink. Tom Haynes is going to have a crack.
It looked like he marked his run-up out, and then they've decided to give it the last-minute switcheroo.
Cheteshwar Pujara, maybe a little indecisive there, or maybe someone just got the wrong end of the stick. Someone thought they had the shout when they didn't. So Hudson-Prentice has shuffled off onto the leg side, and the field is going to be changed. Well, Haynes economical. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 8. Bowled the first over this morning down the hill and was then replaced by Carvelis. So funky bowling changing from Cheteshwar Pujara.
Keeping the batsman guessing.
Labuschagne on strike on 61 as Haynes is in to bowl to him and nudged away into the offside. No run. Haynes is of the, I suppose, military medium sort of school.
Yeah, I think I'd place him firmly in that category. Ineffective though.
He's not going to terrify anyone with his pace at county level, but you don't necessarily need to, as Labuschagne is forward defending out on the offside, and there's no run. Is Mr. Robinson on the park? No. He bowled an 8-over spell this morning, took 0 for 26, but the suggestion was that he was not moving with complete freedom. As forward comes Labuschagne, defending Haynes on the leg side this time. Hence the presence of substitute Tom Clark in at short extra cover. But in a match when we're monitoring these international stars, Robinson's absence from the field might start to be problematic as Labuschagne pulls away. He wasn't ready, whether there was a bit of chat or a bit of movement above us in the members' balcony, I'm not sure. Well, these overs are taking a while after lunch with 3 wides in and over from Coles, and now a bit of interruption. Labuschagne does bowl to Haynes, does bowl to Labuschagne, who defends it on the leg side. 240 for 3 it remains. 118 runs behind, and starting to get to the stage of the innings where we have to think about the new ball, which is taken after 80 overs, or can be taken, as Haynes in to bowl. And Labuschagne just leans forward. The exaggerated caution stuns the ball, and it trickles to Clark, who's in on the drive, as is Orr on the leg side, suggesting that the ball isn't necessarily coming on that fast to the bat from the medium pacer, and they want players on either side for the drive, for the misplaced drive. Haynes bowls, and Labuschagne again plays it all along the ground up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Carson, who will trot up the other end to bowl. All a bit cat and mouse at the moment.
Yeah, it is a bit. I think Sussex will be happy with that maiden from Haynes. Just gained a little bit of control back after a couple of loose overs after lunch.
Yeah, Cole's whipped off. And now Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to bowl.
Or is he?
Well, he's come up on the scoreboard.
It looks like he's coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end.
What's going on? Well, I don't know what's going off out there. Pujara would be indecisive, but then he's not so sure. So Carson switched ends for what? 1 or 2 overs, was it?
I think it was just the one.
It seemed to have taken ages to get through things before since lunch. 66 overs have been bowled in the innings as Carlson drives the first ball from Hudson-Prentice to short mid-wicket, no run. So we've seen Coles replaced by Haynes at this end. Carson switched to the Cromwell Road end and straight away replaced by Hudson-Prentice, who initially had been preparing to bowl at the sea end. Confused you will be, as that is driven by Carlson, but off a thick edge. It'll run away for 4 down to the hospitality cow corner at third man, and Carlson looking to hit that through the covers, but played it all along the ground, even if not quite where he expected. 244 for 3.
He's got a couple of slips in here, so I don't think he'll mind the batsman driving too much. And that was a thickish outside edge actually to run down to third man.
Tom Alsop is the first of them with his pads on still. Next ball is played deliberately by Carlson towards backward point, but Haynes is in there to do the fielding. So at least Alsop won't have to chase the ball around the outfield with his pads on. More than shin pads these days, they're more like wicketkeeper size pads.
Under the trousers?
Under the trousers, fashion fans. Steve Smith wearing quite a baggy Sussex jumper with 49 on the back, crouches as Finn Hudson-Prentice is into bowl, and Carlson drives through the leg side, and that has beaten the dive of 2 consecutive fielders. I think it's going to reach the boundary, or have they got a fingertip on it? No, it actually doesn't quite make the ropes, and they have to settle for 3 runs.
Slowed up, just travelling up the hill. I was playing here last week, and there's quite a lot of sand on the outfield that they put on for the drainage, and it tends to slow the ball down quite a lot.
All right.
You'll see sometimes when it's bouncing, big explosions of sand coming up.
Can do with the sand on the beach. 247 for 3. As in comes the next delivery from Hudson-Prentice. Labuschagne drives into the offside and will take a single as it's picked up by Pujara, running off round from mid-off. Surprised to get you on a Saturday, Beth. I thought it's difficult to get current players. What's your schedule for the next week or so?
Well, I'm playing mostly club cricket, so my schedule's pretty free actually. Work in the week and rock up on the weekend. Yeah, play a bit of village cricket.
.248 for 3. When's your next county match?
We're playing on the 1st of June down at Brighton Academy.
Here's Hudson-Prentice into bowl and driven straight back past him by Carlson. He's timed that one quite nicely. Will it run up the hill? Labuschagne thinks it will because he's slow to a jog, and he's absolutely right. Carlson picks up another 4, and he's gone past Labuschagne now. Moves on to 66. And the total to 252 for 3. So it's the a bit sort of hit and miss at the county level at the moment then?
Yeah, it's we've got a lot of midweek fixtures as well, so it's trying to get everything organised for that. But yeah, we're just going into the 50 over stuff now. The T20s concluded last week. So yeah, looking forward to playing a little bit of some longer games.
It's another bowling change. Why would this happen, Beth, do you think?
I don't know what's going on. I couldn't tell you.
Jack Carson having bowled the 1 over at the Cromwell Road end is now replacing Tom Haynes, who's bowled 1 or 2 at this end, the C end. Sussex swapping their bowlers virtually every other over by the look of it, in a bid to get the breakthrough.
Getting ready for the blast, maybe.
I've no idea how captains keep in control in 2020 cricket. .252 for 3.
He did bowl a very good spell up the hill from the C end before lunch, so maybe this is his most comfortable end for him.
In comes Carson over the wicket, floats it up, driven hard through the covers by Labuschagne, away down to his fan club, and the ball pops up over the boundary boards and is then misfielded by one of the more enthusiastic members of the crowd.
They're a bit more vocal down there, aren't they?
They're having fun, and Labuschagne, like Carlson, is on to 66. 256 for 3. Glamorgan, the deficit is 102. And that one's nudged on the leg side. Carlson calls Labuschagne through for a sharp single, but it's safe enough. 257 for 3.
He started the over with a full toss, didn't he, Carson? And then slightly too straight there, so hopefully we'll gain a bit more control back.
Well, the constant change of bowling can't help anyone to get into their rhythm. Carson bowled most of the morning from the C end, and Carlson is on the back foot defending it back to the bowler. The close fielders at the moment, the 1 slip and the short leg. At times we've had a backward short leg and a silly point in as well. But these two fairly well set. It's a quicker ball, and Carlson defends it confidently enough back to the bowler. And spot the quicker ball at this distance, I'm sure Kieran Carlson can. Just whipping the arm through. Jack Carson, as he's forward here, Carlson defending to cover Clark Fields, and there is no run. BBC Sport Online and 5 Sports Extra with you from Hove, as Glamorgan looked to chip away at that mammoth first innings deficit of 358. Carlson on the charge, drives back past the bowler, all along the ground up to Haynes at long on, and they're through for a comfortable single. Haynes hurls it up towards Carter, but that is the end of the over, so Carlson has nicked the strike off his international colleague. And
who's it going to be now?
Anyone else like a bowl?
I might start warming up.
Hudson Prentice is going to get 2 overs in a row. I've no idea how captains control it in T20. It's bad enough at club level when you're asking, scorer, how many overs has Fred bowled? He's bowled out, sorry mate. Oh gosh, I have to think of something else. 258 for 3, the deficit exactly 100 as Finn Hudson Prentice bowls to Carlson, who takes a step forward and then plays defensively to cover as well. Be an update for BBC Radio Wales very shortly. So I'll just about have time to finish the over, I think. And hand you over to Adrian Harms and Bethan Harvey as Hudson Prentice is in to bowl. Carlson flicks it away off his legs and may pick up 4 runs. Carson off in pursuit, just taps it back inside the boundary and saves a single. As the support was there from Coles for the return to the middle. They have to chase in pairs these days towards the boundary. 261 for 3, and Glamorgan finally have the deficit below 3 figures as they try at first to make Sussex bat again, avoid the innings defeat, and then to hopefully set them some sort of demanding target. That's a long, long way away as Labuschagne is propping forward and defending on the offside, and there's no run. I think we'd better bring in Adrian sooner rather than later in this over, since Hudson Prentice is taking his time, and I will hand you to Adrian and Beth while I update BBC Radio Wales listeners.
Yes, Finn Hudson Prentice has been really sparingly used in this innings so far. He's only in his 6th over. He's running down the hill in bright sunshine here. Comes in and bowls to Marnus Labuschagne, who's forward, plays into the offside. And there is no run. I think you've got to give a huge amount of credit here to these Glamorgan players, Beth, because when you're coming in facing a deficit of 358, and Nick and I were saying this in commentary, you can only take things one step at a time, but they've absolutely done that. And that'll be another landmark now. You're down below 100.
Yeah, and I think especially for Carlson coming in on that hat-trick ball, he would have been very nervous. So
yes, absolutely.
They've rebuilt very nicely, and this is a really crucial partnership for Glamorgan.
Now the new ball will be available in 11 overs after this one, as in comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls hammered away by Labuschagne through backward point. He's going to go for 4 runs. That's a rather tired looking run down the hill by Eric Avelos. The ball races away from him, and it's 4 more.
That was a lovely shot.
Beautiful, wasn't it? And the fan club are in full flow now. 71 he goes to the partnership. Well, the score is 263 for 3. So these two have now put on 140 for this 4th wicket as the sun momentarily disappears.
Yeah, they've put them on quite quickly after lunch as well.
They have indeed. Hudson Prentice in again and bowls, and Labuschagne drives firmly into the offside. Cavallas has to do more work racing around the boundary. He fields well, loses his sunglasses again, gets in a throw, not a very good throw, it has to be said, and allows Labuschagne to come back for a couple of runs. So an expensive over, 9 runs coming off that over from Finn Hudson Prentice. Glamorgan 267 for 3, Labuschagne on 73, Kieran Carlson is on 70, so that last wicket going down on 123. So this partnership approaching 150, and at the minute Pujara is trying to shuffle the pack, but at the minute the bat is definitely dominating the ball, Beth.
Yeah, it seems that Glamorgan have just got away from them a little bit after that lunch break. Started off with a loose over from Coles, a few wides in there as well. So they'll be looking to regain some control and hopefully break this partnership, which is proving to be quite dangerous.
It is. It's an excellent partnership between the pair. The sun is just about back with us. There's a lot of sort of high-level cotton wool cloud and a stiff breeze blowing at home as Jack Carson comes into bowl his off-spin with a slip and a short leg here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio Sussex. In comes Carson, bowls to Carlson, that is a mouthful. Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan skipper, plays to mid-on. There is no run. He's on 70. He's faced 95 balls. And now Cheteshwar Pujara comes and has a chat to Jack Carlson. Sussex are a bit prone to do this. Discussions sort of mid-over and changing fields. They are 3 overs ahead on the over rate. So they have got plenty of time. But it does seem to happen quite a lot that fields do get changed. They've left it as it is for the time being, as in comes Jack Carlson bowls. Carlson drives through the offside, 4 runs. Lovely shot, just gave that a bit of air, didn't he, Jack Carlson? But it was beautifully played by Kieran Carlson, just easing the ball through extra cover for 4 runs.
Beautiful cover drive, straight out of the textbook, that one.
I mean, Sussex need wickets here, Beth.
Yeah.
And, it has to be the right thing to do the ball's air, surely. here.
Yeah, I'm always in favour of a little bit of flight. Get it up there, and it's tempting the shots, which is what we're seeing here. Definitely more likely to go for runs, but yeah, can be an attacking move.
Beth Harvey, Sussex women's cricket. That's the scene next door to us as in comes Castle and Bowles. Very pleased after Sussex won was it the regional final last week, Beth?
Yeah, we sadly don't have a national final.
That's a real shame. Why is that?
It is a shame. I think, well, a lot of the schedule is built around the regional stuff now, which makes sense. So the Southern Vipers obviously take precedent.
Comes Carson Bowles. Down, he takes a step down the wicket. I think that's a misstumping. And Kieran Castle's got away with that. It was fired down the leg side.
Umpire seems to be calling a dead ball, is he?
He is calling a dead ball because I don't think that Kieran Carlson played a shot. Nonetheless, we'll have to get confirmation from the guys who are perhaps sitting in the press box next to us, but my initial thought process was that was a misstumping. It was down the leg side. Certainly Carlson came down the wicket. He was on 74, so he's already been dropped on a couple of occasions, a couple of tough chances. In comes Carson Bowles, and this time it is taken cleanly by by Ollie Carter, who whips the bails off. We've got Carson bowling, Carlson batting, and Carter keeping wicket.
It's all a bit of a mouthful.
It's a nightmare, yeah. It's a complete nightmare. Carson over the wicket, bowling his off spinners bowls and cut away by Carlson into the covers, footed by Clark. That's a bit easier. End of the over. 271 for 374. Carlson. Marnus Labuschagne is on 73. Are you just a cricket fan, Beth, or are you sort of interested in all other sports as well?
I cricket mainly. I like a bit of rugby union.
Do you?
Well, that's the Welsh in me, I think.
Yeah.
Grew up watching it on the telly. It's the one sport actually that my dad will be shouting at the TV over. He cares a lot more about his rugby than his cricket.
So if England were playing Wales at rugby,
yeah, I would.
you can say, go on.
I'd be sticking a red shirt on, actually,
Would you?
Adrian. Yeah.
Would you?
And there's a little bit of fraud involved because I was born and raised in East Sussex, so. But yeah, I think I'll claim it, otherwise my dad might disown me.
He comes Hudson Prentice in bright sunshine, bowls to Marnus Labuschagne. I thought he got a little nick on that. The ball goes through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So rugby union. Are you a football fan or?
I'm not really. I used to play a little bit when I was younger.
Right. Okay.
But no, not really.
Why did you stop?
There was no girls' club near me, so I played in the boys' team, and then I got to about 12 or 13, and so you can't play anymore. So I said I'll play cricket instead. That's
it. Yeah. Well, it's great you play cricket, but it's a shame when you have to give up because there's no girls' team. That really is a shame. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Labuschagne drives to mid-off, and there is no run. The same thing happened to my daughters. They played rugby, but when you got to a certain age, the boys get to a physicality where. It becomes very difficult to play the game, but there weren't enough goals to make a team, so that was it's a shame. So have you been down to the Principality Stadium in Wales? Have you seen?
I have, yeah. Right. I went to Wales, South Africa a few years ago, which was excellent.
Right, I went to see Wales, South Africa as well about 2 years ago.
Maybe we were
at the same game. It tipped it down with rain. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls and Labuschagne is forward, punches to mid-off, and there is no run. It was the game where the Welsh winger, and I forget his name, Nick Wood, was about to score a try, and a guy ran on the pitch.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Streaker?
Well, it wasn't streaker, he just ran on the pitch. Heaven knows why, but he did. And so the Welsh winger had to avoid him, and in so doing so, I think South Africa got in a tackle, and the try was averted. And the guy was led away, rightly so, and people were chucking beer at him and all sorts of
things.
Good. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and Labuschagne drives an immaculate forward defensive in. The offside. There is no run. Fielded in there by Steve Smith. Sussex desperate for a wicket here. 271 for 3 Glamorgan. Marnus Labuschagne on 73. He's faced 146 balls. Kieran Carlson is on 74. He's faced exactly 100 balls. Glamorgan, for them, the magic figure, or the first figure they need to get to is 358, after which Sussex will need to bat again. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls to Labuschagne, who clips that onto the leg side. It's fielded in there by Tom Clark, who's a 12th man. He's on the field for Ollie Robinson. Robinson hasn't been on the field since lunch. There is a new ball around the corner, and I would expect that Ollie Robinson will be back on the field to take the new ball. Certainly Sussex will hope so.
I'm sure they will.
And we'll have to see whether that materialises, so watch this space. Hudson Prentice in bright sunshine down the hill, bowls to Labuschagne. Lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. A maiden over from Hudson Prentice. A rare maiden over since lunch, because at lunch, Glamorgan were 223 for 3. They're now 271 for 3. So what have we had? Half an hour or so since lunch. How's your maths, Beth? I reckon that's 48 that have been added.
Yeah, I reckon you're spot on.
Half hour or so since lunch. And Jack Carlton is going to carry on. He's bowled 20 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 85. I know you don't play any of the sort of the longer format, certainly 4-day cricket in the women's game, but I just wonder, you know, is there anything else Pujara can do here? I mean, is the new ball's going to be available in 9 overs? I mean, you always get the feeling that Sussex are just sort of trying to get to that stage.
Yeah, it feels like they're biding their time a little bit here.
No, I would agree. In comes Jack Carson, bowls and driven firmly through the offside 4 runs. Well, he's given that a bit of flight, as Beth was saying, but Kieran Carson very nimble on his feet, coming down the wicket, driving the ball away for 4 runs. And we're going to give an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a couple of weeks' time. Bit of music in our ears. Who's this, Beth?
Is it a bit Lewis Capaldi?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. It's not my strong suit, actually.
Right, okay.
Pop music.
Now, we're going to have a change in the field here. And again, after 1 ball, there's a long chat between Pujara and Carson, and they're changing the field. Now, I would stress that Sussex are ahead on the over rate, but there does seem to be a lot of changing around of fields.
Yeah. There doesn't seem to be a lot of clarity in their plans at the moment.
No, I would agree. No, I would agree. In comes Jack Carson, over the wicket, bowls, and played around the corner by Carson. More runs here. In fact, I think they've just cut us off, which is not very clever in the studio. So we're going to have to redial. Thanks very much, lads. Dear, oh dear. Could do without that happening, thank you. Come on. So I hope you're back with us here on BBC 5 Live, BBC Sussex and BBC Wales. The line has momentarily gone down as in comes Jack Carson and bowls and played onto the onside, and there is no run. Yes, just let them know in the studio we have redialed, so hopefully you can hear us and you could let us know if that's the case. 273 for 3. There's Carson. He's back to his mark. Comes in again, bowls, and played into the onside again by Kieran Carson, who picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 83, the total to 281 for 3. I'm not sure if we're going out live here, so perhaps they could tell us in the studio whether we are or not. Would be very helpful. Carson. Labuschagne picks up a single. My apologies here, because we're not sure whether we're broadcasting live or not. I think that 5 Sports Extra have probably picked up the commentary. I'm just waiting for some clarification. We are indeed. We are going out. Thank you very much. We get the thumbs up from the people at 5 Sports Extra, which is great. As it comes, Jack Carson bowls and played onto the onside by Kieran Carson. He picks up another single. He goes to 84, and you talk about a captain's knock, and that's what Kieran Carson is doing. 281 for 3. On Glamorgan at the end of Jack Carson's over. 21 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 95. And he's leading his side to a position where certainly one of Nick's correspondents got in touch earlier, or what listeners I should say, got in touch and said he thought that all three results were still possible here. Now, I'm not saying that's the case, but Glamorgan are giving themselves a chance here, Beth.
They definitely are. This partnership's put them in a really good position. They've been very watchful, but now I think after lunch a little bit more expansive. So yeah, Sussex really need a wicket here if they want to get back into it.
They do. Partnership of 159 now between these two. Myself, Adrian Harms, and Beth Harvey, or Bethan Harvey, as Nick says. Beth's name really is Bethan, and that's when we talk about Wales. Nick's come back into the commentary box now, and I just asked Beth about if England were playing Wales at rugby, who would she support? And she said she would have the red shirt on. As in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Kieran Carlson, runs coming very freely now, clips the ball backward to square, and picks up another single. He goes to 85. The total advances by 1 to 83 for 3. Sussex very much on the defensive here now.
It's more than just the game. With amazing sports podcasts like Football Day.
Just the one slip in place. Backward point, cover mid-off. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. Mid on mid-wicket. Square leg and a fine leg. As in comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls, let go outside the off stump. And there is no run.
With the cricket, because unbeaten sides Sussex and Surrey are in action of day 3 in the county championship. And Adrian Harms is watching Sussex versus Kent at home.
Yes, Sussex are actually playing Glamorgan here, but Glamorgan are 283 for 3, and a partnership now of over 150 between Kieran Carlson, who's on 85, and Marnus Labuschagne, who's 75, are inching Glamorgan towards their first target, which is 358, after which Sussex will need to bat again in this game. 2 wickets have gone down today, both of them taken by Jack Carson, but Glamorgan are batting their way towards a position here where possibly Sussex will need to bat again. Meanwhile, at the Oval, another win for Surrey. They convincingly beaten Kent today by 10 wickets. That's 4 wins out of 6 for Surrey in the county championship, and they top the county championship table. In comes Hudson Prentice, running in down the hill, and bowls and let go outside of the off stump by Marnus Labuschagne, and there is no run. Sports bulletin going on in our ears, so we'll just see if we can get rid of that in a couple of moments' time. I'm just looking at this new ball being available, Beth. I mean, it's 7 overs time, and Glamorgan will. What Marnus Labuschagne, who's a very experienced cricketer, will know is, I mean, clearly they'll want to make full use of the fact this ball is now very old, but also they'll know these two will want to be there when that new ball becomes available.
Definitely, it's going to be a tricky period.
Hudson Prentice bowls let go outside the off stump by Labuschagne. There is no run.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky period with that no ball and a couple of strong spells from Ollie Robinson earlier and Ari Carvelis, who I think will probably take the new ball as well. So it's going to be a tough period to get through, and these two will want to be there to see it out.
Well, definitely, because what you don't want to be doing is exposing the middle order in any way to Ollie Robinson, if indeed he comes on the field. And I know there are restrictions if you've been off the field for a while, as when you can bowl, and he has been off the field since lunch. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls and played by Labuschagne, 2 square leg, fielded there by James Coles, and there is no run. The Sussex seam bowling options in this match, as that is the end of the over. 283 for 3, Labuschagne on 73, Carlson on 85, were a little limited. They had Ollie Robinson, Ari Carvelis, Finn Hudson Prentice, and Tom Haynes with his sort of occasional medium pace. Jack Carlson was included in the side. He's bowled a lot of overs. He's bowled 21 overs. But if Ollie Robinson is now on the field for the new ball, that's a big blow for Sussex. But we'll have to wait and see. There's no suggestion he won't be. It's just that he's not on the field at the moment. It is going to be Jack Carson who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. There's a slip and a short leg. The rest of the field, there's a backward square leg, mid-wicket and a long on, a deep mid-wicket. And on the offside, there's a mid-off point and a sweeper on the cover boundary. As in comes Carlson and bowls and driven sweetly by Carlson to mid-off, and there is no run. Just getting rid of the clean feed coming in from the studio on BBC Radio Sussex. As in comes Carson. Slip and a backward short leg. He's in and bowls and whipped away by Carson onto the leg side. They've picked up one, that's all they'll be, because Alior is very quickly around the boundary. Gets the throw in. One more to Kieran Carson. He goes to 86 to 84 for 3. As Glamorgan Lynch ever nearer to the 358. But they need that subjective number 1 to make Sussex bat again. Carson, right arm off spinner, over the wicket bowls. Labuschagne is nudging that wide of first slip. I don't know if you've got a hand on that. Have to wait and see. Carson is disappointed. It was wide of Steve Smith, who's in there, and they come back for 3 runs. Does Marnus Labuschagne? I'm not sure if that was a chance or not. We thought in the previous over from Jack Carson that maybe Kieran Carson, there was a miss-stumping Ollie Carter down the leg side, but I have to see if we can get some more clarification on that. I'm not sure if that looked to me to be just a little wide of Steve Smith. I don't think he got a hand on that.
Yeah, I don't think he had much of a chance there as it was pushed past his right hand.
Yeah. It was actually Marnus Labuschagne, my apologies. Then comes Carson, bowls to Carlson, who flicks that onto the onside and picks up a single to loud applause for some reason around to our left-hand side, and they're all standing and applauding. I'm looking at the scoreboard to see why. I see no reason on 288 for 3 why they would be applauding.
I think the reason might be the refreshments, Adrian.
Yeah, it looks like they might have had a few, you know. In comes Carson, bowls to Labuschagne, who turns it onto the onside. It's a comfortable single, and runs are coming very easily here for Glamorgan. At the moment, Sussex are trying to build pressure, but at the minute, these two are going along very nicely. 289 for 3. Labuschagne on 77, Carlson on 87. Carson again in bright sunshine. The wind's still quite strong here on the coast as in comes Carson bowls and tickled away down the leg side. More runs here for Kieran Carson. Finn Hudson-Prentice in hot pursuit down to the fine leg boundary. Gets in the throw, and it's a good bit of fielding actually. Not the best of throws, but he got the throw away quickly, and that was the key to Labuschagne and Carlson just deciding to settle on a couple of runs. So another over drifts by. 291 for 3. Kieran Carlson is on 89, Marnus Labuschagne is on 77. Just elsewhere today, keeping you right up to date in the county championship. Surrey have won by 10 wickets. It's their 4th win out of 6 in the county championship. And needless to say, they are top of the table. In the other games in Division 1, virtually all over. At the Aegeus Bowl, where Northamptonshire have had a miserable time. Bowled out for 56 in their first innings, 169 for 9 in their second innings. Wickets there, Liam Dawson has taken 6 for 58 for Hampshire, the spinner, so a spinner's day. Beth Lords, Middlesex look to be heading for defeat. They're 170 for 6 against Somerset, still trailing by 59. Wickets shared around there, 3 though for Peter Siddle, 2 for Craig Overton. Trentbridge, Nottinghamshire eventually out for 442 against Essex. Matthew Montgomery making 177. Essex batting second time around, a 31 without loss, but trailing by 113 runs. In the second division, Durham 135 for 2, leading Gloucestershire by 288. And at New Road, Worcestershire making a real fight of it, 163 for 3 they are, leading another 108 to beat Leicestershire. We've got another change of bowling. It's going to be Tom Haynes, who's going to come on with C end of the ground, the Cromwell Road end, I'm sorry. He's going to be bowling down the hill and coming into Marnus Labuschagne, who's on 77. Haynes is in and bowls, and Labuschagne just plays it out into the offside, and despite some fairly meticulous field setting, that was played to the left of Steve Smith in the covers, and Labuschagne goes through for a single. He goes to 78, 292 for 3. It's good batting from Glamorgan here, because there probably wasn't a single there, in all honesty, Beth.
Yeah, they've nicked that really. I think Labuschagne's great between the wickets, and he's always on the lookout.
Haynes in and bowls to Carlson, who drives through the covers. There is a sweeper on the cover boundary who is Alior, but he can't prevent the single. And Carlson goes to 90, 293 for 3. And at the minute, this flow of runs, and Nick was making the point yesterday in his interview with Ed Byron, that there was no way Glamorgan could just defend for the amount of time that was left in this game, and they had to be positive. And they've been very positive, as in comes Haynes running towards us, bowls and clipped away by Labuschagne to mid-wicket, and there is no run as our line gone down again. Do you mind picking up for a minute, Nick? Do you mind just picking up for a minute?
So in comes Haynes and bowls, and Labuschagne is forward defending out on the offside. Apologies for the technical problems that have dogged us this afternoon.
Cameron, you keep dropping the line, mate, but you keep knocking yourself out.
As Adrian will get his very best stern voice out in the background and upbraid the folk of BBC in Brighton who are pressing the wrong button, and Haynes is in to bowl, and forward comes Labuschagne and defends on the offside, and there's no run. 293 for 3. Labuschagne 78. Carlson is 90.
There must be a way, there must be something. It's not your fault, mate. You've obviously been told how to do it properly. But there must be a way of doing it.
Just the 2 wickets to fall today. Haynes bowls and Labuschagne defends to Clark at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 293 for 3. Carlson 90. Labuschagne 78. Carlson coming in after Labuschagne. So playing a patient knock here. He's on 161 balls faced, 78 scored. So he's accelerated gently, but there have been long periods, haven't there, Beth, of Labuschagne just having a look and blocking most of it.
Yeah, he's been very watchful, and I think, yeah, you can see that Carlson's come in and overtaken him. It looked for a bit that Carlson was going to beat him to the 50, but Labuschagne managed to get a couple of boundaries just before lunch. But now it looks as if Carlson's might, commentator's curse, hopefully not, but he might beat him to the 100 here.
As Carlson will bowl from the sea end. The short leg has gone. There's now a shortish mid-on the drive, about, 15 metres away from the bat, but very straight indeed. As Carlson bowls to Carlson, who's working that on the offside, but there's no run. Simon Brackey wished us good afternoon from very sunny Cwmbran. He was interested to hear the story about me passing my driving test in the town. Sadly, the driving test centre closed years ago. Well, that shows how old I am. Forcing people to use Abergavenny or Newport. As Carlson is forward and driving up to mid-off and taking a single. Great response from Marnus and Carlson. Let's hope for more of it, and says Simon. Stephen Hedges, is the Great Escape progressing? Well, the Great Escape, it might be out of the hut, but I'm not sure if it's reached the perimeters of the prisoners yet. Chris saying, a ton of runs needed, resilience and determination needed. Neil says, don't let Smith wind up Marnus, as Labuschagne is defending that one on the leg side, and there is no run. If you want to tweet us, at Adrian Harms, at NickWebb2017, or you can email us sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, because Adrian can read more than 280 characters and I can't. Down the wicket comes Labuschagne, drives to mid-off, and we'll get through for a single tumbling stop there. Mid-off seems to be for the mishit shot over the top rather than actually saving the single, because they're not saving the single at the moment. The fielder there, Carvelis. Carlson is thinking about pinching a single on the leg side, but Pujara is alive to it. Skims a throw past Carter, but it's luckily backed up. So long on is deep and slightly square as well. Mid-wicket is on the rope at away to our right. as Carlsen is forward and pinching a very cheeky single on the offside as he played it into the tiniest of gaps, fielded by the bowler in his follow-through. 296 for 3, Glamorgan, and these two are sort of taking the mick out of the Sussex fielders at the moment, aren't they?
They are a bit, to be fair. They're very positive, and it looks like they've been batting together for a while now, and they've got a feel for it. So they're just kind of giving each other a look and going, which is good to see.
Of course, these two have played together in past seasons. Labuschagne, his 4th season with Glamorgan, having played here in 2019 when he really thrust himself into the larger public consciousness with that performance in the Ashes. Didn't play in 2020 because of COVID travel problems, but has been here the 3 years since, even if this year it's something of a cameo stay from Marnus Labuschagne in South Wales. Tom Haynes been very economical so far, 8 overs for 10, bowls to Carlsen, who will defend it up to mid-on. It's a battle of patience as much as anything else, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it feels a little bit like Sussex are kind of killing time before the new ball comes in about 3 or 4 overs. So it'd be good to see a bit more intent from them.
As Haynes is in and bowls and worked away by Carlsen down towards fine leg. There's, excellent stop by Carvallis. It's got a long way to go down, but he's kept them down to a couple of runs, saved a couple, making ground around the fine leg boundary, and did well to parry that one in field at full stretch there.
Lost his sunglasses in the process as well.
Is he actually wearing his sunglasses for once?
No,
they're gone on the top.
Yeah, on the hat, all for the fashion.
Why, oh why? It does my head in, this business of the Sunnies. Haynes bowls outside off stump. Carlsen slaps it through the covers. It's a chase for all around the boundaries. Made a really good stop in front of the clock tower scoreboard, though, and kept them down to a single as Glamorgan move on to 299 for 3. So Sussex still working hard in the fields in the afternoon sunshine, as Glamorgan had 2 yesterday. Got a bit ragged at times, Glamorgan. 3 chances going down. Haynes in to bowl, and Labuschagne just plays it defensively on the offside to his fellow number 33, Finn Hudson-Prentice. I suppose you have to the slip chance was very definitely one, wasn't it? And Carlsen was on 3, dropped by Coles off the bowling of Robinson, and then you have to put it down as a return chance to Carlsen on 21 as well, off Carlsen. Haynes bowls and blocked by Labuschagne. It's the sort of thing you can imagine Tom Haynes running in and doing for the next 40 years if he wants to play cricket that long, isn't it?
It's very, very on the money. He just seems to be in such control. It was a rare loose ball a couple of balls ago that went out, just a bit of width, and went out to the offside boundary. But no, he's been very tight.
Most of it has been ultra straight, wicket to wicket, and Labuschagne defends the last ball of the over. Haynes tries to flick it up, and it just bounces off his knee. And there's no run. 299 for 3 here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sport Online, from a sun-kissed Hove. Didn't realise that park run down here is a prom run. And those walking in, there were absolutely hundreds of people charging up and down the prom. Yeah,
I've done that one before. It was my first one, actually.
Right.
Down on Hove Promenade. It's very nice because it's dead flat.
Absolutely.
So the quads don't get too much of a workout.
If I hadn't been carrying a shoulder bag, I might have been tempted to join it. But I nobly overcame the temptation to break into a jog, as I usually do. 299 for 3. You a park runner at all regularly?
No, I've been trying to get into it a bit more, but the trouble is it's on Saturday mornings now, and I'm usually playing cricket. And I want the legs as fresh as possible, really, for the weekend. But certainly in the winter, I like to get involved.
As from the C end. Carson continues and Carlson defends. My BBC Wales colleague Edward Bevan makes the point, Adrian, that he thought that Steve Smith might have gone on by now with his leggies.
Well, Sussex need to try something, Nick.
Carlson bowls, whipped away on the leg side by Carlson for a single out to Orr at mid-wicket. He's bowled just a couple of overs here and there so far?
Yeah, bowled a couple of overs at Leicester last week. Balls around the ground, 300 up for Glamorgan. Just 58 in arrears now, Nick. These two have got their foot on the accelerator since lunch.
Well, they've got the new ball coming very shortly as Labuschagne, well, got in a position where he was looking, I think, to give himself room, but Carson followed him and he's obliged to pat it back. Educational stuff for young Jack Carson as in he comes to bowl and turned away on the leg side, and there's no runs. He didn't play much championship cricket last season, Adrian. Was that because of injury? Or
yes, it was. He had a long-term knee injury. He went out to Sweden and had an operation on that knee, and he barely played at all. Towards the end of the season, he played 2 or 3 championship matches, got selected for the Lions, just on the back of what he did in those few games.
As Carlson bowls, Labuschagne gives him the charge and calls for a quick single, and is, well, we'll never know whether he would have been safely home because the shy from mid-off missed the stumps, but that one was rather too firmly struck from Labuschagne, really, for the single to be there. And Carvallis certainly at action stations, but couldn't hit the wickets. 301 for 3. Carlson pushing forward into a gap on the offside and pinches another single.
Yeah.
Now, new ball, 2 overs away.
Yeah, now Sean Hunt was on the field then for Sussex because Tom Haines had gone off. Now Tom Haines is coming back on. But Ollie Robinson is still off the field now. It's a bit of movement on the balcony. I think that was a Glamorgan player, so we'll just have to wait and see. I've had an email in which someone from the club can probably help me with, actually. It's from Joe, who says, I'm very much enjoying the live stream and commentary, many thanks, but was thinking about coming over to Hove tomorrow for what hopefully could be a great final day. Do you know if I'm allowed to bring a well-behaved dog into the ground? Now, earlier on today, we were watching, there was a gentleman who was with a dog in the temporary stand at the end of the ground. So perhaps someone from the club could let me know, is Joe allowed to bring his well-behaved dog to the ground tomorrow?
As if any dog owner, I mean, not saying in this case, but as if any dog... Can I bring my unruly hound who's liable to bound loose and invade the field of play?
Yes. The only stipulation is, Joe, that when the ball's going to the boundary for the vital 4, your dog doesn't come running on and pinch the ball. My dog might do that, but anyway, I'm sure yours won't, Joe. Now we've got a change in bowling. No, it's still going to be Tom Haines. 9 overs, 5 mains, 0 for 13, running in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Down the hill, he's in and bowls, and Carlson is forward and plays into the offside. No, he's on 97. You should be doing this over, Nick.
Well spotted. 122 deliveries faced so far by Kieran Carlson.
And I've got a message straight back from the club, and it says, you can certainly bring your well-behaved dog, Joe.
Absolutely.
In inverted commas, well-behaved.
Carlson on 97 faces up to Haines, who turns that one on the leg side. Will run this first one hard. They'll come back for a second, and they'll just motor home in the end as Carlson moves on to 99 not out. Not sure if there have been any boundaries off Haines, but now he's just 1 away from a 3rd 100 of the season is Kieran Carlson. So he faces up to Tom Haines, bowling his medium pace from the Cromwell Road end. And Carlson noodles it down to short third man, and there is no run as Hudson Prentice does the fielding. Sussex obviously aren't going to make it easy for Carlson to get to the three figures, but there hasn't really been any change in the field. There are 4 saving the single actually now on the offside. Actually, one or has been brought in off the ropes. 4 saving the single on the offside, 3 on the leg. As forward comes Carlson and defends back down the wicket, and there's no run. 3 on the leg saving the single, including the man on the drive, really, who's more of a catching position. 1 slip and a fine leg is the only man in the outfield as such. So Glamorgan looking to dig themselves out of a chasm rather than a hole. And Kieran Carlson doing his best to lead from the front as he drives, but it's blocked by Clark, who is still on in that substitute fielder capacity at silly mid-on. So I suspect that the new ball will not be propelled by Ollie Robinson, which every absence, even temporary, for an England player is a worry. Haynes is in to bowl, and Carlson turns it away, backward of square on the leg side. He'll come back for at least a couple of runs. It's picked up inside the ropes. They'll turn and hurry back for the third, and Kieran Carlson goes to his 3rd century of the season, coming to the party when his team needed it. Captain for the first time. 127 balls, 10 fours and a 6 for Kieran Carlson's 3rd 100 of the 2023 season.
Well, many congratulations. That's a great 100, isn't it? And Kieran Carlson likes batting against Sussex. I remember that game down at Cardiff, Nick, back in lockdown times, where he made 100 in each innings in the match where Ollie Robinson took 13 wickets in the match. And Kieran Carlson made 2. It was in a losing cause on that particular occasion, but he's that's a wonderful knock. And you talk about leading from the front, and wonderful display. Now, new ball available in 1 over. Still no sign of Ollie Robinson. Someone will know about time restrictions. Ari Cavalos is warming up, so he's clearly going to take the new ball. But that's a massive blow for Sussex if Ollie Robinson is not on the field. It's going to be Jack Carson who's coming in over the wicket to bowl to Kieran Carlson. He's forward and just retrieves the ball for Ollie Carter behind the stumps, and there is no run.
Steve West says we've seen a number of records broken from Glamorgan in recent seasons. If ever we needed another, it's now.
Well, it's been a wonderful partnership. Still another 48 over, only halfway through the day's play. Not quite, as in comes Carlson, bowls and clipped away by Carlson to a backward square leg, fielded there by Tom Haynes. There is no run.
Theoretically, 10 minutes, hour and 10 minutes in the afternoon session, we should be over halfway, shouldn't we?
We should.
96.
Yeah, I mean, the over rate is still showing at +3, but I'm quite surprised at that, to be honest. In comes Carlson and bowls. That kept a little low and played by Carlson to square leg. There is no run. He has been given a couple of lives. I did ask about the stumping. Beth and I thought he might have been stumped down the leg side, but the guys in the press box were saying that it was actually quite away from Carter down the leg side. So just the 2 chances. He was dropped on 3 and 21. In comes Carlson, bowls, and Carlson is forward down the offside. There is no run. I think there's a very good chance here, Nick, that we are not going to see Ollie Robinson taking this new ball. Harry Cavalos is warming up down below us at mid-off. Carson's in again, cut away by Kieran Carlson. It's all the C's at the minute. He picks up a single, does Carlson. He goes to 103.
Reminder of the 2 results in Division 1 today. Surrey beating Kent by 10 wickets at the Oval and at Southampton. Hampshire completed victory over Northants by an innings and 135.
Yeah, having a miserable time of it, Northamptonshire. Jack Carson bowling his off-spin over the wicket, bowl short and clipped away, and there's comfortable runs everywhere around the ground at the minute for Glamorgan. All comes very quickly round from mid-wicket to field, gets in the throw. End of the over. So just 2 runs off the over, and Glamorgan going along very steady. Is that 389? Now, I can't quite see with the sun on the scoreboard.
309.
Thank you.
389.
Sorry.
Glamorgan supporters would wish.
Would be in the lead, yeah. So, Kieran Carlson is on 103. Marnus Labuschagne is on 81. The new ball is available. Cheteshwar Pujara, I'm almost certain, will take it straight away. But it is not going to be taken by Ollie Robinson, who hasn't been on the field since lunch. So we don't want to set the hairs running on Ollie Robinson not being on the field, but Sussex with really only 3 seamers in their side: Finn Hudson-Prentice and Ari Carvelos, occasional medium pace from Tom Haynes. So you'd have thought if there was any chance that Robinson was fit to bowl, that he'd be out there, but he's not. So we'll just have to ask after the game. Well, we'll see if he appears later on in the game. Maybe there's a perfectly valid reason. But all we can report is that he's not on the field at the minute and not taking the new ball.
Which is being propelled by Carvelos, who's been economical so far, 15 overs, 0 for 34. Haynes ultra economical at the moment as well, as Carvelos is in to bowl, and Labuschagne plays it on the leg side, and there is no run. Of interest to Welsh followers will be the fact that the former Glamorgan, now Hampshire batter, is making his debut for Derbyshire today on loan, with Brooke Guest out of action temporarily, and Aaron Donald is filling in as the Derbyshire Falcons wicketkeeper in that T20. Double head extravaganza. Carvelos bowls and Labuschagne defends. And we hope to get an eye in on a couple of days commentary duty for BBC Wales later in the summer.
Oh, good stuff. Really important here for Glamorgan as well, isn't it? And these two will be well aware that the new ball has been taken, but and they won't want to expose the middle order to the new ball. But if Glamorgan can get through this new ball, they could find themselves in a good position in this match. I know it's still a long way away, Nick, but the arrears are now down to
49.
Yeah, less than 50.
Carvelos bowls and Labuschagne defends on the offside, obviously wanting to have a look at what the new ball might be doing. 3 slips back in place from Sussex. And this is one heck of a fight back from Glamorgan already, but even if they get to parity with 3 down, you'd have thought Sussex would still fancy their chances at some point in the next 2 days. As Labuschagne turns on the leg side into a little gap. He's run the first one really fast, but not even Labuschagne will come back for a second there, because Hudson-Prentice ran round from square leg to backward square to do the fielding. Yeah, the T20 double header at Edgbaston today. Derbyshire 35 for 1 in the 6th over against Lancashire. That's technically a Derbyshire home game, and that's followed by Birmingham Bears against Yorkshire Vikings at 6:30 if you fancy listening to a little extra cricket this evening, as that's allowed to go through outside off stump by Kieran Carlson, and there's no run.
It's a little difficult to see because Sean Hunt, who is not playing in this game, would have given a left-arm seam option here for Sussex. So the Sussex seam attack without Robinson is all right-arm medium pacers. Perfectly decent bowlers, all of them, but the attack has a little bit of a samey look about it now.
Carvelos bowls and Carlson tries to cut but picks out or at gully, and there is no run. It is an issue that Glamorgan found in the first couple of matches of the season when they fielded 4 right-arm seamers who were all about the same sort of pace, and needed the variety, I think, that McIlroy brought them, although he's sort of easing himself into the county game. His first consistent spell in the side, he's picked up 7 wickets so far, but just gives the batters a little extra to think about. Even if your left arm seamer is of equal ability, say, to the right armer that they replace, you'd still want the variety in the side, wouldn't you?
No, absolutely. Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to take the new ball from the C end of the ground. 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 52 has been expensive as Hudson-Prentice, in complete contrast to Ari Carvelos, who's bowled 16 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 35, so he's wicketless, but at least he's kept it relatively tight. for his skipper. So Cheteshwar Pujara is supporting his new ball bowlers here with a 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. And Hudson Prentice literally down in front of us. We are virtually wicket to wicket here at Hove on a lovely sunny day. Lots of blue sky, a bit of cotton wool high cloud, but lovely cricketing weather as in comes Hudson Prentice running in over the wicket to bowl to Marnus Labuschagne, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. A very good afternoon if you're just joining us here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Wales or BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nick Webb. Beth Harvey, Sussex women's cricketer, off spinner, is with us here in the commentary box as well. Beth will be joining us later for on our commentary as Hudson Prentice wheels round in front of us. Still 47 overs to be bowled today as Hudson Prentice is in again. Bowled. Well, that's a good delivery, and Labuschagne was forward. There was a rather hopeful appeal from behind the stumps by Ollie Carter. Not entirely sure what they were appealing for, but it was a good delivery just in that little slot outside of the off stump.
May have been just a noise of bat on pad, I think,
Yeah.
as Labuschagne played inside the ball, and viewers of the county streamer, you can tell that the breeze is getting up because the camera is not quite as still as it was.
It's been quite breezy here all day as Hudson Prentice is on his way. Bowls up the hill, and that's a poor delivery really, and it's just tucked away by Labuschagne off the hip. The ball runs away for 4 runs to square leg. That's a bit of a gimme really, Nick. It's a poor delivery, and Labuschagne just tucks inside the line and plays it away for 4 runs. Luckily, Paul Farbrace, the Sussex coach last week at Leicester, was a little frustrated at the Sussex bowling attack. He got a bit ragged in the Leicestershire second innings, and he won't be happy with that delivery. That really is help yourself for someone of Labuschagne's ability. He goes to 86. I'm sorry to sound slightly vague, but from the angle I think that's 86.
Yep, go for that. 314 for 4. 314 for 3.
Thank you. Hudson Prentice back to his mark. I'll give you the Sussex bowling figures in a moment. No, we've got another change in the field? No. I am amazed at the Sussex. It's probably because the spinners have been on quite a bit today that the over 8 is +3, but there's been a lot of fiddling around with fields when bowlers are ready to bowl. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and forward comes Labuschagne. That's a much better delivery played down the offside by Hudson Prentice.
Interesting game at Worcester, with Worcestershire making a real go of it. They have lost Adam Hose for 84, but Gareth Roderick is still there on a very cautious 49 not out. Worcestershire need a further 96 runs to beat Leicestershire with 6 wickets now standing, so that one could go pretty much to the wire.
Yes. Very impressed with Gareth Roderick's wicket-keeping down at Worcester last week, or a couple of weeks ago. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and Labuschagne beaten outside the off stump. Now, that's a really good delivery by Hudson Prentice. He's bowled 1 poor delivery, but then 2 very good deliveries outside the off stump, and Labuschagne was beaten, just tentatively prodding forward. The ball goes through to Carter, and there is no run. The Sussex bowling figures: Ollie Robinson, 17 overs, 1 for 46. Ari Cavalos, as we were saying, 16 overs, no wicket for 35. Tom Haynes, 10 overs for 18. Jack Carson, 25 overs, 2 for 111. And James Coles, just the 5 overs for the left arm spinner, no wicket for 36. Hudson Prentice in again, bowls, and Labuschagne hammers that one away through backward point for 4 runs. Too much width, unfortunately, on this occasion for Hudson Prentice, who's absolutely furious with himself, and he kicks away at the turf. 8 runs off of the over. That belies the fact, or doesn't show the fact, that he did beat Marnus Labuschagne. He couldn't follow it up with a good delivery. He's cut away for 4 runs, and Labuschagne is marching towards his century here. He's 90 not out, and Glamorgan on 318 for 3 means they trail now by just 40 runs, Nick. I'm carrying on at this rate of knots with another 46 overs to be bowled tonight. Glamorgan could be in positive territory, and some, if they carry on like this at the end of the day.
Yeah, 14 overs till the tea interval, so they would hope to be somewhere around parity at least, but most importantly really is just the wickets column, that stays as low as possible for as long as possible. Glamorgan are nowhere near the territory where they can start thinking of setting a target, as Carlson shoulders arms, the first ball of the new over from Carvelis from the Cromwell Road end, and one of the residents up there has got a window that's the sun is striking, and it's quite actually dazzling for us, about 150, 200 metres away, as Carvelis down the slope to bowl to Carlson, who drives but doesn't time it, back to the bowler, who threatens to throw down the stumps just in case Carlson had overbalanced forwards. Doesn't do so. I think the sunnies will have to come on, even though we're behind tinted glass indoors. It's not a poser look. Unlike the cricketers who wear them on the back of the cap or the top of the hat or whatever. Never understand it. Carvelis is in to bowl, and Carlson runs one down to gully, and there is no run. At Bristol, Durham stretching their lead, having decided not to enforce the follow-on. They're 201 for 3 in just the 41st over, so they're cracking along with Michael Jones having made a century there, and looking to pile up a big lead and back Gloucestershire out of the game. Carvelis to Carlson, who fiddles at that one. Extra bounce from the new ball, and Carlson, is he trying to uppercut it with the bounce of the ball? He missed it anyway. Thought for a moment that he might have feathered it through to Carter.
Yeah, there is just a little bit of extra bounce, isn't there, if you can bend your back? And I thought for a moment he got a little nick on that.
There's some tall bowlers around in the Sussex ranks, aren't there?
Yes.
Carvelis 6'5", Robinson likewise. He's not on the field at the moment as Carlson blocks another delivery on the leg side. Hudson Prentice doesn't look as though he's lacking in height either. What's he listed as? Listed as 6 foot. I'd put him as more than that. Anyway, it is the definitely lanky Carvelis who's in to bowl outside off stump. There is extra bounce there. Carlson had nothing to do with that delivery, and quite rightly so. Glamorgan don't have to worry about any scoring rates. They just have to eat into this Sussex lead. They are now 40 runs behind at 318 for 3, and I will give way for a moment at least to Beth Harvey as I update BBC Radio Wales listeners.
17 overs, 5 maidens, and no wicket for 35 for Harry Carvelis, so he's going just about over 2 and over, so he's doing a good job for his skipper in terms of keeping these two quiet. But what Sussex need with this new ball is wickets, as Hudson Prentice is on his way up the hill, comes in and bowls to Marnus Labuschagne, who plays stylishly into the offside. I think that's hit the fielder in the face. We'll just wait and see. It came off the matting. There's some green matting over one of the wickets, and the ball flew up off the edge of that matting, and it hit Tom Haynes, I think that is. I think he's okay. But momentarily I thought that hit him around about the face, but he's okay. That could have been nasty, Beth.
Yeah, it definitely could have. I think he might have got it on the shoulder actually, but it was kind of bobbling and then took off after it hit that matting.
Yeah.
Protected wicket.
Protecting a wicket right in the middle of the square. In comes Hudson Prentice. Again bowls, and forward comes Labuschagne. This time he plays very straight to Cheteshwar Pujara, and there is no run. So very good afternoon wherever you're listening from. Maybe in your car driving somewhere, maybe you're at a cricket match watching, or maybe you're doing whatever, sitting in the garden enjoying the sunshine. If you're down on the south coast, as indeed I think it is for most of the country, the weather is absolutely glorious. It is going to be Finn Hudson Prentice, who runs away from us, 3 slips in place, comes into bowl to Marnus Labuschagne, who's on 92. Labuschagne drives stylishly to mid-off, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a final. We've got a pack of biscuits here in the commentary box, which you've done very well to avoid eating. Beth, have you eaten any of them?
No, I'm all right, thank you. Not really my cup of tea, though.
Right, OK. Voice of Beth Harvey, who plays for Sussex women's cricket team. She's a keen rugby supporter as well. As in comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket bowls and driven away by Labuschagne, and that's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played. It was slightly over pitch. He just caressed that through the covers. Tom Haynes there in at cover. To be fair, that wasn't easy because the ball was coming across the matting. He's already caught one on the shoulder there as Tom Haynes. I thought he was going to stop it in all fairness, but I think he might have been put off by his previous experience with the mat.
Well, I thought he had stopped it, and I was kind of looking at him thinking, well fielded, sir, and then it's gone to the boundary.
It has indeed. And Glamorgan are 324 for 3. The arrears now is down to just 34. As Cheteshwar Pujara again Sussex look to reset the field here halfway through the over. I think now with the seamers on, it might be quite interesting to keep an eye on this over 8 because Sussex have been quite slow since lunch. I think it's only the fact the spinners have been on has meant that the over 8 has stayed as it is because there seem to be a lot of delays. And it's already nearly 3 past. In comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls pulled away, and there we are. It's 100 for Marnus Labuschagne. What a wonderful way to go to his 100. His Glamorgan teammates stand on the balcony and applaud. The sporting crowd here at Hove stand and applaud. The Marnus Labuschagne fan club who are down in the southwest corner, they've got their shirts off and they're waving their shirts around their heads in the crowd. Brilliant innings, 100 and 185 balls, just over 4 hours, 13 fours, 3 sixes. The Ashes are just around the corner and Labuschagne is playing himself into form. Wonderful knock. There we are. There's a little chant from I hope it was clean. It wasn't a great ball in fairness from Finn Hudson Prentice on an easy 4 runs. So back-to-back boundaries. In comes Hudson Prentice again, bowls to Labuschagne, lets that go outside the off stump. Already 10 runs off the over. Finn Hudson Prentice has bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 70. And Sussex have taken the new ball. They're desperate for a wicket. And Beth, you're just sort of looking around now thinking where on earth they can get a wicket from because no Ollie Robinson out there and we can only speculate as to why Ollie isn't on the field, but he isn't. And so Sussex are relying on Finn Hudson Prentice and Eric Avalos to take the new ball. The other option is Tom Haynes, who can bowl a little bit of medium pace. Then it's the spinners, and I'm sure Glamorgan are well aware of that.
I'm sure they are. I think Tom Haynes has been really on the money so far this game. Finn Hudson Prentice a little bit wayward.
Yeah, in comes Eric Avalos, bowls to Kieran Carlson outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. And there is no run. There's a gentleman in a green T-shirt who's probably got the best view in the house. Way to our right-hand side, there's a block of apartments. They don't have balconies. Oh, actually, there are a couple of balconies in the middle of the blocks of flats, but he's standing up on the roof. I can only presume he hasn't got a balcony himself. About 4 stories up, and he's got a panoramic view here at home. He's got a deck chair up there as well. In comes Carvelos, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Kieran Carlson. There is no run. I might need to do some maths, actually, Beth, because these two came together when Glamorgan were 123 for 3. So by my reckoning, that's the 200 partnership between these two.
I reckon your maths is good, Adrian.
Thank you. It's not normally. We're trying to keep an eye on lots of things here, and I'm sure Nick will be shortly reaching for the Glamorgan record books as well. In comes Carvelos down the hill, bowls to Carlson, who covers up, plays into the offside, and there is no run. So yes, indeed, this partnership is now worth, by my reckoning, 205.
Well, that's incredible work from them, considering in the first innings the whole team scored 123.
You're right.
They've got them on toast here.
They have. So the lead, or the deficit is the better way of putting it for Glamorgan, is now just 30 runs, and that seemed light years away when they started this reply. 3 sips go down. Carvelos in, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Kieran Carlson, who will be very mindful here that this new ball is only in its 5th over. But these two will know that if they can just steer Glamorgan through here, maybe. And tea is still a long way away. It's 11 overs until tea, but these two will feel if they can see this new ball off, and with Sussex currently without Ollie Robinson, that they've got a chance to make hay on a lovely sunny day on a good pitch, an outfield that's getting quicker as the game progresses. Carvelos in, bowls, Carlson up on his toes. Carvelos fields of his own bowling. He's been very economic, Harry Carvelos. He's in his 18th over. He's one ball away from bowling another maiden. So far he's bowled 5 maidens, 0 for 35. He's going at less than 2 and over. He's by a long chalk, with the exception of Robinson, the most economic of the Glamorgan bowlers, the Sussex bowlers. 3 slips in place. Carvelos in bowls. Oh, that didn't miss the off stump by very much. That was a good leave, actually, by Kieran Carlson. The howl was from Harry Carvelos because the ball beat the bat and it then seemed to swing in towards the stumps, but it was too late for that to happen. It is the end of the over. Another maiden over from Carvelos. So he has bowled 18 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 35. He's going less than 2 and over, Beth. So he's doing a good job in terms of containment, but of course what Sussex need is wickets.
Yeah, he's been very consistent outside that off stump as well, and I think maybe a little bit of patience required from Sussex here to try and take that all-important wicket and break this partnership.
Well, already, and this new ball is only 5 overs old, and Sussex are having to turn to, and I'm slightly, though, to lose the expression, but to very much the part-time bowling of Tom Haynes. And we spoke to Tom after the first day. He made 58 and he was explaining how he's been out for the last couple of games with a knee injury. But sort of almost passed himself fit to play. How fit he is to bowl a lengthy spell, I don't know. Sean Hunter just wandered out of the pavilion to bring some supplies or drink or something out for somebody. Still no sign of Ollie Robinson. Which doesn't augur well for Sussex in this match. Now, who's that come out into short extra cover? That's Tom Clark. So, Tom Haynes is coming in, just got the 2 slips in place. I'll give you the rest of the field in a moment. Haynes is in, clipped away by Labuschagne, deep down to deep fine leg. He picks up his 101st run from Glamorgan to 329 for 3. It means the arrears now are less than 30. 29 before Glamorgan are in positive territory. They're minus 29 for 3. On a lovely sunny day down on the south coast, Sussex desperate for a wicket, but these two have now added over 200 for the 4th wicket as in comes Haynes over the wicket, bowls, and back on his stumps is Carlson, plays that into the offside. There is no run. So there are 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off. There is a sweeper on the cover boundary, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. So what Tom Haynes can't afford to do here with the keeper up to the stumps is to bowl anything down the leg side, because there's no one behind square on the leg side. It'll just need a little tickle down to fine leg for runs. In comes Haynes, bowls, and cut away by Kieran Carlson. That's going to be 4 runs. 2 wide outside the off stump, cut away. James Coles is in hot pursuit. Oh, brilliant bit of fielding. Well done, James Coles, and he gets a good hand. And a good throw over the top of the stumps coming in from Hudson Prentice. So James Coles raced around the boundary. He managed to grab the ball in just before it went over the ropes and prevented one more run being taken. But Carlson nonetheless goes to 106 and Glamorgan to 323 for 3. The sun has momentarily disappeared as Haynes in again. Bowls and up on his toes is Marnus. Labuschagne plays into the offside and there is no run. I apologise, it's 3:32. I've got my digits around the wrong way. 3:32 for 3. So the arrears now down to 26 as far as Glamorgan is concerned. And someone got in touch this morning and said to Nick, I believe all results are possible in this game, and indeed they are. On the Glamorgan bat, Haynes in again, bowls, and he didn't quite know where that had gone, did Marnus Labuschagne. He was looking to play that away on the offside. He got a thickish inside edge and the ball bounced out onto the onside, and there is no run.
I think the WinViz meter is going to would have been all over the gaff today.
Yep.
Sussex were firm favourites this morning, but this partnership has been excellent from Glamorgan.
Once they picked up those 2 wickets this morning, we did wonder whether it would go to a 4th day, but these two had other ideas. Haynes in and bowls. Forward comes Labuschagne. More runs here, back to the point. Hudson Prentice needs to chase back. They're going to come back for a 2nd run, but it was good running. And they've run well between the wickets as well, Beth, haven't they? I mean, he set off very quickly, did Marnus Labuschagne. So he goes to 103. And at the end of the over, Glamorgan are 334 for 3. 3. The arrears now just 24. And Sussex needs some inspiration from somewhere. Just talk about running between the wickets, because it's something we talk a lot about here. Is that, I mean, you're playing a lot of limited overs cricket, so I guess that's very much part and parcel of the game.
Yeah, I tend to be, I like to be very positive.
Right.
But I'm not built for speed, personally, so I think it's a bit of a dangerous combination, that.
What number do you like to bat, Beth?
Well, what number do I like to bat?
Yeah. In comes Carvalhais, bowls, and Carlson plays to backward point. There is no run. Yeah. What number would you like to bat, as opposed to which number do you bat?
I like to, I'd like to be in the mix. Maybe middle order.
Yeah.
But I'm often found as part of the tail.
And it's difficult, I guess, with T20 particularly, because there's not that many overs. You know, if you do get a knock, the chances are you're coming in with just a handful of balls left, or maybe a couple of overs left, which can be quite frustrating.
Yeah, and it's a case of swing as hard as you can.
Carvalhais in bowls, cut away by Carlson. Back the point, fielded by Orr, no run. Yeah, and often as well, you're coming in at the back end of a T20. You're coming in when often the better bowlers are back for the end of the innings. So it can be pretty tough being a tail ender in limited overs cricket.
Yeah, it's not an easy job, but I think try and get the long levers through it and, and crack on.
In comes Carvalhais, bowls, and Carlson drives that down the ground, and that's a very good bit of fielding, and that's the sort of thing that can lift a side's spirits. Was driven firmly down the ground, and a good stop there at mid-on by the sun-hatted. Not sure if that's James Coles. Let's just see as he turns round. Not sure who that is, because...
Carlson?
Just break off. In comes Carvalhais, in and bowled, and Carlson runs that to backward point, fielded there by the alert Ali Orr, and there is no run. It was actually Jack Carson.
Yeah.
There are 3 sun-hatted Sussex players at the moment. James Coles is down here for some reason at fine leg. Jack Carlson is at mid-on, and Ari Carvalhais, who does wear a sun hat, he's bowling, so he can't bowl with his sun hat on. Carvalhais. Economic again. Maiden over so far. He's in and bowls, and Carlson works this to backward point. Again, there is no run. So he's on the verge of his 7th maiden here. Here's Ari Carvalhais. He's bowled so far 18 overs and 5 balls, 6 maidens, no wicket for 35. Very economic spell from Carvalhais, who played his first game of the season last week at Leicester. Picked up 5 wickets and is on his way. Again, I'll give you an update on the scores in the other matches at the end of this over. There have been a couple of results as Carvalhais in bowls, and he very, very nearly plays on. Bat on to pad, the ball bounces away on the offside. It is a maiden over. 7 maidens for Ari Carvalhais in his 19, no wicket for 35. Glamorgan at the end of that Carvalhais over are 334 for 3, so they trail by 24. Labuschagne on 103. Carlson is on 106. These two coming together when Sam Northeast was out, when the score was on 123. So a partnership between these two of 200 and... yes. Tom Haynes will carry on. So elsewhere, there are 3 results. All of those results coming in the first division, which I'll give you in a moment's time, as Tom Haynes is in and bowls, and forward comes Labuschagne, plays down the offside of the track, no run. So Hampshire beat Northamptonshire by an innings and 135 at the Ageas Bowl. Northamptonshire bundled out for 176 in their second innings. Wickets there for Liam Dawson. He took 6 for 61. So Hampshire back to winning ways. Middlesex have lost. They've been bowled out for 216 by Somerset at Lords. They've lost by an innings and 13 runs as Haynes is in bowls and Labuschagne plays to mid-wicket and there is no run. Craig Overton in the wickets there, taking 5 for 46. Peter Siddle taking 3 for 47. So Somerset victorious. The other result coming much earlier on today, where the county championship leader Surrey convincingly beat Kent by 10 wickets. Tom Laws taking 5 wickets as Kent bowled out for just 141. Zach Crawley making 34 in the second innings for Kent as Haynes is in and bowls to Labuschagne. Played into the offside and there is no run. So Surrey wrapping up victory by 10 wickets. That leaves the county championship with Surrey top of the pile. They've played 6, they've got 104 points. Warwickshire have played 5, they've got 79. Hampshire have played 6, they've got 79. And Somerset have played 6, they've got 67. Then at the bottom, as in comes Haynes and bowls, and Labuschagne plays very cautiously to mid off, and there is no run. Northamptonshire played 6, they've got 38 points. Then Kent have played 6, they've got 43. Lancashire have only played 5, they've got 46. Then Middlesex with 51. Middlesex, who have lost 4 games this season of their 6. In comes Haynes and bowls down the leg side. The ball hits the pad. Carter takes it second time around, and there is no run. So they've been a result in every game that Middlesex have played this season.
What was the results in the game, Adrian?
Played 6, won 2, lost 4, haven't drawn any. So that's the story in Division 1 of the County Championship. In Division 2, I'll give you the scores there in a moment. As he comes, Haynes drives, driven down the ground, nice looking shot by Labuschagne. That's going to race away, that's going to be 4 runs. Pujara tried to cut it off, couldn't do so, and it was drilled straight down the ground. Lovely shot by Labuschagne. He goes to 107, and the total advances by 3 to 338 for 3. The arrears down to 20. Just very quickly in the second division of the County Championship, Durham are 242 for 3 at Bristol, leading by 395, so clearly setting up a declaration you'd have thought fairly so. Michael Jones making 116, and Ollie Robinson, that's the Kent Ollie Robinson, who's the best wicket-keeper I've seen in the second division this season. He kept brilliantly here in the first match of the season. He's 45 not out. And down at Worcestershire 178 for 4, still needing 93 to beat Leicestershire. In the Vitality Blast, up at Edgbaston, Derbyshire playing Lancashire. Derbyshire 101 for 3 after 12 overs. The Blast getting underway today. And it's going to be Ari Cavalos who's going to come running in. I'm waiting for an update to the listeners in BBC Sussex, which hasn't come at the moment, so we'll wait for that to happen. I'll put all our various headphones in. Jack Carlson's warming up at mid-on. Sussex are really struggling here. Beth?
Yeah, they seem to be in a real lull. Even this new ball we'd hoped would bring a bit more excitement. Doesn't seem to have done much to break this partnership.
In comes Carvelos down the hill. Bowls and hammered away by Carlson. That's going to be 4 more. But it was over-pitched. He's bowled very well, Ari Carvelos. He's bowled very tightly. That was over-pitched, and Carlson just belted the ball back past him for 4 runs. It's a beautiful shot. He goes to 110. And Glamorgan to 342 for 3. I would imagine that there'll be a few Glamorgan historians and statisticians starting to look through the record books for 4th wicket partnerships. I'm sure it's not a record by any manner of means, but maybe against Sussex. But these two going from strength to strength, coming together when Sam North East was out first ball. I wonder what North East is sitting. He's sitting up on the balcony thinking, I was out first ball. And these two are making it look ridiculously easy at the minute. In comes Carvelos and bowls, and played into the offside is Kieran Carlson, and there is no run. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Carvelos. He's on his way again. Down the hill, bowls, and right in behind that is Kieran Carlson. And there is no run. We're going for an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Yeah, Sussex v Glamorgan here at Hove this week, and Glamorgan going along very nicely. They're 342 for 3. It means that they trail Sussex now by just 16 runs, and 2 Centurions at the crease at the minute. The Glamorgan skipper, Kieran Carlson, who's on 110, and Marnus Labuschagne, the Australian, who's on 107, and there's another boundary to Kieran Carlson, belted away through the offside for 4 runs. So the rears now just down to 8 runs, and Glamorgan very much looking here to move into the lead. And the big news from here is that Ollie Robinson is not on the field for Sussex. He hasn't been on the field since lunchtime. Sussex have taken the new ball in his absence, but Ollie Robinson is not on the field and not bowling. We can only report what we see, and we'll have to wait and see whether that's some kind of an injury, but we'll have to see, as I say, at the close of play. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey have won today convincingly against Kent by 10 wickets. It means they've won 4 of their 6 county championship matches so far this season, and they are clear at the top of the table. But here Glamorgan going along very nicely indeed, with both Labuschagne and Carlson having reached their hundreds. We are going to get some spin, I think. Oh, I've just been past a note by Nick that says the fourth wicket all time is 425 between Sir Vivian Richards and Adrian Dale against Middlesex in 1993. So I've got a way to get to that. So well done, Nick. That was not my research. It was Nick Webb from BBC Wales. We've still got another 7 overs to go until tea. We've got another delay, some more drinks being brought out on this occasion for the Glamorgan players. So tea should be at 20 to 4. But another 7 overs to go. We will speed through the overs a little bit more now, because Jack Carlson is into the Sussex attack, and really Pujara is doing all he can do here, Beth, really. His bowling resource is really restricted without Ollie Robinson, and he's turning to his off spinner. I mean, the ball is still hard. Is that something you prefer to do? I mean, I guess when you're playing a lot of T20, the ball is always reasonably hard anyway.
I don't mind the condition of the ball, really. I find if it's a little bit damp, I find it harder to bowl with the new ball because it gets a bit dewy and a bit slippy. But I think he'll probably be happy to bowl with this now and might get a little bit more turn and bounce. Hopefully he'll be challenging the edge. So we'll see how he goes. He's bowled well today, Carson.
25 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 111. We'll bring Nick. We're back in commentary in a few moments' time, but it's going to be Jack Carlson with a slip and a short leg coming into bowl to Marnus Labuschagne, who's on 107. Carlson's in bowls, and Labuschagne is back and eases that one smooth off and takes a comfortable single. They're dealing in 4s and singles here, Glamorgan, at the minute, and it's a little difficult for Pujara to know where to put his field. Labuschagne goes to 108, 347 for 3.
Yeah, they're making it look pretty easy out there, I must say.
They are. The arrears down to 11. I think I said 8 in my report. The arrears are 11. Carlson, a slip and a short leg still in place. In and bowls and cut away firmly by Kieran Carlson. He goes to 115, fielded in the outfield by James Coles out at deep cover. It's another comfortable single with some ironic applause from the supporters in the southwest corner of the ground. Adjustment by Labuschagne, who waits. And Jack Carlson is in bowls, and Labuschagne thought about going to look at him. Is he being caught at short leg? No, he isn't. It obviously came off the pad. All the Sussex fielders were up. Well, Sussex will appeal for anything at the minute, and why wouldn't you? But it came off I presume, the thigh pad to Tom Alsop, who's in there at short leg. Thigh pad, do you think, Beth?
Well, they had me going. I thought it hit it. I was fist pumping. Come on, the boys.
In comes Carlson again, bowls, and this one is turned backward square, fielded by Carvelos. A backward square leg, and there is no run.
It did balloon up though, so I think it must have been a little bit.
Yes, it did. It did really balloon to short leg. Carlson again, in over the wicket, bowls and cut away by Marnus Labuschagne. He goes to 109, and the total advances by 1 as Glamorgan hone in on this score. The first objective to make Sussex bat again. They're not far away from doing it now. Carlson in and bowls and played beautifully. That's a lovely shot by Kieran Carlson down towards third man. They've taken one, they come back for the second, and again a feature of this partnership has been the running between the wickets. They set off that first run really quickly. Kieran Carlson ran the first one fast, meant he could come back for the second. He was running to the danger end, but there was never any danger of a run out. He goes to 117, does Kieran Carlson, and the Glamorgan total to 351 for 3. It means the arrears here now is just 7 runs. I think we may have a little change around in the commentary box as we approach tea. We've got 6 overs to go, and Nick's going to come and join me in the run-up to our cucumber sandwiches at tea. I doubt we're going to get cucumber sandwiches, but we might get some cake. You never know.
Well, we've definitely got a cake in the...
Oh, has it arrived?
In the back of the box if the club cake doesn't arrive.
Okay.
Here's Carvelis in to bowl, and Labuschagne props forward, and there's no run. Well, on the verge of parity, how good would that be for Welsh supporters if they were to get in the lead with the 3 wickets down that it has been since midway through the first session, or early in the first session really, when Glamorgan had added just a handful of runs before they lost those 2 wickets in successive balls, as Labuschagne defends to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Well, it batted beautifully, Nick. There's no question about that. I mean, the Sussex attack, no question, with no Robinson out there at the minute, is shorn of their one really class bowler. But taking that to one side, they've battled through and they've played some glorious shots as well.
Yeah, Carson's bowled tidily at times. Haynes has kept things tight as Labuschagne plays that one into the offside. There's a chase for all, but he should get there around that short boundary, and just a single, even though Labuschagne saw that shot hauled in a metre or 2 inside the cover boundary. It's a short boundary on the clock tower scoreboard side towards the flats away to our right as we look up the hill from the sea end of this county ground. Carvelis into Carlson, who cuts, and that one will race away down the slopes for 4 runs. Doesn't hop up over the boards for once, so it doesn't endanger anyone's pint in the hospitality area, but it endangers the peace of mind of Sussex supporters, because Glamorgan are now just 2 runs behind in this fixture that brought a couple of big scores last year, of course, in the last game of the season, which finished eventually in a draw in late September, Rod Stewart territory, as they say. Glamorgan made 533 for 9 declared, and Sussex made 554 for 8 in their second innings, having been made to follow on. Carlson defends that one on the offside. The lead can wait. Sussex 258 all out in their first innings on that occasion. But really for Glamorgan, the incentive had gone the day before, because the other match had finished at New Road, and Middlesex had done enough to make sure of promotion, their rivals. Carvelis is in to bowl to Carlson, who is on the defensive. Just been 1 or 2 have beaten the bat since the new ball, but nothing too dramatic, and it's a question of patience and concentration for this Glamorgan pair out in the sunshine, making the fielders sweat though. To 356 for 3, the deficit is 2. Wonder if the crowd are on there on notice of that deficit. Wonder whether it'll get any applause in a couple of runs' time.
It's a slightly tricky some to work out. I can see one of the press boys is down talking to Paul Farbrace, who's just down on the boundary. But I wonder if he's asking about Ollie Robinson. We'll see. Anyway, it's Jack Carson who's coming in from the sea end of the ground bowl, short and cut away by Labuschagne into the covers, fielded by Cheteshwar Pujara, and there is no run.
We'll try and bring you any intelligence and the tee from the after the tea interval.
Yeah.
If there's intelligence to be had in the press box.
In comes Carson and bowls, and Labuschagne is forward and very helpfully stops the ball for Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So we've got another 36 overs to be bowled today. So if Glamorgan carry on like this, you'd think they'd have a lead of well over 100 by the close of play, which could set up some sort of exciting day tomorrow. In comes Carson, Labuschagne down the wicket driving. He hits the ball, cracks into the pads of Tom Alsop, who's standing there at short leg, and there is no run.
Well, the match is finishing rapidly in Division 1 today, aren't they? Victory for Somerset by an innings and 13 over Middlesex, the latest of them. Hampshire an innings and 135 over Northants, and Surrey over Kent by 10 wickets.
In comes Carson bowls, and again clipped into the pads of Alsop at short leg. Good job he's got those pads on. I think in the days when he didn't have pads, you'd have sore shins in there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he'd probably been wearing shin pads even before the fashion of wicketkeeper pads for short legs.
Slip on a short leg of the only close fielders as Carson is in bowls and cut away firmly. That's a lovely looking shot. I've lost track of the ball. James Coles is racing around the boundary. Is he going to cut it off? Yes, he does, just inside. But 3 runs taken to Marnus Labuschagne. He goes to 113, and there is applause around the ground, because a few people have realised that Glamorgan are now in positive territory. They are effectively 1 for 3.
Yeah, it's 1 for 3 wouldn't sound great, but it's Glamorgan will bite your hand off for all that at the moment.
I would. In comes Carson bowls and clubbed away by Carlson to Carson got a hand on it, deflected the ball to Tom Haynes, but not before they'd gone through for another run. So Labuschagne 113, Carlson 122. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Wales. I can see there's what do you call a gaggle of journalists? I can see one of the Times writers is down there, some for the Cricketer, the Reporters Network. They're all standing a little huddle on the boundary edge. They were talking to Paul Farbrace, so I wonder if there's any news. We shall see.
A hack of journalists.
A hack of journalists, that's good.
As Carvallis will continue his economical but so far wicketless bowling. He's got 2 slips and a gully come 4th slip as Carlson plays the ball down to that very fielder, Tom Clark, who fields and prevents a run from being taken. So Glamorgan 360 for 3. 2 runs in the lead. Can they develop this partnership? Haven't heard any 1 brings 2 on the effects microphone recently, or bang bang. Carlson drives meaterly enough, but fielded by Carvallis in his follow through, and there is no run.
Well, Sussex will be very pleased, I think, to get into the dressing room and put their feet up, but they've got a bit more bowling to do yet, haven't they? They haven't picked up a wicket with this new ball. They've been out there for 93 overs after this one.
As Carvallis comes loping in, tall man, and driven through mid-wicket by Carlson. I think that one will run away. It is being pursued to the very end, but the ball wins the race, popping over the ropes next to the dressing room, and runs away for 4. And an excellent innings by Kieran Carlson as he moves on to 126 not out, and Glamorgan 364 for 3, alias 6 for 3. And this is now Carlson's highest innings of the season, beating his 119 against Durham in the 2nd week. So Carlson has got 3 centuries, and his other innings haven't gone past 20. But at least he's converting when he does.
Absolutely, yeah.
Looking, it's the type of time of day when my WhatsApp is buzzing with updates on my club performances. Halfway through the games there in the South East Wales League as Carvallis bowls, and Carlson with a turn of the wrists whips it down to fine leg, just a little stray towards leg stump from Carvallis, and away it went. Wristy sort of player, Kieran Carlson at times, and really directed that one well. Tangled up in the WhatsApp messages is one from a professional team of cryptocurrency investors. Do you think I should get involved there?
I don't know. I'm not too sure about cryptocurrency.
Carlson chops another one down towards backward point, and we'll just get the single there because it's well fielded by Orr on the boundary. But Adrian, don't you have a passion for learning and a desire for wealth?
I have a desire for wealth and for learning, but I've always thought cryptocurrency sounds a bit. I don't understand it, but Beth looks like the sort of person who might understand all about cryptocurrency. I must admit, I haven't got a clue really.
Too late. It's in the junk bin.
Thank you.
Delete. 369 for 3. Here at Hove, that's the currency of runs, and that's through outside off stump, and Labuschagne ignores it as it goes through to the gloves of Ollie Carter. 369 for 3, Glamorgan 11 in the lead.
Well, the Sussex attack is looking weary in the extreme. Ari Carvallis wanders off to his fielding position, and it's difficult to know what else Cheteshwar Pujara can do here. Sussex have taken the new ball. They'd have hoped for it to bring some reward. It hasn't so far. And with just two frontline seamers, that's Finn Hudson-Prentice and Ari Carvallis. And off the back of a lot of overs that Sussex bowled at Leicester last week, particularly Carvallis, who bowled 41 overs in the match in his first game back from a lengthy spell out with injury. He's got his hands on his hips there at backward square leg. He's bowled 22 overs in this innings. Pujara's probably beginning to wonder who on earth to turn to. Maybe Smith might be something that you just try anything here to break this partnership. We've got 3 overs to go until tea. In comes Carlson, bowls to Carlson, who plays that to backward square leg, and Carvallis, to his credit, is round very quickly to prevent a single being taken. Carlson back to his mark and just waits and comes into bowl to Kieran Carlson. He's in, and Carlson drives firmly through the offside. Haynes is down quickly, gets in the throw, but there's a comfortable single, well backed up there by Tom Clark, who's the 12th man. He's been on since lunch as the replacement for Ollie Robinson. One more to Carlson. He goes to 132, total 370 for 3.
Sussex's ground fielding has not been bad, actually, despite the torrent of runs. They've done their best to keep things under control.
The lead is 12, effectively 12 for 3. Carlson in again, bowls to Labuschagne, plays that into the offside. They're taking on Tom Haynes, and that's what you do, isn't it? You play it to the fielder at mid-off. Tom Haynes is racing in, he's thinking there might be a run-up, but you take your eye off the ball. It's so easy to do, and the single is easily taken. And they're just toying with Sussex a little bit here, aren't they? Lead goes up to 13, Labuschagne to 114, 371 for 3.
To the sounds of a well-lubricated outbreak of hymns and arias in the background a couple of moments ago.
Just 2 runs short of the 250 partnership as in comes Carlson, played to mid-wicket, fielded there by Clark, and there is no run. It's a glorious sunny day here down on the south coast, a bit of high-level cotton wool cloud, but apart from that, a lovely breeze. Beautiful conditions for watching cricket as in comes Carlson bowls, and looking to clip though, be annoyed with himself there. Kieran Carlson has been very severe on anything down the leg side, but he rather missed out on that occasion. But I think he's allowed to do that, is the skipper, who came in with his side in all sorts of trouble on 123 for 3. He was dropped when he'd made just 3 as he flays this one away through the offside and picks up his 133rd run. The total goes to 370. 2 for 3, is that?
Yep.
At the end of the over. So the lead is, the partnership, I should say, is 249 between this pair. And that was after Sam Northeast was out first ball. LBW to Jack Carson, who picked up the other wicket. Jose Ul Hassan, who was out for 43. But these two batted very nicely. As I say, Carlson did give 2 chances, 1 on 3 when he was dropped by James Coles at third slip, a sharp chance. And then off the bowling of Jack Carson, he thumped one back when he was 21. Carson got his hands to the ball, but he couldn't hang on. And the ball rolled away for 4 runs. And since then, he's been in excellent touch.
Bit of breeze on the effects, Mike. That's probably welcome for the players and spectators out there today on a warmish late spring, early summer?
Yes.
Ish. Haynes into the attack and bowls, and Carlson again turns the wrists on it and gets it down to fine leg, but this time it's hit rather more gently, and Carvelis can do the fielding and keep them down to a single. Carlson leading the way then for Glamorgan, outscoring his more illustrious partner in terms of international reputation. As in comes Haynes again, and it's outside off stump. Carter standing up, doesn't take it cleanly as Labuschagne played no shot, and Carter throws it rather crossly up to mid-off. There's a slip. Allsop, who's about 10 metres or so behind Carter, the keeper standing up to the medium pacer. There's a slip and a man short in on the leg side on the drive as Labuschagne defends, and it just rolls up the wicket. So Labuschagne in this innings scoring rate is still only about 54 runs per 100 balls, despite his occasional flourishes. He's just sort of broken out of his vigil, self-imposed vigil occasionally, as Haynes is in to bowl, and Labuschagne drives back the bowler. Haynes fields it in his follow-through to prevent a single from being taken. And we are 8 balls away from the tea interval, which for once arrives before 4 o'clock, which is sometimes something of a rarity, but we've had quite a bit of spin. Haynes bowls, and that one kept low, and Labuschagne did well to dig it out and to push it defensively to mid-on. No run.
Oh, he's getting it. Oh, the songs are coming now about Marnus Labuschagne. Nothing desperately original,
I think that's just a glammy, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I thought they were saying Labby Labuschagne. Maybe.
Might have adapted it.
Yeah.
Haynes bowls, and the aforementioned Labuschagne is forward defending on the offside. There is no run. 373 for 3. Glamorgan effectively 15 for 3. And there is 1 over to go, and then 4 sessions left in this match for Sussex to try and force victory.
Yes. Well, Sussex. I was saying a bit earlier on to Beth, it's just a little difficult to know where they're going to turn, because the seam attack is now all right-arm bowlers. I mean, Ollie Robinson's the same, but there's no variation in the attack. James Coles was expensive. He came on bowling his left-arm spin, and you rather feel that any threat's going to probably come from Jack Carson. Slip and a short legger in place. Last over before tea, coming into bowl to Kieran Carlson, who drives the ball down the ground, and coming across from mid-off is Ari Carvelis. And there is no runs. There's a slip and a short leg, a sweeper on the cover boundary, extra cover mid-off. There's a long on, orthodox mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a backward square leg as Carlson is in bowls and played away by Kieran Carlson. Back to the square on the offside and picks up a single as James Coles comes trotting in from deep backward point to field. One more to the skipper. He goes to 135. He'll enjoy his cup of tea at the break, I'm sure about that. And he's probably going to think to himself, I'll get a few more here. You never know what might happen tomorrow.
250 partnership came up in the last over.
Thank you, Nick. Jack Carson around the wicket bowls to Marnus Labuschagne, and Labuschagne in turn just works that away through the offside, picks up another single to the sweeper on that cover boundary. And there's a rather deflated air, and understandably, you would say, from the Sussex bowling attack. They'll need some motivational words, I'm sure, during the interval. You know, if you had a couple of wickets to this, Sussex might think, well, we're right back in this, because the lead is clipped around to the onside by Carlson, and there is no run. The lead is 17.
Neil Thornycroft tweets, Carlson giving Carson L. Very good, Neil.
Yes.
It's had our tongues in a twist all afternoon.
Carlson in bowls. Carlson turns that onto the leg side. They think about a single, but Tom Clark is very quickly interfield from mid-wicket, and there is no run. So just one ball to go until tea.
John Evans watching in the garden in sun-soaked Blackwood in southeast Wales. Even though there's a lot of time left, this is a great effort by Glamorgan to get Sussex to bat again.
Oh, I completely agree. In comes Jack Carson, bowls, and just eased into the offside by Kieran Carlson. The third single of the over. A rather weary-looking Jack Carson takes his sweater from umpire White, and the players make their way towards the pavilion. And it's without question been Glamorgan's session here. They haven't lost a wicket, and they go to tea on 376 for 3. They're leading by 18, with Kieran Carlson on 136, Marnus Labuschagne on 115. Just to reiterate,
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
So, very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove. If I sound out of breath, it's because I am. I went to see a friend of my daughter's who's in the ground, and he was round by the museum, and I suddenly saw the umpires coming out, and I thought, oh, I better run back round to the commentary box. I'm probably not half as out of breath as maybe some of the Sussex lads were at the break, because it's been a long time in the field. Beth Harvey is with me. Sussex women's cricketer. I'm still looking out to see whether I can see Ollie Robinson. There's a few people, I've had a few drinks out here, you know. I think there's a few people who are just in shock. They've got friends maybe from Cardiff University or whatever, and they're over by the Players Pavilion, and they're having a good time. So Kieran Carlson, who used to go to Cardiff University, I understand, he's on 136. Marnus Labuschagne is on 115. The lead is 18 at the interval, and it goes without saying Sussex need a breakthrough, Beth.
They certainly do. This partnership has been very productive for Glamorgan.
In comes Tom Haynes running in down the hill, bowls to Kieran Carlson, who plays back down the track, and there is no run. So it's a very defensive field, as you would expect for Sussex. There's a slip, a backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, a square leg, and a long leg just down below us. That's Ari Carvelos, who's going through a little warm-up routine. Lots of results around the county championship today, which we'll run through as we go through. But in comes Haynes, running in bowls to Carlson into the offside, and there is And of course, the thing to remember here is, although the scoreboard looks not great for Sussex at the moment, if you were to add effectively Glamorgan are 18 for 3.
Yeah.
And if you put that into some sort of context, you might think, well, actually, a couple of wickets go down, 18 for 5, and so Sussex still need to believe they can win this game. But Glamorgan themselves will believe perhaps even they could win it. In comes Haynes, bowls to Carlson, who plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I think probably more realistically, Glamorgan are thinking, well, we'll settle for a draw here. But that being said, they could well be over 100 in the league tonight, and quick runs tomorrow. You never quite know what might happen. Either way, much more cricket to be played tonight as in comes Haynes and bowls, and forward comes Carlson, plays to short extra cover, fielded there by a very keen Steve Smith, who's just trying to get the Sussex fielders going here. He's in there in the covers, just throwing the ball around and maybe getting people on their toes.
Yeah, the energy in the field definitely looks like they've come out with some intent. I wonder if they've had some wise words over the tea break.
I can see that. Look at Steve Smith. He's really trying to sort of G people up. That's good to see. In comes Haynes bowls. Look at Steve Smith now. He's racing in. He throws the ball to Ollie Carter. And I think he's just sort of come out with a bit of energy, maybe thinking, right, I need to show these guys that all is not lost. One wicket can lead to 2 all of a sudden. 18 for 3 effectively becomes 18 for 5, and who knows?
Yeah, he looks like he means business.
Definitely.
I wonder if he wants a little bowl, actually.
Maybe
he starts swinging the arms around.
Maybe. And comes Haynes, bowls down the leg side. That's a good take by Ollie Carter. Very good indeed. Down the leg side, never easy standing up to stumps. It is the end of the over. And Glamorgan haven't added to their tea time score, so they still lead by 18. Tom Haynes has bowled 14 over 6 maidens, no wicket for 29. Well, Steve Smith suddenly seemed to be geeing along the Sussex fielders. Jack Carson is going to bowl the first over after tea, so we've had a lot of overtime in the last few weeks, with games not finishing until 7, half 7. That's not going to happen tonight, and with the spinners on, and Tom Haynes comes off a relatively short run, we may be finishing round about on time tonight at 6 o'clock, we shall see. Anyway, and in fact the Sussex over 8 has been adjusted since tea. Despite me saying that they were a little slow in between overs, they've got enough credit in the bank and they're +4 on the over 8. So Carlson is going to come in to bowl to Marnus Labuschagne, who's 115 not out. He's coming around the wicket, bowled down the leg side and swept away. He's lucky to get away with that, Beth, because that was a real loosener after tea.
Yeah, Labuschagne somehow managed to pick out the one fielder in the ring behind square on the leg side, so bad luck to him.
Yeah, be disappointed about that as well, having missed the... having hit the fielder. In comes Carlson, bowls, and Labuschagne turns that to short leg here on 5 Sports Extra. Very warm welcome to listeners this afternoon, BBC Wales and BBC Radio Sussex. In fact, forget the Sports Extra, BBC Wales and BBC Radio Sussex. Just blame the producer for that one. In comes Carson around the wicket, bowls and clipped onto the onside, and a good sprawling save there by Tom Clark prevents a single, and so no runs added in the 9 balls since tea as the 2 Glamorgan players, Marnus Labuschagne and Kieran Carlson, look to re-establish themselves. And again comes Carlson, bowls, driven away. Well, not this time, because that's over pitch. Is absolutely belted away through extra cover by Marnus Labuschagne. He goes to 119 and Glamorgan to 380, 380, is that right? Yeah, 380 for 3, yeah. So I think there's a few people here from Cardiff University who are up watching the game, friends of Kieran Carlson, who's the Glamorgan skipper. And they look as if they're suddenly enjoying the Sussex by the Sea hospitality in the liquid format. And they're having a good time, so good luck to them. In comes Carlson, drives, does Marnus Labuschagne. He picks up a single down to long on, fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice. The score advances by 1 to 381 for 3. Lots and lots of blue sky around Hove and some high-level cloud, but it's away over the downs in the distance as in comes Carlson, bowls, and Carlson plays it away through the offside, picks up a single fielded by James Carlson over that cost 6 runs, and 6 runs without having to do an awful lot, to be honest, Beth. And I think Glamorgan will feel if they can add 6 and over off the next 30 overs, that's 180, and Glamorgan could be in front by a lot more than 100 runs by close of play tonight.
They certainly could be. I mean, they've been playing very positively, but not taking many risks. Actually, they're hitting it in the gaps, and they're waiting for the bad ball, and they look to be very much in control of the game at the moment.
Well, they certainly do. And as I say, I think probably the most likely results in this game are still... Well, I think the draw is becoming an increasing possibility. As in comes Haynes and bowls to Carlson, who plays that firmly away through the offside. Picks up a single, he goes to 138, the score to 383 for 3. It's becoming more the favourite. I mean, Glamorgan have still got a lot of work to do, and if they suddenly had a clatter of wickets, Sussex are still very much in the box seat. But if Glamorgan can get themselves a healthy lead here, they may fancy just... a declaration later on tomorrow. They won't want to give the game up, of course, as in comes Haynes, bowls down the leg side. That's a really good take by Ollie Carter. Really good take down the leg side, and he whipped off the bails. Labuschagne's back foot was firmly rooted in, but nonetheless, a good bit of wicket keeping. And needless to say, that's a dot ball. The breeze has just dropped a little bit. The flags on the clock tower scoreboard were fluttering away pretty vigorously earlier on today, but now they're more sedately on the flagpole as in comes Haynes and bowls, and Labuschagne drives. He was looking to drive that on the offside. He was rather squared up, played it on the onside. This Labuschagne, who just sort of shakes his head slightly as if to say that wasn't a very good shot. But when you're 120 not out, I think you're probably entitled to be fairly self-critical if you want to be.
Yeah, there's a couple of periods there where he's looked to be quite frustrated with himself.
Haynes in again, bowls. Oh, that kept a little low, and Labuschagne digs that one out, and that will certainly be a concern if this game does go the distance tomorrow afternoon, and if Sussex do have to bat for a period of time later tomorrow, that if the ball is keeping increasingly low, the Glamorgan bowlers have had a long time here to put their feet up.
They certainly have.
And, I mean, they spent a long time in the field while Sussex were compiling their 481. It may well be that the pitch is the winner at the end. But you never know. That's the thing about 4-day cricket. Haynes in. Forward comes Labuschagne. Plays it down the track. There is no run. One more ball to go in the over. Just the 1 run so far. Well, Sussex need. I mean, if Sussex are keeping it tight, the great news is, from a Sussex point of view, the Glamorgan aren't getting away. So it's not as if they're, really piling on the runs and the ball's disappearing to all parts. Not in this over, although the previous over they took 6 reasonably comfortably. Comes Haynes again, bowls to Labuschagne, who just eases that one to backward point, fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice. There is no run. It is the end of the over. We'll have an update shortly to the listeners on BBC Radio, and Sussex and Surrey, maybe. End of the over, 383 for 3. Kieran Carlson on 138. Marnus Labuschagne is on 120. We need something on that scoreboard that tells us what the lead is. It's 25. But it's rather testing my mental maths powers, which are not the best.
I thought I was all right at maths, but this is really challenging.
It is challenging, and what you don't want to do is get it wrong, and then the listener in England says, "What? Isn't it ridiculous? These BBC people can't even add up." Jack Carson is going to come in from the C end of the ground. So cool because the C is behind us. In comes Carson. Bowls clipped away onto the leg side, but straight into the pads of Tom Alsop, who is in a short leg. Oh, there is no run. Also an accident report on Carson. 272 eastbound. Leaves things slow. In again, bowls hammered down the ground. That going to go for 4 runs. No, it's not. Good bit of fielding down below us by Finn Hudson-Prentice. They're coming back for the second. The throw comes in, but it's a wild throw by Hudson-Prentice. He did really well to cut off the 4, but the throw didn't quite match the piece of fielding.
He's quite wide down here at long on, and that was played lovely and straight. So yeah, he did well to cut that off.
Carlson was able to go back for the second. As in comes Jack Carlson again, bowls, and that kept a little low and just squeezed out by Kieran Carlson. He goes to 141, the total of 386 for 3. Jack Carlson has wheeled away. He's in his 31st over of the innings. As a slip and a short leg are the close fielders. Carlson licks his fingers. Comes in again from the C end of the ground. He's in on bowls. Forward comes Labuschagne. Plays to short leg on the bounce, fielded by Tom Alsop. And there is no run. These two coming together when Glamorgan were 123 for 3. So they're closing in on a 300 partnership.
Joe, well, let's begin with cricket as Sussex are in action on day 3 in the
Comes cast again, bowls clipped away.
Watching Sussex versus Glamorgan at home.
Yes, indeed, and Sussex rather toiling in the field here, Cameron, because Glamorgan are just piling on the runs. They're 387 for 3. It means they lead now by 29. They had a first innings deficit here of a massive 358, but a partnership which is now approaching 300 between the Australian Test player Marnus Labuschagne, who's 121 not out, and the skipper Kieran Carlson on 141 has taken Glamorgan into positive territory. The big news off the field here, Cameron, is that Ollie Robinson, the England fast bowler, has not been on the field since lunch. There's been no explanation of that. Sussex did take the new ball. You'd have expected Robinson to be bowling at that stage in the game, but he hasn't been, and it's only fueling speculation as to why he isn't on the field, and those questions will no doubt be asked after the game, and indeed by the throng of media journalists who are down here this week. So more to come on Ollie Robinson a little later on. Meanwhile, for Surrey, another win in the county championship, a comfortable win inside 3 days at the Oval. They bowled out Kent for 141, Tom Laws taking 5 wickets and knocked off the 58 they needed to win in very brisk time. So they are top of the table, 4 wins out of 6. They're going very nicely. Meanwhile, at the Sunshine at Hove, Sussex desperate for a Glamorgan wicket.
Yes, thanks, Adrian. And as you can see,
Haynes wanders back to his mark. Just the one slip in place, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and a long leg, as in comes Haynes and bowls, and covering up is Marnus Labuschagne. He's showing absolutely no signs, Marnus Labuschagne or Kieran Carlson, that they're in any mood to give this away.
They look solid as a rock.
I think that, you know, I mean, yeah, they'll probably get out now, but but they just look like they're in it for the long haul. I think that, you know, this ball is only in its 21st over. I think they're just keen to make sure Glamorgan are safe in this game and might see where it takes them. In comes Haynes, bowls to Labuschagne, who drives firmly into the covers. Good bit of fielding there by Steve Smith, who's bringing some energy. If you look at that, that's very noticeable. He fielded the ball, he ran after it, he then hurled the ball into Ollie Carter. He's got the ball back from Carter. He's passing the ball around the field quickly. I think he's just trying to bring a bit of energy and to the Sussex field, who've been out there for a long time. As in comes Tom Haynes. He's in his 16th over. He's in on bowls and clipped away by Labuschagne. Back of the square. Throw comes in from James Coles at mid-wicket, but not before they've gone through for another single. Labuschagne goes to 122, and the total goes to 388 for 3. Now tell me, Beth, I'm not going mad. That's not desperately clear, is it, that total on the scoreboard? Or is it?
No, it's not.
Thank you.
It's not very... I think our angle doesn't help very much.
Thank you. I'm really pleased you said that. Right, you can have a biscuit after tea now. In comes Haynes, bowls, and Carlson defends down the pitch. Haynes fields up his own bowling. There is no run. I feel I'll be going slightly... OK, and what about the scoreboard to the left? The total on there, can you see that clearly?
I can see the 3-8 clearly, and then it kind of goes.
Right, I agree.
Feels like it's not lit up properly.
No, I agree. Yeah, it's yeah.
It's like an eye test. But I can at the optician.
Well, it is like a... Yeah. You need a new pair of glasses. I'm glad I don't. I thought it was just me. In comes Haynes, bowls and cut away by Carlson, but fielded by Hudson Prentice at backward point. So nice and tidy from Tom Haynes in that over. I'm going to hand over the microphone to Nick at the end of the over. Haynes has bowled 16 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 31, 388 for 3 at Glamorgan. It means their lead is now 30. I'm going to leave with Beth and with Nick.
Now, Mr. Harms, are the black dots clearer against the red background or the green background? With lens 1 or with lens 2? Again with lens 1 or lens 2?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
It does your head in, doesn't it? Here's Jack Carson to bowl from the C end, and down the pitch came Labuschagne, and then just had to block it when he got there. I think pad it away. It was directed down leg side, and Carson, after getting a stumping victim through Carter early in the day when Ul Hassan went for 43, as that is turned to short leg by Labuschagne, and there is no run. It's as if a section of the scoreboard on the pavilion side is slightly underpowered on the top right, and the figures and letters are less bright than the rest of it. Unfortunately, that includes the last digit of the score. Carson bowls, and Labuschagne steps back and plays that one away through the offside for a single. 389 for 3 now, Glamorgan. Effectively 31 for 3 after finally knocking off that massive first innings deficit. As Carson bowls, Carlson back on his stumps, flicking towards fine leg, but there's no run because there's a fielder up in the metaphorical circle. Tom Haynes, in other words, saving the single. Don't have singles for circles on the marked out for championship matches, of course. That's just for one-day stuff. As use of the feet again from Carlson, dancing down the track, or sends a throw skimming in that Carter does well to collect, but they're safely home for the single. 390 for 3. At least, as we've been saying, Sussex won't be too far into overtime because their over 8 has been good, with plenty of Carson and a bit of Coles in the attack. Labuschagne turns one away on the leg side to mid-wicket, and he too goes through for a single. 391 for 3. And Cheteshwar Pujara must be wondering where to turn to next, Beth.
Yeah, nothing seems to be working for Sussex at the moment. They seem to have hit a bit of a brick wall. So hopefully someone can make something happen.
Very good afternoon to Andrew Strong, who is listening from the not quite so warm west of Scotland Cricket Club in Glasgow, where Greenock are 84 for 4, chasing 150. Sounds like a good finish there, potentially. Josh Curtis informs us of a score from the South Wales League, as Haynes is in to bowl, and forward comes Labuschagne defensively. The Glamorgan spinner Prem Sisodia, who's well, with all due respect to tail end at county level, has scored 197 off 112 balls for Cardiff against Port Talbot, with 15 sixes. So Prem Sisodia might sound as if he's auditioning for a possible batting role in T20 as well as his spin bowling.
It's a decent knockdown. I used to play with Prem's cousin at university.
All right.
Dev Sisodia.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, loved a late cut.
All right.
Say about Dev.
391 for 3, Glamorgan, as Haynes bowls, and Labuschagne drives straight back past the bowler. Haynes tried to get a heel to it in the follow through. It's being chased up towards the long off boundary. It's been stopped just inside the ropes. That was a good chase down at the far end of the ground, and the throw lands somewhere in mid pitch eventually, and they've saved a single. 3 runs added by Marnus Labuschagne. 394 for 3, which is 36 runs in the lead. So in comes Haynes again, bowls, keeps a little bit low as Carlson defends it well. Out on the offside, it was Coles with the fielding from that previous delivery, and a creditable chase. just get the feeling that there's the number of balls keeping low is increasing slightly.
Yeah, I'd say so. We've seen a couple really shoot through and kind of Carter's getting them from around his ankles.
Haynes bowls. Appeal as Carlson looks to work it on the leg side. That has a tang of desperation about it from Haynes and Carter as the ball rolled down to short fine leg for a leg by.
They did seem to be pleading with the umpire there to give them something.
Come on. Yeah. a little bit desperate. And really, who can blame them, because they haven't had a wicket since early in the morning session when Jack Carson picked up a couple of successive balls. And Haynes is in to bowl now to Labuschagne, who drives on the leg side, well fielded at mid-wicket. And there is no run. In the T20 blast, Derbyshire posted 179 for 5 against Lancashire at Edgbaston. Nyren Donald, making his debut for Derbyshire on loan, hit 30 off 19 deliveries. Nice knock from Nye. Lancashire a flying start in reply, as Haynes bowls and Labuschagne drives straight to mid-on. Lancashire a 75 for 1 in the 6th over, with Luke Wells doing most of the damage there.
Still
formerly
fine.
of this parish. 395 for 3. The lead for Glamorgan is... Has it reached 40 yet? No, 37. Approximately.
I think your maths is better than mine.
Well, I did get an A level in it, but it was 40 years ago.
Well, I got an A level in it as well, and that
was considerably less.
Slightly more recently, but I still think you're beating me.
As Carson will continue from the CN then in the evening sunshine. The crowd, by and large, quiet. And the run rate has dropped a little bit since tea. Morgan were 376 at tea. As that's a straight drive from Carlson. Tumbling stop by Carvelis at mid-off. Did well to get down to his left there to prevent that one from racing down the slope for 4. Single to Carlson. 396 for 3. There's a short mid-on the drive. As down the wicket comes Labuschagne. Where's that one gone? Through long off for 4. And Labuschagne, just as he likes to do occasionally, dancing down the track and nailing that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's where he intended to hit it, was it?
Yeah, I was looking to see the ball coming towards us at long on.
Yeah, and it seemed maybe leading edge or something, but it went off at quite a rate.
No one shouted catch it.
No, they didn't.
Maybe they're too knackered even to do that now. 400 up for Glamorgan, so that's the lead of 42. And I think we're in the hunt the ball territory. Where's that one? Is that one? They seem to be hitting that gap between the stand and this building quite a lot, and it's bounced around somewhere. It's ended up under some equipment or something. There's a fielder there, Carvelis, looking a bit baffled. Don't you just enjoy it when the pros have to go looking for the ball? It's down on the beach, Harry. It's only a couple of 100 yards away. The ever more lubricated Glamorgan supporters in the crowd,
Providing some entertainment while they look for the ball.
Oh, here we are. It's Brenda, the purveyor of the balls. Oh no, just as she'd made it to the boundary rope, the original ball comes back with a bit of gravel in it and a bit of rock and a few ice cream sprinkles. Hudson Prentice looks rather disdainfully at it before throwing it towards Carson, who throws it to the umpire. Can't bowl with this ump. It's been damaged. Umpire White will have a chat with umpire Saggers to see if he agrees. Oh, stand by, Brenda. Stand by. Brenda, the purveyor of the box of balls, may after all be needed. On your marks, Brenda. Where is she?
She just sat down, I think.
She just sat down again. She thought it wouldn't be needed, and she's right, actually. Umpire Saggers and Umpire White have decided that if Carson gets the ball hit into the gravel or anything, then, well, he shouldn't have let himself be hit there. It's your fault, Sunshine. Get on with it.
Get on with it, indeed.
400 for 3. Labuschagne has 131 off 241 balls. Is it strike rate increasing slightly as the day goes on? As he comes down the pitch again and sends this one up towards long on, and it drops just over the boundary boards in front of us. Thought for a moment that was going to rattle our windows, but it fell safely over the boundary boards for 6. Labuschagne moves on to 137, 406 for 3. Did he get underneath that one slightly?
That went a very long way up and didn't get over the boundary by very much. I thought that had gone directly up in the air actually at first. I think Hudson Prentice at long on would have been interested at least. But yeah, just about got over the rope for a maximum.
He's quite wide, Hudson Prentice, at long on, and that was hit pretty straight. I hope Adrian's made sure these are reinforced windows in this commentary box, because I thought that was coming towards us. That one's kept low, and Labuschagne has cut it away to point for a single.
It looked like there might have been a bit of turn on off of there. There seemed to be maybe a puff of dust or something came up when the ball pitched.
Well, maybe Sussex had this possibly in mind when they picked Carson to go alongside Coles. 2 spin options. That one's off an inside edge from Carlson out towards short fine leg. No run. 407 for 3. So signs of hope for Sussex, even though Glamorgan have picked up a couple of boundaries in this over. As Carlson edges that one through slip, and no one's got a hand on it. It's running up the slope, and that'll run away for 4 runs. And that was a false shot, but Steve Smith couldn't get anything on it. 411 for 3. Things just starting to happen, though.
They certainly are. I think Carson's extracting a lot more from the pitch now than he was this morning, definitely. And just catching the outside edge there, and unfortunately he let out a bit of a scream of anger as it flew past first slip.
Now, you wonder how that should happen, really, with a keeper and a slip, and it went between them, and Smith and Carter looked at each other with a bit of the old Chuckle Brothers to me, to you.
That was yours. And Carlson's picked the gap very well.
So, not a chance as such, but a moment of some awkwardness for Carlson on 147. And if you look at the game last year, Sussex were 275 behind on first innings when they were asked to follow on, but they batted out pretty comfortably for the draw. Glamorgan even further behind on first innings, 358, but they are now 53 runs in the lead. And James Coles, the Centurion for Sussex, we'll see if he can work a bit of magic with his left arm spin. There's an appeal for LBW, that's it! Labuschagne has gone. Sussex have the breakthrough they wanted, and Marnus Labuschagne goes for 138, a magnificent innings. He's helped drag his side back into the hunt, but James Coles, the star with the bat, has struck with the ball, and Labuschagne is on his way in his final innings for Glamorgan before he goes off to the Ashes and the match against India for Australia. It has been a fine, fine innings, though, and a fine note on which to depart. He's still absolutely gutted at getting out as he smashes his bat against his pad on the way up to the dressing rooms.
The Labuschagne ultras down in the southwest stand have got their shirts off and swinging them around. It looked like to me like it might have been sliding down leg, but he didn't seem very happy with the decision.
He never is. So he's out LBW for the second time in the match. Billy Root to the crease, and all of a sudden the whole tenor of the game changes, doesn't it? Because Sussex have got a new batter to bowl at. Glamorgan 53 for 4 effectively, and it's game on once more.
Certainly is. The spinners definitely seem to be making things happen at the moment, which for most of the day they haven't, so it's an exciting period of play here.
The partnership was 288 runs. Thank you, Adrian. And they were in together for around about 65 overs, so decent 4 runs and over as Billy Root drives his first ball to backward point. Now Glamorgan have got to reset and try to make sure they don't lose too many more tonight, as that's outside leg stump and Root defends it suspiciously away. Root was out for 18 in the first innings. Cook made 20. No huge contributions at all from Glamorgan as they were bustled out for 123. Root blocks another one on the offside. There's no run. Renewed life in the Sussex fielders. Can Glamorgan carry on and find another partnership? Root turns one down to fine leg, and there is no run.
Amazing how the energy shifted so quickly. Sussex are really up and about in the field, really letting Billy Root know when he blocks one with the full face of the bat.
Cole's in. Root forward, plays to point. No run. So we haven't had the 2 in 2 balls that we had in the morning session, but Sussex have got the key wicket that they wanted. Labuschagne for 138. And the onus even more on Kieran Carlson now to keep things going through this evening session while Billy Root maybe plays himself in. The final details of the Labuschagne innings: 244 balls. He faced 16 fours and 4 sixes. His strike rate was 56 runs per 100 balls. So it's the first ball of the new spell from Coles that got him. As Carson bowls, appeal for LBW against Carlson. No. Didn't have much going for it, that one, I don't think, from our angle.
They've taken the short leg out by the looks of things, and he's now at a kind of a short mid-wicket, but with no lid on, so I wonder what's prompted that change.
Next delivery, Carlson defends back to the bowler. More likely to get one miscued drive, I suppose, than one popping up off bat and pad.
Yeah, perhaps.
Slightly surprised. We'll see what they do for the new batter, Billy Root, as Carlson pushes one into the offside, into the gap at point, and takes the single. In fact, the Glamorgan have now got a right and a left-handed combination. Will force Sussex bowlers to think a little bit more about their angles. 412 for 4, 54 runs in the lead. Well, having got so far, Glamorgan will be more ambitious and look to try and set Sussex something demanding, or indeed try and get another big partnership and just bat out as much of tomorrow as they can. But they've got a fair way to go tonight, as Carson comes around the wicket and Billy Root has got a silly point and a slip to face, but he gets a over-pitched ball that he drives straight to mid-on. Can't get off the mark there. So Alsop back under the lid with the helmet on as he crouches at silly point. Carson bowls. Root steers it on the leg side, and there's no run. Billy Root with a century in the first match of the season alongside Carlson. So can they reignite that partnership? Carson is in to bowl to Root, back on his stumps, turning one on the leg side. Oohs and ahs from the infield, but only for effect, really. And it is the end of an over, which has conceded 1 run. The amount of overs remaining in the day, is that 22?
It looks like 22 to me.
As we peer at the scoreboard, which has got a bright sunlight on it, so the numbers have faded. Yeah, actually they're more visible on the other little board away to our left. 22 overs remaining, and Sussex looking to make more headway into Glamorgan ranks and set up a victory charge tomorrow. In comes Coles and bowls, and Carlson pushes forward. Ball rolls out on the onside.
Not quite sure what they were appealing for there. Steve Smith seemed to be interested in something.
Back before wicket.
Yeah, maybe.
Coles left arm round. Carlson down the wicket and punches it over deep mid-on. And that one will run away for 4 to a fairly wide mid-on boundary. In fact, a mid-wicket boundary. And that is 150 for Kieran Carlson. It comes up off 208 balls, 17 fours and a 6. And the Glamorgan captain has certainly led from the front. A couple of lives early on 3 and 21, and how Sussex are regretting those now. Who knows what the course of the game might be if that stand hadn't started to develop, as Coles looks suspiciously at the ball. 416 for Glamorgan. Lead by 58. Carlson drives to mid-on, thinks about a quick single, decides wisely against it. Smith is the solitary slip. That's quicker from Coles and played nicely by Carlson, but straight to Pujara at cover. And there's no run. Root yet to get off the mark, so Sussex will want to keep the pressure on him early in his innings. Carlson may think about taking the strike as he leg glances, but Carvelis is there at a shortish fine leg, saving the single, and there's no run. 4 runs off the over. As Carlson straight drives again, and that one has half beaten the fielder, and they'll pick up a couple of runs. I think mid-on got a paw on it to take a bit of speed off the ball, and the man at long off ran around and fielded on the boundary and kept them down to 2. 418 for 4 then, Glamorgan. The lead is 60 runs. Carlson has 154. Root is yet to get off the mark. And Kevin Howells will join us on commentary here on BBC Sport Online and on... Are we on the radio as well at the moment, Kev?
Hello? I've no idea. How low do you have this seat?
How low can you go?
This is your over because I can't see over the top of the table at the moment.
As forward comes Root to defend. Kevin Howells, let him in on commentary, and he's causing chaos already.
I don't know.
418 for 4.
Going, Nick, you're doing a great job.
Glamorgan effectively 60 for 4. As that's short and flat, and Root hits it down into ground, and it bounces back up to the bowler, and there's no run. So Root, 10 deliveries now, yet to get off the mark. Hope he doesn't fall victim to frustration. There's a long time to bat as Root pushes one through the fielder at silly point, but it's fielded at cover, and there is no run.
I've just seen one of the comments on the streaming service. They said, how come Billy's not been given a go? His brother's had a long enough chance now with England.
Here's the next delivery, outside off stump and allowed to go through by Billy Root. I'm not sure it quite works that way.
Oh, it should do though, shouldn't it? It should do. If your brother's playing, surely to goodness.
Carson to bowl the fifth ball of his over, and it's cut again down into ground, again not timed, and it bounces up and trickles down towards short third man, and there is no run. I'll be updating BBC Radio Wales listeners in just a moment, so...
Hamzy is dropping a hint that he needs to go in a minute.
As Carson will finish his over from the C end to the left-handed Billy Root, and forward comes Root and defends, and there is no run. 418 for 4 Glamorgan, 60 runs ahead.
So Nick goes. Adrian Harms back with you alongside Kevin Howells. Glorious afternoon here at Hove. Sussex have got the wicket that they needed. Another one now. And who knows? It's going to be James Coles who's going to carry on. Who's going to be bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Would you like to do this over, Kevin?
It would be a great pleasure and an honour.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
On the Centurion from yesterday.
Okay.
Who talked well. Despite your questions, he gave some very decent answers.
He did. I thought he was very patient, to be honest. Some dreadful questions, but he gave good answers.
I'm only having a go because you had a go at me late earlier. Coles in bowls and pushed back up to Coles. Blaming the producer for something. I'm hardly ever a producer. As you may tell, Coles again spin from the top end, worked away onto the onside, and no run. I mean, where's this one going on?
I think Sussex just need to remember here that the lead is only 60, so effectively Glamorgan's 60 for 4.
I think they do. Next ball bowled and looking to sweep that, and comes off the bottom edge of the bat, and the keeper just moves to his left by a few yards to get it. The issue is really about this pitch, which doesn't really seem to be offering anything but to the spinners, and even then it's not offering them a great deal, is it?
No.
So what can you conjure up here? I'm not too sure. That's driven wide to a long off, and there'll be a single, and that's for Carson. So we'll move on to 155, 419 for 4. I tell you what I have seen over the last few days, which is sort of mouth-watering for the Ashes, is Labuschagne.
Yeah.
Whenever anything happens with him, it's always a bit of a drama, isn't it? That's pushed, and that's behind square on the offside.
Well, he clearly thought he wasn't out, but then perhaps that's half of the course with anyone getting an LBW.
I believe he's generally of that opinion every time that it's the wind that knocks the stumps and takes the bails off sometimes. No, but he didn't look best pleased. I wasn't too sure. Maybe he did a bit too much. I don't know. Next ball and pushed into the offside defensively by Root, and that's the end of that over. So it's 419 for 4. Carlson, 155 Root on naught. But as I keep on reminding myself and everybody else, if the umpire believes it's out, you know what? It's out.
Yep.
When you haven't got TV technology.
No, agreed.
So that's the way it is.
What that has done, though, taking that wicket, it has slowed the run rate down considerably, because we were thinking here that Glamorgan, the way that they were playing, and Labuschagne was starting to get down the track to the spinners, the lead could have been 150, maybe more, by the close of play tonight. I mean, it might still be that way. It looks unlikely. What have we got? 19 overs left, and the lead is 61.
You've seen a lot of cricket, and it's an unfair question, I know, because you can never be certain. But does this have a feeling of it's just batting and batting? We're on a third day. Have you seen pitches that just offer absolutely nothing, and therefore game over as such?
Yeah, in comes Carlson, bowls to Kieran Coulson, who eases that way through backward point. They've taken one, they'll come back for the second. Carlson's won really well behind the wickets during this innings, and he comes back for a comfortable second in the end. I guess the answer to your question is, as Carlson goes to 157, the total to 421 for 4. Jack Carlson back to his mark, just the slip, and that silly mid-on in position is in a bowls, lofted down the ground. That's a beautiful shot, and that's going to go for 6 runs. Yes, 6 runs. It literally just bounced a couple of inches over the rope, using his feet, beautifully lofted down the ground. That's a super shot by Kieran Carlson. He goes to 163, and a total of 427 for 4.
Webby thought that was a 4.
Did he?
And you and the umpire thought it was a 6. So I think it should be 5.
Well, my first thought was, when and I saw Finn Hudson-Prentice signal a 6. My first thought was it did bounce just inside the rope.
Well, there we are. That's 2 of you then.
But when Finn Hudson-Prentice went, it was a 6.
That's why the umpire's gone 6.
You've only got 4, Kieran. Has been given 6. That's it. It's in the book now.
It is.
In comes Carlson bowls, and Carlson plays that back to the square on the leg side. Pitches here at Hove over the last couple of years have gone quite flat over the last couple of days, but there's still a lot of time left in this match. So
yeah, but you're not going to be setting anything, are you? Are you?
No. In comes Carlson, bowls, and cut away by Kieran Carlson, out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Throw comes in from, who's that fielding all the way out there? It's Ari Cavalos, I think, gets in the throw. 1 more to the total. Billy Root still hasn't scored. Kieran Carlson goes to 164. This is a little clear on the scoreboard to our left, to be honest. Now, will Billy Root get to run on the board with this delivery? A slip and a silly mid-off, as in comes Carlson and bowls, and Billy Root plays it straight down the offside of the track, and there is no run. I don't think there's any way here that Glamorgan are going to set something up for Sussex, 200 in 35 overs, because having batted so long to save the game, I just can't see them doing that. Yeah. In comes Carlson again. Bowls, forward comes Root. Carlson fields of his own bowling. Bit of football, bit of juggling. End of the over. Billy Root still hasn't scored. He's faced 18 deliveries. And Glamorgan are 428 for 4. It means the lead is 62. A drink has been bought out for Kieran Carlson, which is much deserved. He's on 164. So in answer to your question, Sussex going to have to bowl Glamorgan out here. And it's just a question of whether they'll be... will the pitch deteriorate to an extent where it's going to help the spinners? We've only had how many wickets today?
3.
Yeah. So we had, on the first day we had 14.
And that was 2 and 2, wasn't it?
Yeah. And on the second day we had 7. Is that right? And today we've had 3.
So tomorrow we'll have 1.
Well, there you go. So it may just become easier and easier. Or will the pitch deteriorate a little? Will it keep low?
Did we not keep, for want of a better term, banging on about variable bounce on the first day?
We did. Particularly from
you still think it's misbehaving a bit out there, Nick? Yeah. Well, in that case, who knows? Plays up again. Next ball, starting next over. That's Carlson driven out towards extra cover. Good stop. They'll still go through for 1. I'm almost tempted to say that Carlson jumped that single instead of run it, because he did, didn't you? See the way he sort of leapt 4 or 5 leaps and then hop, a skip and a jump for the run. 429 for 4. That's when that board becomes really clear, when the sun somehow disappears behind a cloud. It's when the sun's on it, that's the problem. Anyway, back to Root on strike now, and Root forward defensive into the offside, no run.
I suppose if Sussex could bowl Glamorgan out and there's a lead of a couple of hundred, we could have a cracking day tomorrow if there's sort of 60 overs left in the day.
Persuade me to stay, Humphrey.
Yeah, I'm trying hard. Yeah.
Next ball bowls. Driven.
Shot.
So he's off the mark, his Root, and he's going to get himself a boundary with a very fine shot out there. Through the offside, over the boundary rope it goes, 4 runs. He's on to 4, and Glamorgan to 433 for 4 now, with Carlson on 165. We're in the last session of day 3 of this match, a day to go. And this lead at the moment, I reckon, is 75 runs.
So supposing Sussex need 240 and they're 9 down with Steve Smith on strike, or Michael Neser is bowling to him, that might keep you here.
Balls in, balls, and pushed into the offside, no run.
12 needed off the last over. Smith
I don't mean much persuading to stay, you know. Do you know I've had a lovely time?
Have you? Oh, good. And it could be lemon meringue pie for tea tomorrow.
Well, that's it. Decision made. Coles in and push back up to the bowler, so there'll be no run. Although that's 2 days of lemon meringue pie.
Yeah, and fish and chips are particularly nice in Brighton on a Saturday night.
Are they?
Yeah, always better on a Saturday.
Next ball, again, a bit quicker maybe, and defended back up to the bowler by Root, and completes that over. So 433 for 4. Carlson on 165, 4 to Billy Root at the moment. And this lead that Glamorgan hold is that of 75 runs in their second innings. 358 runs behind. Can you believe that?
Incredible.
And I mean, similar sort of interesting story as well. Worcester, for the fact that, that Worcestershire were all out for 83, they could still win that game. And we balled out for only 83. 228 for 6, need another 43 runs to win. They were against Leicestershire.
Jack Carlson, sorry, Kevin.
There'll be nothing left tomorrow. All the games will be finished.
Yes, apart from here at home.
Yeah.
Now, the field for Jack Carlson and for Kieran Carlson, who, as Kevin was saying, is 168 not out. In comes Jack Carlson bowls. He's down the wicket using his feet and drives the ball down the ground. There's a good stop there by Tom Clark, who comes racing in from mid-wicket to field. Tom Clark on the field because Ollie Robinson isn't and hasn't been since lunchtime, and I don't think we're going to see him for the rest of today, and who knows tomorrow, but we'll certainly ask the question at the close of play just to find out what's going on. Just the one slip in place. And Jack Carlson bowling his 37th over of the innings. He's in and bowls, and Carlson is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. The field on the leg side, there's a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backwards square, then 2 men saving one. There's a square leg and a mid-wicket. Tom Clark hurt his knee when he was diving in there to prevent that single. He's just flexing his knee, his hamstring actually, I think. Now a slipper's gone in place. Harry Cavalis is warming up at mid-off as in comes Carlson bowl. Cutaway, he's played that shot a lot as Kieran Carlson is racing away down towards the third man boundary. James Coles is in hot pursuit. He's going to overhaul the ball, but not before another 3 runs to the Glamorgan skipper, who's playing a masterclass here. He goes to 168, and Glamorgan continuing to pile on the runs here. The lead now is 78. And Carlson, who came to the crease when his side were in all sorts of trouble early this morning, it was 123 for 3 when Sam Northeast was out very first ball to this man Jack Carlson. There's a silly point gone in as in comes Carlson and bowls to Billy Root, and Root just eases that away into the offside. That's a little bit too easy picking up a single there. It's just a dab into the offside, and Billy Root picks up his 5th run. Total advances by 1 to 437 for 4. The lead now up to 79. Cheteshwar Pujara suggests a fielding change for Jack Carlson, because that was a little too easy picking up that single. And what they're going to do is to just have the one man saving one on the leg side, who is Tom Clark, and they brought across 3 into the covers. There's a backward point, cover and a mid-off. Just the one slip in place as Jack Carlson's in the sunshine bowls, and forward comes Kieran Carlson, playing very correctly onto the onside, and Tom Clark saunters in, picks up the ball, and there is no run. 1 more ball to go in the over. 4 runs off it so far. Carlson again, wingling away, he's in and bowls, and down the wicket comes Hammers. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. Just inches out of the way of Harry Cavalos, who was fielding at mid-off, and the ball went over his head and has gone for 4 runs. He was probably 2/3 of the way back, was Harry Cavalos. He's a tall man, he's 6'5", and even with a leap, he couldn't catch the ball. So he's taking a chance, was Kieran Carlson. He's used his feet a lot to the spinners. He goes to 172. Glamorgan total to 441 for 4. Not a let-off, but just showing that Carlson he's not going to go into his shell here, Kevin. I think he's decided that runs are as important as anything, and that might take the game away for Sussex as well.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I lost the ball there until he threw himself at it. I didn't know where it had gone. Hopefully he picked up it early. It could be that by tomorrow there's only 2 games going on, one in Division 1, one in Division 2, because in the second division, Gloucestershire 63 for 4.
Wow.
Forget the target. Well, I say forget it. I'm about to tell you they still need another 363 if they're to win that. But Durham, how well are they doing at the top?
Yep. Durham and Surrey sort of leading the way, aren't they, in the respective divisions?
And for others, including both these teams here, to keep in touch.
Yep.
In the case of Durham in the second division, of course.
And Sussex have beaten Durham, first game of the season.
Yeah.
If they draw this game, that'll be 5 draws on the spin. It's going to be Ari Cavalos who is going to come into the attack.
Cavalos it is then from the Cromwell Road end, just still going through 1 or 2 stretching, warming up exercises and having a bit of a practice bowl out there, getting himself right. He's going to be bowling to Billy Root, who's sitting on 5 at the moment. 441 for 4. Next ball bowled, and that's just wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. So that is a lead of 83 runs. A breezy afternoon, but very nice blue skies, really, bit of cloud around, late afternoon. Say breezy, it's very blustery here on the south coast. 2 slips, got a backward point. A couple of fielders there sort of catching positions in the offside. One very close in, close extra cover, and then a little deeper. Mid-off, mid-on, man in front of square leg. Down here at fine leg as well for Cavalos, who's coming around the wicket. Cromwell Road end, so he's coming down the slope and he's in now to bowl to Root. And Root just prods that. Didn't look too certain of it in my eyes. Just pushed into the offside. No run. Yeah, I mean, that is an interesting scenario. You draw up tomorrow of Neser to Smith, with either Smith looking to score the runs to win the game or looking to save the game or something like that. There is potential.
A bit of jeopardy.
Yeah, and we love a bit of jeopardy.
We do.
Obviously.
We do love a bit of jeopardy.
Yeah, as long as it's not we that are actually in danger. As the next ball bowled, and that's played behind square from Root for no runners. As long as somebody else who's suffering the jeopardy and not us, that's okay. And they're just the slight concern as we move into a 4th day, whether we really sort of ration the biscuits properly.
They are running out.
Far. Yeah,
we've only got half a packet of crunch creams left.
We went a bit heavy this morning.
We did.
Thinking the game wouldn't go into a 4th day.
We did, and that was very poor.
It was, I'm afraid. Cavalos again past the umpire, and again bowls to Root. Will Root get any more of it? Yes, he does. Cuts that behind square offside. It beats the fielder who's there. But well to his left-hand side, the ball races along the ground and over the boundary. 445 for 4 now. Unit Hove with an interesting day. As I say, a lot of talk will be about Ollie Robinson, why he bowled 8 overs, really, because that was a long little spell for him this morning.
And the longest spell he'd bowled in the match.
Yep. And as to why he's not come back out, he can get really, really silly. Well, I say silly. I'll repeat, actually. I do mean silly. When information is a little bit slow in coming forward, and that's because, of course, whose job is it to let us know what's going on? Is that one's played onto the onside for no run? Because England have a big say in it. It's not just down here at Sussex, of course. So, I mean, last week we had a sort of similar situation for a couple of days with Jimmy Anderson up in Manchester with Lancashire, who it was described as a minor issue. We still believe it's a minor issue now. It turned out to be a growing problem. But here Cavalos comes over the wicket this time to Root, still left-handed, of course, and he punches that up to mid-off, no run. So 445 for 4, Carson 172, Root on 9. And that completes that over. You're always just a little bit suspicious when you get the old talk of a mine and niggle, just keeping an eye on precaution. But sometimes, actually, that is exactly all that's happening. The frustration can be, possibly at times, for supporters, this is your club, Sussex, and of course you also want Ollie to do well, you also want England to do well, you know, the importance of getting it right. But right now in this situation, gosh, they could do with a bit of Ollie bowling. So from their perspective, they'll hope it's not just precautionary and being overly sensitive and safe.
Yeah, it's a very good point.
Call.
Yeah, and particularly with Sussex going into this game with really only 3 frontline seamers in Ollie Robinson, Finn Hudson-Prentice and Ari Cavalos. He's bowled very tidily here. Ari Cavalos, 23 overs, 7 maidens, 0 for 61. James Coles is going to take over the attack, bowled 9 overs, 1 for 48. He accounted for Marnus Labuschagne, bowling from the other end. Cromwell Road, but he's coming in now from the C end of the ground, comes in and bowls to Kieran Carlson, who's solidly forward, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run. But you're right.
It'll be a different kettle of fish when the Mumbai Indians are telling England when they can play him.
Yeah,
in a couple of years' time.
You're quite right. In comes Coles and Bowles and driven away, and I thought it'd been caught, but it was a bumble.
No, but
sorry,
it got us all excited.
It did.
That's the main thing.
It did. I thought he'd play that straight to short extra.
I know you did, and I think I did.
In comes Coles. Bowles to Carlson, who clubs that one away through extra cover. He picks up a single, does Kieran Carlson. He goes to 173. Wonderful knock by the Glamorgan skipper. I'm sure Nick will be keeping a close eye on his best scores for the 191.
He's got it.
Thank you. He's right on the money.
Right on the money.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Yep.
Second, 191.
Yep. And he made 200s in a match against Sussex back in 2019 during... or was it 2020? I think that was a match where Ollie Robinson got 13 wickets down in Cardiff.
We played a little bit. We played a little. Oh, I was sure. Yeah.
In comes Coles, and Billy Root stretches forward. That kept a little bit low. I think Ollie Carter whipped off the bails there. I thought my shot saw them fly into the air, but not out as umpire Saggers comes running in to replace the bails at the far end of the ground. As Kevin was saying, results are plenty in the First Division. Wins for Hampshire, Somerset and Surrey today in Division 1 of the Championship. Coles is coming over the wicket to Billy Root. There's a slip and a short leg as Coles is in, and Root is just forward solidly, plays away into the offside, and there is no run.
You see so much cricket here. You know these fielding positions, mid-on down here on this bank and on this slope. To me, that would seem a really tricky place to try and take a catch.
Coles' route is forward. I agree. Because trying to judge it properly.
The lands, especially after backpedal just a yard or two, the land's falling away from behind you. And then you've got time you jump properly and get it right.
Just a single off the over. I can see Paul Farbrace is now over here on the right-hand side of the ground. I think he's perhaps avoiding walking around in front of the press box. He was collared by the press a little earlier on. I saw some of the...
Well, I think he got the first shots in, to be fair. I don't think he would be worried about coming in front of us. I think it'd be the other way around.
Yeah.
Where is he?
He just wandered away to the right-hand side of the...
Must have seen the shot.
So, end of the over. The scoreboard has disappeared, which is not desperately helpful.
No, yes, but it was pretty.
Here it is. It's back on now. At the end of the over, James Cole's over, who's bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, taken 1 for 49. Ari Cavalis is going to carry on bowling down the hill. The score is 446 for 4. So the lead is now 88.
Talking of jeopardy, I'm in jeopardy.
Go on.
Sitting here following the last 2 days of sitting around about this time. If Webby's computer, his laptop freezes again at about this time, it's a dangerous place to be. Start of the next over. Whipped away. Nice looking shot from Carlson. Turns it behind square leg side. Goes through for 1. But he's typing away there. I think he's okay. It's just the point where he's about to press the send button. And he goes and has a Labuschagne moment in the corner.
Yeah.
447 for 4. Carlson on 174, but it's Root who's facing. He's on 9. 2 slips go down and it's defended from Root. There was 9 or 34 balls now. He's not looked at all comfortable out there today for me. I don't know about you.
No, I think he's out there just to keep his skipper company.
Yeah.
I was going to say that we're going to finish pretty much on time tonight. It's not too often this season that we have finished on them because of rain and bad light and all the rest of it. But just 13 overs to be bowled, and there's still another 40 minutes left until 6 o'clock. So
just past.
Yeah.
Cavalis coming down the hill again, Cromwell Road end. A little bit of width and cuts. Actually, he's played 1 or 2 of those shots, and that's a lovely one on that offside. He's cut that away really nicely. Finds the big gap between second slip and sort of backward point gully area. And it's over the boundary. It's 4 more, and it means that Billy moves to 13. And the score for Glamorgan over the 450 mark now, 451 for 4. I did not see this coming. I thought that such a big margin. First thing, such a big margin. Cavalis bowls, and again that's sort of cut square this time for a single for Billy Root. He moves to 14, 452 for 4. Just had a feeling that although the surface and pitch may be changing, and it's unlikely that Glamorgan were going to be out for such a mighty score as 123 again, I just thought, gosh, that's such a big deficit here that surely, the pressure is going to tell at some point. But the pitch has changed.
Yes, it has.
Beyond any doubt. That takes nothing away from the concentration. That was the bit that worried me, particularly late yesterday, the concentration levels that will be required. Next ball, and this one's in the air on the lakeside. How far has that gone? It's going to be clear in terms of any fielders. It's hit the deck now and rolling, and it's just been pulled up inside of the boundary rope. That did seem to go a long way in the air before coming down, 2/3 of the way out to the boundary through mid-wicket.
Yeah. And they only took 2 in the end. It was a good bit of fielding by Ali, who was very quickly round. And Kieran Carson's like a hair between the wickets, isn't he?
454 for 4.
I can see the scoreboard now.
176 off 231 balls. Carvelis is in his 24th over. This is the last ball of it. 69 runs he's conceded so far. In now, edge or not? Oh, that mightily close. Through to the keeper. I like that ball, though. A little bit of extra lift.
It did.
And just a little movement away from the Glamorgan skipper. 454 for 4. Carlson 176, Root on 14. And this lead is still not one to make Glamorgan at all comfortable. Well, they have got these 6 wickets still standing. And by my reckoning now, we are talking 96 in front.
We are.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So it's going to be James Coles who's going to carry on. Just looking at events down in Bristol, Gloucestershire 65 for 4 in their second innings, needing another 361 to win. Matthew Potts with a couple of wickets there. I think one of the signings of the winter for me was the Kent Ollie Robinson going to Durham. I watched him keep down here in the game against Sussex. He's the best wicket keeper I've seen this season. I thought he was excellent, and he scores useful runs as well. In comes James Coles, bowls to Billy Root, who plays on the bounce, to Tom Alsop, who fields in at short leg. And there is no run. So a slip backward point. Tom Clark's struggling there in the covers. I think he's hurt his hamstring. In comes Coles, and played by Root through the offside. He normally sprints after the ball, Tom Clark, but he's not sprinting after that one. He's in his 12th man. So the record 4th wicket stand, I've just looked up, between Glamorgan and Sussex. Previously was 161 between Sir Vivian Richards and Tony Cotty, formerly of this parish as well, here at Hove in 1990. In comes Coles, bowls flicked away by Carlson to deep mid-wicket. He picks up another single. He goes to 177. The total to 456 for 4. So thank you for that, Nick.
Thank you to Dr. Hignell.
Dr. Hignell,
Dr.
thank you.
Hignell.
And the partnership between, but the new record is 288. As in comes Coles. Balls to Billy Root, who cut away firmly to backward point, fielded there by Ari Carvelis. And there is no run. So thank you, Dr. Hignell, for those statistics.
Where are they these days? By the clock over there on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Scorer.
Yeah. Coles in again, bowls to Billy Root, reverse swept, and he's going to get 4 runs, and that brings up the 100 lead as far as Glamorgan are concerned. He's been very conservative as Billy Root. He's come in and kept his skipper company, but I wonder whether now he's going to start to step through the gears.
Gives that impression.
Yeah, I'm not saying for 1 minute that there's going to be any sort of declaration. I just don't think Glamorgan will let that happen, but I think being positive they see as the way to go. And who's to say they're wrong?
Give themselves a chance to get such a lead. There's no way Sussex will go for it, but still enough time to the possibility of getting the wicket.
For sure. In comes Coles, and Root just helps this one away on the leg side. And again, runs are coming quite easily here. That's 7 runs coming off that James Coles over. He's bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 56. I've got an update to come to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, and then I'll hand over to Beth Harvey, who's going to join Kevin for a little while.
You've got an update to do. I better keep quiet.
Well, we'll probably hear them come and have a little natter to us.
Will they ask you questions?
Hopefully
in amongst
not.
the hit tunes of ABBA and Meatloaf and...
Hopefully not too many.
December 1963, or What a Night.
I generally find that I can't answer them.
No?
No.
The music questions, I'll help you out with your music
Would
questions.
you?
Yeah. I could be your assistant. You don't need to name me.
Okay.
But if they ask you any questions, I'll give you a bit of a whisper.
Right, okay. We need our musical expert here helping us out. I need to sort of gel up. Oh, Finn Hudson-Prentice coming back into the attack. He's only bowled 10 overs in the innings, Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's a bit expensive, 10 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 70 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales. Adrian Harms, Kevin Howells, and soon to join us, Beth Harvey, who plays women's cricket for Sussex. And it's been a delight to have her here in the commentary box today on her commentary debut. As in comes Hudson-Prentice, and it's your over. Sorry, Kevin.
And a delivery which is just past the off stump through to the keeper. That's okay, Adrian. We're amongst friends. But I thought you might have to do an update anyway. So, but I'll do it. I'll keep quiet when I hear.
Yeah, I think we may get a little bit of a warning.
You reckon? They did that yesterday. They gave us a 2-minute, 3-minute warning, a 2-minute warning. The next warning they gave us, you were on. Yeah. What happened to the 1-minute warning?
I think he's hobbling there a bit, Hudson-Prentice. He did this at Leicester last week. The first ball he bowled in his spell.
I hate to say this, but last... Oh, look out. They're about to do an update. But I've seen a few of the Sussex players who've been stretching a little. That one has worked away square. That's going to be 4 runs out through square leg. 465 for 4 now. And just I was saying that Root perhaps hadn't looked that comfortable. He's fighting the boundaries both sides of the wicket at the moment, isn't he? Yeah.
It's accelerated a lot.
Anyway, you can probably hear now through our headphones. They're about to come to you, Harmsy. Don't mess it up now, Harmsy. Make it count.
The sun is now coming into our commentary box. It's prompted Nick to put his cap on. So, now a change in the field because the second slip has come out and Steve Smith is going into mid-wicket, just leaving Tom Alsop at first slip. As in comes Hudson-Prentice. Down the hill in lovely early evening sunshine comes in and bowls to Billy Root, who lets that one go past outside of the off stump, and there is no run. 485 for 4. So the lead 107 for Glamorgan. Still 11 overs left after this. So if Glamorgan were to score at 5 and over, the lead could be 160, 170 by the close of play today.
They love me at Radio 1 usually. Here's the doctor with the sport. Yes, thank you, Joe. Well, let's begin with cricket. Sussex are in day 3 in the county championship.
In comes Hudson-Prentice bowls. Yes, thanks very much, Cameron. Glorious day here. Sussex have picked up a wicket since you were last with us, and that the wicket of the Australian Test player Marnus Labuschagne, who was eventually LBW to James Coles for 138, that after a partnership of 288 with his skipper Kieran Carlson, who's still there. He's 177 not out. Glamorgan 469 for 4. It means they lead by 111 here at Hove. We've still got 10 overs left in the match today. So who knows, all 3 results still possible here. Sussex, though, the big news without Ollie Robinson. He hasn't been on the field since lunchtime today. Much speculation about why that might be, but obviously we'll try and find out after the close of play today. So Glamorgan, extraordinary really, because on the first innings they had arrears of 358, but Kieran Carson, the skipper, batting beautifully. He's on 177. As for Surrey, well, another victory for them today in the county championship. They've beaten Kent by 10 wickets, scoring the 58 runs they needed to win without losing a wicket. Tom Laws picking up a career best 5 for him. So good news for Surrey, still top of the county championship. They've played 6 matches and won 4 of them. As Root caresses that one through the offside. I got that wrong, didn't I? I thought the 4 runs hadn't been added onto the total, so I think I said the lead was 111, but it wasn't.
Can't come back to us now because we need to update them.
Yeah.
I gave a half century to Adam Lyth whilst doing a report at Headingley the other day, and he was on 30-something. I tell you what, I gave a big cheer when he got to 50, because if anybody had picked me up on it, I would have said, either it was a good premonition or they weren't listening closely enough.
So at the end of this over, I'm going to hand over to Beth Harvey. In comes Hudson-Prentice. Still 11 overs to go. After this delivery, in comes Hudson-Prentice down the hill, bowls to Carlson, and he flicks that one away. Now, did he get any bat on that, or was it off the thigh pad? Let's wait for the umpire's signal. I think they are leg byes.
Yep.
Yes, they are indeed leg byes, but it's 4 more to the total, which takes that total to 472 for 4, which means the lead is 114. Time for me to have a cup of tea. I'm going to leave you with Beth and with Kevin Howells for the next few overs.
Very good. Very good. How many overs do you say we've got left here? What's it say on the board? 11 to go, and they finally let me loose with you, Beth. How are you doing?
I'm having a lovely
Have they been looking after you today? Because
they have indeed.
Yes, lots of biscuits. Did you treat yourself to the lemon meringue? Because you are an athlete, and don't forget that.
I've had a go on the lemon meringue actually. Yeah.
Is that allowed?
Halfway through.
Is that allowed?
Oh yeah. I don't think they mind that.
Okay.
I've steered clear of the crunch creams though, actually. So maybe
good for you,
I am allowed a bit of lemon meringue.
Professionalism. Before. Okay, well, we'll get your views on this match in a moment. So we see just a little delay here, and I think it's Kieran Carlson he's actually called for something from the dressing room on a few occasions in the last hour or so, but I guess he might be a bit hot and sweaty out there, maybe new gloves all the time, or just a bit of a wipe down. As we see Root facing at the moment, though, with Cole's bowling. Let's push back up to Cole's. You just think about the mood last night the Sussex would have been in, because they're in such a strong position, and they're not in a weak position now as such, but how things have turned around today. And that one is played out nicely, but fielded well. A tumbling stop there at extra cover. What have you read proceedings today? Your thoughts?
Well, they would have had all the momentum last night. They would have been feeling pretty good. So I think today...
Cole's bowls now, and that's tickled around the corner. It's going to run quite quickly, actually. It's going to go up the hill, though, so I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. It's just going to be a single for Root. He moves to 26.
Yeah, I think today would have dampened their spirits a little bit. There was certainly that partnership between Labuschagne and Carlson. They certainly went quite flat in the field. So hopefully a couple of wickets before the end of play might put them in a better mood this evening.
Yeah, it may do. That actually signals a leg by, that last one. Anyway, it's another one to the total. That's now struck out off the back foot from Carlson towards extra cover, and again, no run. Things like the Ollie Robinson not being available after lunch, that can sometimes take a lot of the wind out of the team, as you say. It can leave them a little bit. This one is played from Carlson, who sort of looks a little bit as if it sort of took him a bit by surprise, maybe a little bit of turn.
Yeah, it seemed to spit off the pitch, that one.
Yeah. He's on 177. Next ball, a little quicker. Driven back up to the bowler this time. And the Glamorgan captain. End of that over. So 473 for 4 is where we're at, with Carlson on 177 and Root on 25. But yeah, it's well, Adrian's been quite right in saying, they've got to remind themselves that such was their advantage that they gained in that first innings, that they're not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. But no doubt they will be a bit deflated.
Definitely, especially after a very long day in the field. And as you say, without Ollie Robinson, who you would really expect to be leading this bowling attack, they've definitely put in some hard yards.
Got through 8 overs this morning. Some saying that he didn't really look as if he was hitting the straps quite as well today. Was that the pitch? What were your thoughts on Robinson's bowling?
He was definitely moving quite gingerly around the field.
It felt so, yeah. Around the wicket comes Hudson Prentice, defended back up by Root to the bowler, no run.
But he was definitely causing a lot of challenges for the bowlers. I mean, he had a couple of near wickets, and he definitely looked very hard to play. So he'll be disappointed to have not taken a wicket in that spell. But yeah, not maybe at his full pace and not kind of charging in the way you might anticipate.
Again, coming down the hill. The Cromwell Road ends, and that's down. Good stop actually from the keeper, diving to his right hand side. Hopefully he's not injured himself. He'd have to throw himself quite heavily to his right hand side there to just try and get across to that. Did Carter. Affects the stop.
It was a very good stop. He didn't look very comfortable getting up though, did he?
No. But I think, and I can't remember the incident, I think he's sort of been a little bit gingerly walking around a little. I think he might have taken a tumble or two during the game too. But certainly didn't get up too well there, but he takes that one low down, past the off stump. Past Root, who remains on 25. Gloucestershire still 102 for 4. Forget the target for now. It's a massive one, still 324 away. Starham are looking for the wickets. A couple for Potts, one for Rain, one for Patel. It's Bracey and the Australian Marcus Harris. Not out, 39 is Harris, and Bracey on 23. Trying to make life awkward there for Durham, who are currently leading the second division. That's an edge as he went pushing forward to that one. So fired away in the end on the leg side. Get a single wheel route, who moves to 26. Let's go up to 474 for 4 now. The sun disappears from time to time. It's been otherwise a very pleasant day here today, on this third day of this final block of matches in the championship. And as Nick mentioned a little earlier, that the 2 matches being played next in June, they're Sunday starts. Sundays through to Wednesdays. And this was driven into the offside towards extra cover, no run off the toe end of the bat. Carlson takes a look at that now.
Didn't sound too healthy, that one. Fielded by Steve Smith.
They're making Smith run around a little bit more. He's been quite comfortable, seemingly, just standing there at second slip for most of the match.
Yeah,
He's having to do a bit of extra work now.
Allsop's got his big pads on, so I don't think he can run around, so he's solidly at first slip.
And some Prentice bowls, and that comes back in towards Carlson. No is the call as he drives that out to Smith to complete that over. 474 for 4. Carlson 177, Root on 26. And this lead has now been extended to 116 runs, so 116 for 4. And if you put it in that context, you think still game on, and it still well could be. The issue for me is this pitch. I mean, it does look fairly docile now, and the spinners, I don't think are getting very much out of it either, are they?
No, I think we saw a little bit when the ball was a bit harder, but now it seems to be very keeping quite low, and Carter seems to be taking it around his ankles.
Indeed, so it's Root who's facing. That's popped up in the air. This could be a wicket, and it is. Coles has got him. He's got him caught at 4 short leg. Another batter who leaves the crease less than impressed, seemingly, with the decision. Certainly looks despairing, really, does Root as he makes his way off, but he's gone for 26, and it's now 5 down at 474 for 5, and Root has gone. Coles gets a wicket, his second, 2 for 56 in his 13th over. Your thoughts on that? He didn't look best pleased, did he? Maybe he thought he got no bat on that.
He didn't want to go, did he?
They never want to go, is what sometimes people will say. But take a look at this on the replay, if we can. Technical assistant here. Just about to play the replay to us. Let's take a look. Just have a look at that. Well, to me... off the glove, I'm giving it from this distance. It looked to me to have that the correct shape of it. If he got maybe a bit of glove on it, turn around, but you know, you're looking for reaction as to give you a clue. And as often is pointed out, of course, batter's never going to be too impressed when they're out. But well. See, now, this is interesting. Whilst we've been talking, trying to throw ahead in the crystal ball as to what's going to happen in this match, it's taking a natural course and way, isn't it, this is still now with Chris Cook making his way out, really, or not? Because he was injured. They're going for Cook on the board, so... I can only presume that the doctor believes it's Cook coming out, and it is Dr. Hignell. So yes, it's taking natural progression here, which is interesting.
Yeah,
very interesting.
Sussex will be very pleased to have got another
that's
wicket
right.
before the close of play,
and get another one before the close, and
they're in.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll be going to bed a little bit happier.
They will. It's been a long, tricky day for them. But Coles picks up a couple of wickets. He got his maiden century as well. Lovely moments for him. And nice to think maybe the family is still down and watching. His only concern, I think, now, Coles, will be that, gosh, will I have to talk to Harmsy again at the close of play for my bowling now, not my batting. I don't think it's going to stop him trying.
No, I don't.
I mean, you could understand if it did, but I don't think it's going to. So, there is a little bit of pressure and jeopardy towards the close on this third day. Then around the wicket and defended by Cook. You got a slip, and you got a man at silly point, a keeper standing up. And all the others, really, there's plenty around in catching positions. Scholes comes around the wicket and forward again to Silly Point, and no run. Well, it's intriguing cricket again now, isn't it? You think you can see the path the game is taking, and for me, that could be quite some moment, that, getting that wicket. Forward, pushed into the offside. It'd be an even bigger moment, of course, should Carlson be dismissed before the close today.
He'll be the man that they want.
Yeah.
He's looked very solid today.
He has.
A couple of chances, but I mean, he's been excellent.
Coles again, turned away through mid-wicket. Good work from Cook to get off the mark. He'll get a single. I think I'm going to sneeze. I can only apologise in advance. I'm going to look away before I do, don't worry. It's gone.
It's gone?
Yeah. It's a magical
False
thing.
alarm.
That yes. Well, if you tell somebody you're going to sneeze like that, I think often the sneeze is happy. It's made its mark and you've scared it off. Exactly right.
Good stuff.
475 for 5. And it's Carlson back on strike, and that's worked away onside to finish off the over. There is a little bit of extra bounce around them. Now Sussex in the field. 475 for 5 it is, with Carlson on 177 and Cook on 1. And Billy Root has been dismissed in that over. And Billy Root caught Alsop, bowled Coles for 26 off 55 balls. So the score of 475 for 5. It's a lead of 117, so that make that now 117 for 5. And the game has got some interesting narratives still to be had, and quite nervy, I think. If I'm Glamorgan now, I think I've got a few nervy overs ahead here towards the close, and again first thing tomorrow. But I'm just one thing at a time. Look towards the close here. And Sussex themselves will know that they could make, whatever the difficulties of the day have been, they could really make a big imprint again on this game.
Yeah, I think the momentum's just swung back towards Sussex.
Just 1 or 2 wickets, yeah.
Yeah, and I think they definitely seem a little bit more up and about. Hudson Prentice continuing down the hill.
And just to reiterate what Adrian was saying earlier, you can get caught up in the fact that, it's terrific, as it has been from Glamorgan, to get that deficit down and then get themselves a lead. But it was such a big deficit, it still requires even more work, even now from Glamorgan. And that one's worked away by Cooks. Oh, he looked a bit awkward leaning into that one and worked away onto the onside. What did you like about it from Hudson Prentice, that particular delivery?
That looked like it was going to hit the top of off, and it was coming into Cook, and he didn't look comfortable. He kind of squared up a little bit.
Almost as if he was going to tumble over the top of it. Yeah,
overbalanced a little bit.
That's right. Well, what was the injury, Nick? Can you remember? Groin problem, which kept him off yesterday. He's on 1 at the moment, and shoulders arms past the off stump through to the keeper, and no run. And he doesn't look to be that comfortable, does he? Just the seas where he's just walking across there. Yeah,
he's moving quite gingerly.
Yeah. So that adds a little extra something to it as well, doesn't it? It really does.
Interesting that they've sent him out. Clearly he would have said that he thinks he's all right to come and bat, but we'll see how that affects kind of running between the wickets and that sort of thing.
Hudson Prentice again turns. He's in his 13th over past the umpire, and again that's not the cleanest of shots into the offside, so walking into it a little and not coming off the middle of the bat. All of a sudden it's edge of the seat stuff again, guys. I do tend to get a bit excited.
No, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm loving it again here. I've had a great 3 days. I
was enjoying it. Adrian's quite animated.
Oh, yeah.
Waving his arms around, jumping up and down.
Yeah, but you know what he's practicing for, don't you?
What's that?
Well, I'll tell you in a minute. Hudson Prentice in bowls and comes back into Cook. He'll find runs here, mind you. He's punched that on the onside of straight. He'll get 1, and he'll move his score to 2 and 476 for 5. You'll never guess where he's off, Harmsy, later this summer.
Tell me.
I tell you, Glastonbury.
Oh, yeah.
So so what he's doing is he's practicing waving his arms in the air like he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Because
He did look like he cared quite a lot, actually.
It's because he's heard that's what the kids do. Wave your arms in the air like you simply don't care. And what have we got here? Oh gosh, we've got the latest news coming through. You getting yourself ready? You can't be with us tomorrow, is that right? Or you can? I don't know.
I'm not here tomorrow.
You're not
no.
here tomorrow. It's a shame because tickets for day 4 are now on sale. Half price for everyone for a cracking final day.
Wow. Maybe I'll stay down in Brighton.
That's the latest from Sussex. Hudson Prentice bowls and back in towards Cook into the offside. Oh, they know how to sell a final day, don't they? Great wording. But are they wrong? They're not wrong. They're actually quite good. Yeah. What did they say? Half price?
Yes.
Half price, okay. I don't know what that is. What is the original price? Oh, come on. I am asking. Yeah.
Jamie, can you let us know?
That's it.
They'll be watching me. They'll be listening on the stream.
He won't be.
He will be.
476 for 5 then. And one slip in. Still for Hudson Prentice coming from the Cromwell Road end. In bowls and played away square. Puff of dust comes up off the surface. And a good stop. They'll go through for 1. You know, I give a lot of credit, even for what appears to be simple fielding on this ground. Score 477 for 5, and that is a lead of 119. I just think that the way that this ground slopes and the ground's falling away from you. I know they're professional cricketers, and I know that they're doing their job and everything. I just think it's a little extra testing.
It's never easy on a hill like this, and this is quite a pronounced hill at Hove. And there's also quite a lot of sand on the outfield, which they've put in for the drainage. So it's not necessarily straightforward as you would think it is.
So the very latest on this now is that it's £10 for adults, £2.50 for kids.
Under 16.
Under 16s.
Dogs.
What about, yeah?
Free. There is a dog coming because Joe's bringing his dog. He was in touch earlier.
Dogs are free.
Yeah, well behaved.
Oh, look out. £5 under 18s, £2.50 for under 14s. That's the very latest from Jamie. That's playing back in the crease and turning it around onto the onside. So lots of information coming through as we speak here, Adrian. So is this the final thing he sent in? So it's £10 for adults, £2.50 for children. It's £5 for under 18s, £2.50 for under 14s. Yeah. I see. Okay. And it'll be worth it because this could be a cracking finish to a game here now. It really could. Although I would just ventured forward. It doesn't have to be a cracking finish. On a day with the sun shining and you've got cricket at home, why do you need a cracking finish? That's super prices. Am I allowed to say that for the BBC? I've just done that, haven't I? Just done that. Cole's round the wicket in bowls, and Silver's got plenty of interest now. Look, he's got 2 there. Catching positions right in the eye line of the batter. Square. Oh.
Silly cover and a silly point.
It's all very silly.
In there. It's all very silly.
And a slip. Forward again. Oh, this is an awful lot of questioning of Cook, who's on 2. I guess I've stayed my welcome, have I? Shall I move over at the end of this over? As Coles comes around the wicket again, in and bowls. Oh, now where's that gone? I think that's gone off the outside edge of the bat and through the hands of slip. I think that's what happened there. And they go through for 1 as well. Such is the reaction. Oh no, it's been given a bye. Calm down, everybody. But such was the reaction. I really thought.
I agree. I thought he did that.
Thank you, Hamzy. Yeah. What a T-man you are. T-man you are. 479 for 5. But they did look as if distraught, as if they'd had a golden opportunity there. But gosh, what turn? And that's the thing. Away, and next ball is bowled and punched square. No run. Well.
Another message from Sussex.
Another message from Sussex. This is something now. It's like working on election night. Coles bowls, and good use of the wrist this time from Carson. He'll get himself a single. They move to 180. 480 for 5 is the. I could give score out. Never mind ticket prices. Let's give the score first. 122 is the lead. And what have we got here? That's a personal message, Harmsy. I mean,
What they're saying, are you going to stay tomorrow? It could be a good finish tomorrow.
yeah, okay. I'll make up my mind in a minute. So anyway, some wise words, if you don't mind, from you. Thank you very much, Beth. And then it'll be Nick will try and match your wise words as well, with about 6 overs left of the day's play.
Yeah, Sussex 4 ahead of the over right here, so it looks like we're going to finish pretty much on time, which is a rarity these days, really. As Hudson Prentice is continuing from the Cromwell Road end down the hill.
And in he comes towards us to bowl to Carlson, who plays that up towards mid-on but hasn't quite timed it. And Chris Cook does not look to be moving with great fluidity. He's usually one of the quick guys between the wickets, despite being the oldest in the team. But at the moment, he looks to be moving rather gingerly. I just wonder if he is struggling why he hasn't got a runner, or why they didn't send out maybe Tim van der Hoogten ahead of him. Maybe a little too early for the night watchman. Carlson drives into the offside, no run, straight to cover. 480 for 5, Glamorgan. 122 runs in the lead. The run rate for the innings is 3.93. And well, you just get the feeling that every little passage of play is key from now on, as Glamorgan look to bat it out and get far enough ahead of Sussex. As Carlson plays to backward point. There's a throw at the stumps. It hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. It was a good throw, but Chris Cook had seen the danger, and Coles' effort was in vain. But a good strike from best part of 50 metres away at the non-striker's end.
Keeping him on his toes up there, and he's not moving particularly freely, so it's probably a good idea from Coles and a laser.
Why isn't there a runner there? As in comes Hudson Prentice again to bowl, and Carlson drives into the offside. We'll get just the single there as it's fielded on the boundary at backward point. And Carlson doing the work. He's done a lot of work with the ball today. If you look at the men in the wickets column, 2 to Carlson, 2 to Coles. All spin. The 4 wickets to fall so far today. Can the seamers get in on the action in these last few overs?
I like that you said so far, Nick. There could be one or two more, maybe.
There could. There's 5 down for Glamorgan as things stand. Chris Cook in at 7, the wicketkeeper batter. And he is forward, pushing into the offside. No thought of quick singles at the moment. As a final glammy chant from the faithful few in the southwest corner of the ground as the sun is dipping and lengthening the shadows across the county ground hove. 1 or 2 gulls swooping around in search of stray chips. Hudson Prentice bowls and Cook drives to mid-on. And there is no run. Another over seen off by Glamorgan. 481 for 5. The lead is 123. There are 5 overs remaining of the day's play. And can Kieran Carlson see it through? He came in when those 2 wickets fell in successive deliveries. That was pretty early on in the day, wasn't it? Only a handful of runs had been scored, and Glamorgan were hugely on the back foot at that point, but he and Labuschagne with that record 4th wicket stand for Glamorgan against Sussex. I'm surprised the previous record was so low, actually, comparatively, at 161, as Coles is in, and Carlson uses his feet, comes down the wicket and drives it up to long off for a single.
Yeah, it's been a proper captain's knock, hasn't it, from Carlson. He has really taken responsibility, and He's looked to be watchful, but he's also been very positive, so it's been a pleasure to watch, really.
Couple of early let-offs, but he really has cashed in. Oh, that's a drag down from Coles, and Cook hasn't hit it very cleanly either into the offside for a single.
I think if you're at silly point there, your life's flashing before your eyes as he was winding up there.
There's a short delivery from Coles, and Cook ought to have made more of it, really. Coles into Carlson, who works one on the leg side, and Cook is no more than jogging these singles. Well, if that's what it takes, then fine. Just survival is the key for these two until the close of play, and allow Glamorgan to retain most of the momentum. I think if Sussex get one more tonight, then they'll really fancy their chances of pressing home for victory on the final day, because we've still got 96 overs to be bowled tomorrow. Coles fiddling with his field in the evening sunshine. He's coming in low from our left on the pavilion side of the ground. Be worried if it was anywhere else, really. There's floppy head Coles, another little drag down, and hit away on the offside by Cook, but straight to cover. No run.
Silly point, doing well to avoid that one, wrapping him on the shins.
Coles in, bowls, and Cook stretches forward, but then leaves it when he gets there, and it's through to Carter. Cook testing the errant muscle, which resulted in him not keeping wicket yesterday, as that's tucked away on the leg side. No run, fielded at square leg into countdown territory now, aren't we? 4 to go, and Glamorgan, well, they'll try and hit anything off target, but really dropping anchors probably foremost in their minds. Definitely.
It looks like Carson might be coming on to replace Hudson Prentice from the Cromwell Road end. 4 overs remaining in the day, so I think they're going to close out with some spin. I think he might be going to chuck it up there a little bit and try and tempt one of these two Glamorgan batters into a false shot just before the close of play.
Well, Carlson has been positive all day. I mean, he's had the better scoring rate in that big stand with Labuschagne. And although he was just beaten to his half century, got the 100 ahead of Labuschagne, despite coming in around half an hour or so later, maybe 40 minutes. So, as you say, it's going to be Carson to hurry us towards the end of the day's play, and Carlson tries to turn it away down the leg side. It's running towards the fine leg boundary. It will be fielded inside the ropes, and they are leg byes. 2 more sundries. Carlson won't be that bothered, as he remains on 183, 8 runs short of equalling his previous CB, career best. Smith lurks at slip, and short leg under the lid, and Carson's off breaks. Next ball prodded on the leg side, or fields no run. As you say, he's giving it a bit of flight, isn't he?
Yeah, we love to see it. The off spinner chucking it up there.
Go on then, have a go at that if you think you're hard enough. Carlson drives into the offside, doesn't time it, fielded by Pujara at cover.
Really floated that one up, and I think Carlson will feel he's missed out there as he hit the solitary man in the ring on the offside.
Survival is key, though, as that's a little shorter and cut away by Carlson down towards backward point. It's well picked up just inside the ropes, and excellent piece of fielding from James Coles keeps them down to a single. Fielding techniques of first-class cricketers these days that we take absolutely for granted.
Yeah, they've been very good. Their ground fielding has been excellent today for Sussex.
487 for 5. If only Sussex had managed to snaffle one of those two catching chances off Carlson. As Cook squeezes one out on the offside down towards third man, and they will trot through for a single without undue pressure on the legs of Chris Cook. 488 for 5. The lead is 130. And the mission for Glamorgan is to survive 19 more deliveries at the close of this day's play, which has seen an excellent innings from Marnus Labuschagne of 138 in his final innings for Glamorgan this summer. Mixture of a lot of watchful defence and the occasional flurry of violent hitting.
They've just brought a fine leg up into the circle and taken short leg out into the ring.
Carlson bowls, and Carlson works it to the man at square leg. There is no run. 3 overs left. Glamorgan ticking along, 130 in the lead. And who would have thought we'd say any sort of lead when they began their second innings? 358 runs behind. The pitch has just kept a little bit low at times, but I don't think anything much has resulted in wickets in terms of pitch misbehaviour. It's 488 for 5 as Adrian will summarise from the Sussex point of view at the close of proceedings as Cole tries to change the perspective, bowling to Cook, who is forward. There are now a ring of 3 on the offside, catching, a slip and 2 silly points. Coles is in to bowl wide outside off stump, trying to tempt Cook, and he does have a go at it, and he flat bats it for 4 through the covers. That's his first boundary, and he moves on to 8. 492 for 5.
Again, it's not where you want to see Coles bowling it when you're standing at silly cover and silly point. You've got to jumped in sync there over the ball as it ran away for 4.
Coles has done enough with the bat in this match, and he's got the couple of vital wickets in this evening session. But there have been 1 or 2 loose deliveries as Cook prods a single backward of square on the leg side. All very quiet out there at the moment. As Sussex probe away, looking for a 3rd wicket of the session, which will really send them into the final day on a high, and high hopes of forcing a victory despite this tremendous Glamorgan fight back. As Coles is in and Carlson pushes a single on the leg side. I think at this late juncture of the day it's safe to reveal that although I didn't check out of my hotel, I did pack my suitcase in case I was making a flying departure tonight. just in case it was all over today, and I was able to return home to the bosom of my loving family tonight before most of them leave again. I think they're off. They don't want to see me anyway. 494 for 5 as we move towards the end of this anti-penultimate over, and Cook is on strike with fielders clustered all around him, but he plays that one back to the bowler, and there is no run. So Labuschagne has signed off in style for Glamorgan with that knock of 138, his 2nd century in the space of 3 matches, and shown his value to Glamorgan in this brief 5-match spell. Be emerging against England, of course, next month as the final ball of the over is played into the offside, and there is no run. 494 for 5. The Glamorgan lead is 136 approximately.
Apologies if any of these calculations are out, but trying to do them off the top of my head. 2 overs to go. Can Glamorgan see them out? Can Sussex get another breakthrough? Wickets today to fall. Ul Hassan for 43. Northeast without scoring. Labuschagne for 138 and Root for 26. Kieran Carlson has fought all the way since around 11:30. He's 185 not out. What he would give to reach the close still with that asterisk next to his name for not out, and he's taken a single off the first ball of the over, just steering it away to the point boundary. 495 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online. And a fascinating day's play. Sussex claiming 4 wickets all through the spinners, 2 apiece to Carson, successive balls in the morning, and 2 to Coles in the evening. As that is whipped away by Cook backward of square, he'll take a single. 496 for 5. And Glamorgan's target, well, they'll see it session by session or hour by hour tomorrow. Just to bat and bat and bat Sussex out of the game if they possibly can. But needs quite a lot of lower order resistance, or for the captain to stay there for the duration. Round the wickets comes Carson, and back on his stumps goes Carlson, and it's a half stop by Pujara in the covers. I thought it might be a tight single for a moment, but the Sussex captain just couldn't gather it cleanly. Chris Cook is on strike. 3 singles taken so far in this over. The score ticking along to 497 for 5. Cook on 10. Carlson bowls, and Cook drives to mid-off.
I think that was the toe end of the bat. Carlson just floated it up a little bit. Cook maybe reaching for it slightly.
Yeah, he won't want to strain anything too much if he has got a niggling muscle. As Carson is into bowl, and that's off something of a leading edge from Cook. Perfectly safe, because it just trickled out on the offside, but he was aiming to mid on there. 497 for 5 then. Here on BBC. We'll be back, of course, at 11 tomorrow morning. It's been tremendous resistance from Carlson and Labuschagne today as Cook takes another single. 4 in the over as Glamorgan move gently towards the 500 mark. They're 498 for 5, and I'll let Adrian accompany Beth for the final over.
Lovely. Thanks very much indeed, Nick. Well, glorious. Well, first of all, Beth, just to say to you, I hope you've enjoyed your day with us in the commentary box. All the Mickey taking and the cake and the biscuits and
Oh, I had a lovely time.
Wonderful. Well, I'm glad you've enjoyed it, and thank you for coming to see us. But it's been great to have you, and wish you luck for the rest of the season. When's your next game? You're playing tomorrow?
I'm not. Playing the 1st of June for Sussex, and then we'll see if I can rock out for any kind of club games.
Get some club games.
In the meantime, yeah.
Fabulous. Well, in comes James Coles. He's running in around the wicket to bowl the last over of the day. He's in and bowls to Chris Cook, who plays it on the offside. There is no run. So the lead here for Glamorgan. I'll give you in a couple of moments' time. In comes Coles and just defending. I think the ball is keeping a little low, you know. I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion this tomorrow. If Sussex pick up a couple of early wickets in the morning, now we have to assume, and we'll find out later on about Ollie Robinson, whether he's going to bowl tomorrow. It would seem doubtful, but you never know. We'll find out from the Sussex coach, Paul Farbrace, at the close of play. Then clustered around the bat, as you would expect, in this final over of the day. The lead is 138. Coles in bowls. Oh, that was played slightly in the air through mid-wicket. It was perfectly safe, but it was in the air. And a single to Cook. He goes to 12. 499. Is it 498 or 499, Beth?
499.
499. Well, that means the lead is 141. So effectively 141 for 5 and 96 overs to be bowled tomorrow. So,
considering where they were this morning, I think they'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, and anything could happen. You know, who knows what will happen? So, you know, Glamorgan may lose wickets. They mobilise Sussex out. Sussex may knock off the runs. It could be a draw. It's going to be an exciting day as Coles bowls, and it's played into the offside by Kieran Carlson, who's very much the man of the day. He's on 187. His first class best is 191, so a boundary would get him there. But I think he's more thinking about just surviving these last couple of balls as he's forward, or the last ball of the day. Plays it into the offside. That's a terrific knock. And well done, Steve Smith, who wanders straight up to Kieran Carlson, shakes his hand and says, well batted, as indeed does Alistair Orr. So it's always good to see at the end of a day's cricket as the players wander off the field. So Glamorgan, at close of play, 499 for 5. They lead by 141. And I'm sure Kieran Carlson will get a good round of applause as he makes his way off the ground in the glorious evening sunshine here at Hove. And we've finished for the day. I mean, difficult to say here, Beth. What if you had, you know, if you had to put your life on it and say what's going to happen tomorrow? What do you think? What would your assessment be tomorrow? Do you think Glamorgan are going to bat through and just bat Sussex out of the game, or do you think there's a chance that Sussex could take wickets here tomorrow?
I think there's definitely a chance for Sussex to take wickets. Not that I'm biased at all.
No, of course not. But it's a fact.
But I think Glamorgan are in a strong position, and with only, you know, tomorrow being the last day, you never know. Maybe they can grind it out and get a draw. Maybe with the pitch keeping low, it looks like there's a few demons in the pitch. Who knows what could happen?
Who knows indeed, and that's the beauty of 4-day cricket. The weather forecast is set fair to tomorrow. Half price entry.